All right. How about that? Is the audio working now? Oh man, it should be working now. Yeah. Okay. Good. So how's everybody doing today? How's everybody managing? I hope everybody's safe. And yeah, I just wanted to do the stream because I've been going through social media and seeing everything that's going on, and it's a little crazy, man. It's a little crazy, and I don't know. There's not much to say except I think it's been a long time coming. So I see you, Caramel. So I kind of just wanted to do this in case anybody wanted to talk or share their feelings or anything like that. Just so you feel like you can say what you want to say. I know things are a little crazy. It's low. The volume is low for you. I mean, all right. Well, anyway, yeah. So that's why I'm doing this. I'm doing this just because sometimes we need to get some stuff off our chest. We need to talk a little bit or feel that we have somebody else around. So if you want to talk with me, you can. I'm going to be opening up the Discord. If you don't have the link to the Discord, I will put one in the chat. Actually, let me make this an open room. Whatever. We'll just use a different one. So yeah. How am I? I'm here. I'm okay, you know. I know some people aren't, and I know some people are going through their shit, and I know some people are upset, and rightfully so. Is New York opening soon? Man, that's a hard question. So originally, before everything going on, we were supposed to open on the 8th, and then in New York there were some riots yesterday, and I think starting yesterday and the day before. So that could change. That could change. But it's not about that. If things need to wait, then they need to wait. That's just the way it is. You can hear the signs in the distance. The link is from my Discord in case you just want to talk. I'm not really going to be doing magic right now. This is just, there's so many things going on, and sometimes it stresses people out, and it could take a big toll on you mentally, and you want to talk about things and whatever. So if you want to talk about whatever's going on, just want to clear your head, you can come talk and chill out. Yeah, it is wild. That is for sure. That is for sure. Well, that's what's happening. People are getting together and fighting it, Hugo. In fact, if you look at what happened after everything that went down, the first thing that got burnt was the police station where that officer worked. That was the first thing to go down. So, you know, I don't know if there's a live stream of the riot. I really wouldn't want to watch that. Did I see the space shuttle launch? No, I couldn't. It's just I don't know, everything is flooded with what's going on, rightfully so, rightfully so. And it's it's not easy to swallow sometimes, you know. And what's amazing to me is that people who have been denying it, that are now seeing it, are saying things like, well, this wouldn't have happened if, this wouldn't have happened if that person would have just listened to the police. And I actually made a post on Facebook, uh, and I said, you know, there's something on my mind. Why is it that violence is not the answer now, but when you don't listen to police, violence is the only answer? When police use violence against police, people say they should have listened to begin with. Maybe the police should have listened. So, uh, and it was a real question that was on my mind. You know, it's okay. If you have to go, you have to go. Like I said, this is just a stream for anybody who wants to hang out and get stuff off their mind and just talk or whatever. This isn't about magic right now. I'm not going to be doing a trick. So, if America backs down, this will never change. You guys need to keep on fighting, not just for today, but for tomorrow and the future. Agreed. Agreed. And people are going to get caught in a crossfire. That's what happens in a war. And that's what it is. It's a war. It's a war. Just like, you know, Martin Luther King and all those other freedom fighters fought for. It's the same thing. It's the same thing. Javier, I'm not doing a fucking pass, dude. Do we have to comment on every bad thing that happens in the world? Yes. Yes, Rambo. You should comment on every bad thing in the world. Because for years, the bad things that have been going on have been silenced and diminished. So, yes, you have to talk about it. Why? What? Doesn't matter if it's feasible to you. It's feasible for the people who go through it. It's feasible for the people who are hurt by it. Just because you're not doesn't mean that, you know, if it's inconveniencing you, then don't listen. That's fine. You don't have to listen. I think it hurts more when you've done so much caring for others only to find that they don't care about you. I mean, talk about the way Cuomo lies. Dude, what are you talking about, dude? No, I think you can use the web browser version. I'm not sure. Do I know Lu Chen? Yeah, I do. How am I? I'm doing all right. You know, with everything that's going on. I just, like I said, I I wake up and I look at social media and I see everything that's going on and I feel a certain way. And if I feel a certain way, I'm pretty sure other people feel a certain way. So I just wanted to do this so people can talk about whatever they want to talk about and let out whatever they want to let out. If they're scared, if they're, you know, angry, whatever. Um, that's really why I'm doing this. We need an actual leader that will step between the two sides, find a real solution instead of ignoring the issues, hoping it goes away. Yeah, that's exactly what we need. No, there's no riots where I live. There's no riots where I live. I don't live in a white neighborhood. I live in a black neighborhood. I'm not saying that that's why. I'm just saying like where I happen to be, there is no rioting. What's up, South Korea? Do you feel the whole situation is getting better to me? No. I think what's been building up has finally reached critical mass. And I think that it's going to get worse before it gets better. It has to get worse before it gets better. Because if we just say we're going to move forward from here with what we have, it's going to go back to the same thing. You have to like literally destroy what's happening and start fresh. That's the only thing that makes sense to me. So angry and fatigued with it all. I know it isn't okay. We have to keep fighting, but it gets to you. Thanks for doing this to help us all keep going. Well, listen, I seriously at this point, with what I feel that I'm going through, it's nothing compared to what's really going on, What is Liu Chen's status in the Magic Circle? I have no idea, dude. Will I be doing this for every injustice? I doubt it. That doesn't mean you can't mention it, and I'm glad this debate is happening. Wasn't expecting this when I logged in. Will I be doing this for every injustice? No, I'm not. I don't know about every injustice, but I know about an injustice that's tearing down cities. I know about an injustice that friends of mine have been locked up in the streets for nothing. I know about the injustice that almost every black friend I have in the country has always and will always be scared of police because of what they do. Seriously, I think it's kind of fucked up that you're even crabbing about somebody talking about what's going on. The catalyst is definitely COVID. Somebody said it the best. They said COVID was the fuel and uh, the killing was the fire. What's up, Golly? Yeah, I'm doing all right. Just here talking about what's going on. If people want to talk, they're more than welcome to, you know. Happy you see you're doing this for us. Others have just taken a silent route or just blatantly said they didn't care. I don't know about people saying they don't care. I know why some people are silent, and it's scared. They're scared. And I'm scared too. Like realistically, I've kind of built myself around social media lately. So YouTube and streaming and making videos. And if for whatever reason YouTube decides to come at me for this, I lose everything that I have. That's a scary proposition, right? But fuck it. I totally support what you're doing back 100%. Thank you. But I'm not the one that needs support, and I'm not the one that needs the backing. The people who need the support and backing are the people who have been hurt the most, the people who have lost the most, the people who have to live in constant fear. Those are the people that need the backing. I don't. I mean, I'm not white. I'm Spanish, but this isn't about me. This right now has nothing to do with me at all. This has to do with what's been going on. And if anybody wants to talk and let out anything that they've been having in their head, that's what this is for. I'm just trying to let people feel that they're not alone, that whatever issues they have are real. It's real for you, and everybody handles it different ways. And I think that's okay, you know? The Magic Plays and Mateo, thank you so much for your subs, guys. Appreciate it. Guess Latorama, thank you. It's really bothering me, man. Then you see comments and Instagrams posting the ignorance is crazy. Check out Morelli's last post. The comments are disappointing. Kaylin Morelli? I'll check out his post. What's Kaylin Morelli's Instagram? I don't know it, to be honest. You're famous in China? That's flattering, dude. What do I think about the whole thing? You think it was based on racism? Okay, so I was actually talking about this with somebody. Here's my situation with this, right? The nothing experiment. Okay, thank you. Got it. I'll check it out in 1 second. So, if you look at the people who are involved, one of them was Asian, right? Now here's the way I look at it. I don't think it's a white versus black thing. I think it's a power versus poor thing, right? So you will even see that black officers will go that same distance because they have that power. And then they say, I was just doing my job and I was just following orders. So it's not, is racism a part of it? Definitely. But is that all? No, that's not all of it. Power is the real problem. The fact that the police officers, no matter who they are, will always get off. That's the problem. The minute you become a police officer, it's free and clear for you. And that is the problem. The fact that, in fact, I was just watching a video on YouTube. Officers are surrounding this black guy, and they're like, "You look like you fit the description," and they're fucking going at him. And the guy's like, "Nope, I don't fit the description. I'm not who you're looking for." And he's going back and forth. The cops just decide to arrest him for nothing, and then they take out his wallet and find out that he's an FBI agent. Not because, and one of the cops was black in there. It has nothing to do with it. I mean, it does have something to do with racism, but it has to do with the blatant disregard for life that officers and politicians and all these people get because they get that license to kill. Free and clear. Free and clear. Let me look at the nothing experiment here. It's so sad to see Vandal. I don't, you know what? This is already, I could barely get through one comment without getting pissed off, man. I think this whole thing is for the wrong cause, and they just carelessly share posts that are taken out of context in order to shame the police too. No, shame the police. Shame the police. They need to be shamed more. You ask anybody who lives in the hood in the US, anybody, and it's always the same thing. Always. The cops need to be shamed. They need to remember that they are there to protect the community, to help the community, not to collect money and imprison and kill people. That is their fucking job. I see so many posts. I'm sorry if your posts aren't showing up. I don't know why things are getting. My question is, would it be easier for a white cop to get off killing an unarmed black man or a black cop killing an unarmed white man? The answer is, if you're a cop, you will get off. That's it. That was so good seeing FBI dude put them in their place. Yep, it was actually. So much is taken out of context because one's perception is their reality, whether it's truth or not. Yeah, people are taking this shit and turning it into something else. They're diverting from the issue. Yes, they are. Looking at these huge armored cops casually beating on skinny teens is like it's nothing. Is horrific to me. And you want to know what's fucked up? It's not surprising to me. Not all black people are criminals. Not all white people are racist. Not all cops are bad. Ignorance is in all colors. Bottom line is we need to do better. Yeah, we do. Yeah, that's the fucking problem. I feel like at this point, officers are OP. Yep. They need to get nerfed. A black guy near me got choked to death by a police officer, I assume. The police officer put a knee in his neck. So disgusting. Yeah. Do you feel like the building burning is worth the cause? Yeah. Why do I feel that way? Here's why. People are like, they're just destroying their communities. Why would they want to burn down all this stuff? The reason why is because things have gone on for so long with no justice. There's so much injustice that they are willing to destroy their communities so that they are heard. They're willing to destroy. They're willing to give it all up because they weren't heard. That's the problem. Would you feel that way if it was... What? I don't know. Are you trying to... Listen. Do you think that... How would you feel if your uncle was black, or your brother, or your father, or your child was black, had a knee put in their neck and killed on camera because he was resisting? How would you feel? When would you say enough is enough? How many people have to die before enough is enough? How many people have to be imprisoned wrongly? When is enough is enough? You're sitting there trying to say this isn't the right thing to do. But for all the peaceful protesting that's going on, in fact, I even shared another video of a guy sitting in a park with other people literally saying, I love you guys, I just want to understand. And they fucking locked him up. They locked him up. So what's that about? There are better ways? Sure. I'm sure there are better ways. But they tried it. Listen, Colin Kaepernick put his knees on the ground because he wanted to do a peaceful protest. And what happened? He was fired. He was ridiculed. He was put down. People saying, if you don't like what's going on in this country, then fucking leave. Oh, he doesn't respect the flag. He doesn't respect the military. He was being peaceful, and he got destroyed for it. He got fucking destroyed for it. So what is the right way to protest? What is the better way? It's very easy for people who are not being affected by it to say, this is not the way. Get fucking real, man. This was a long time coming. And you ask any of my friends who have ever talked to me about this, I said, there's going to be a fucking riot. Yeah, I feel bad for people getting hurt too. But I feel worse for the people who have died because nobody fucking listened to them. That's really fucking terrible. What's going to happen now? I don't know. I have no idea what's going to happen. I have no clue. Maybe they will just keep writing. Maybe they'll keep writing until until things change. Maybe, who knows? Maybe they won't. Maybe everything's going to go to shit. I don't know what'll change after this situation. Hopefully something, and hopefully for the better, because it could get worse too. Rainbow, are you just trying to piss me off, dude? That cop needs to spend the rest of his life in prison. You know who else needs to spend the rest of their life in prison? The other 3 officers who watched it happen. That's the other people who need to spend the rest of their life in prison. The other officers who facilitated that. I'm not on Twitch, by the way. I don't know why that keeps popping up. They shut off the lights at the White House. Yeah. And they put Trump in a fucking protection. And if he's smart, he'll keep his mouth shut. What's up, Ankit? Yep, in the bunker. Hey, X, has there ever been a time in your life where your motivation for magic was dwindling and you performed less? Yeah, right now. Right now is that time, Ray. Right now is that time. Right now is that time for me. I have my motivation between the being alone. I live alone, so like going through this shit and then uh the rioting and the people dying, all of this shit. The last thing I'm thinking about is a fucking trick. When you riot and destroy communities, you are no better than the cops who kill people for no reason and the people who let it happen. Is that so, James? Is that so? Okay. What did people do when they didn't want to pay taxes on tea? Did they peacefully protest? The problem is, James, you just don't like the fact that it's happening, and neither do I. But there's a reason why it's happened. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't like what's happening either, James. That doesn't mean that there's a better way, and that doesn't mean that this is the worst thing that they can do. I'm just saying they feel that at this point, this is the only way to be heard. The thing is, the people who are defending this the most have been affected by it the least. The people who don't live in those areas, who don't have family in those areas, who haven't lived through it, they're the ones saying that there's another way. They're the ones saying all this other shit. Yeah, not true. I'm not saying that everybody's saying that the rioting is the answer. I'm just saying that the protesting and stuff, everybody who's against it, looting and destroying other people's property is absolutely the wrong thing to do. Yeah, I'm not saying that it's the right thing to do, but, you know, I'm not in that position. My family fled persecution from Saddam Hussein's dictatorship, and they had Russian roulette played with them on a regular basis. It's fucking terrible. I'm half caste and all sorts of racial abuse thrown my way. I hope you. I don't know what the rest of that is. The whole situation sucks. Yeah, it does. One needs to keep in mind that those protesters are not one uniform group. Some probably do it for the lulls. True. And many will do it because they genuinely think they can't be heard any other way. True. Thank you, Jacob. Every action has a reaction. Yep, it does. And the lack of action also has a reaction. Yeah, cops need more training. Cops don't need more training. What cops need is uh they need to be held for their wrongdoings. Then they'll change. If you find that a cop, listen, qualified immunity is the reason why cops get off with everything. If you change that, the police will change. When are you gonna when are you gonna post regular videos again? Honestly, I'm gonna need some time, man. uh, you know, it's been hard for me to think about magic lately and to want to make videos because I'm stuck here and the world's falling apart and friends are dying and friends are getting arrested because they live in an area where they happen to be black. You know, like, it's been hard to think about doing magic. No, Dan, it's not about funding. You can give the police all the money in the world, but if you make them accountable for their actions, that's the difference. Chris Rock said it best. He goes, "There are just some professions that you just have to get right. Being a cop is one of them. The other one is a pilot. Could you imagine an airline where they said, you know, most of our pilots like to land. There's just a few bad apples that like to crash into mountains and buildings. Would you be part of that? No. Yeah, it's a serious thing, man. Lots of shit going on in the world, and You know, if people want to talk, they can talk. That's what this is about. And if you want to jump in the Discord, let me see. Where's my mouse? This is the link for the Discord if you want to jump in and chat and hang out, whatever. You're more than welcome to. I hope you understand. I think it's entirely wrong, but would you be doing the same thing if it was an Arab or a Muslim? What are you talking about, dude? What do you think someone from the outside the US should do? I don't know. I don't know. You're right. I'm not going to say I understand, but people are getting killed for no reason during these riots. It's no different when a cop kills. Killing is killing no matter who's doing the killing. Wrong. So let me ask you this. When the US bombs other countries and people die innocently, is it wrong? Yes. But what do they call it? Collateral damage. That's what they call it. Collateral damage. In any war, there will be collateral damage. And people getting caught in the mix right now are the collateral damage. What's up, guys? Oh, I should probably put on my headphones, huh? Oh, if a Muslim got killed by a police officer, would this be happening? Probably not. The reason why is Muslims haven't been dealing with it the same way for as long in the US. What's up? Who just said that? Hello? Okay.
What's up, man?
Hey, what's up, dude? What's on your mind?
I don't know, just lots of confusion with the whole situation. I mean, it's I served in the military for a while, and I see this shit happening, and people of authority taking advantage of everybody. It's
Yeah. Yeah. Oh shit, hold on. I didn't catch the last of what you said. Your mic cut off.
Oh, my apologies.
No, it's all good, dude.
It's just it's ridiculous to see people with authority abuse it so much. Don't get me wrong, there was a lot of that happened in the military, yes, but we were all held accountable for our actions, bar none.
Yeah, but that doesn't happen in the U.S. Police Department
at all. It's I think a lot of it is structural issues with society itself.
No, it's not structural issues with society. It's called qualified immunity. That is the problem.
I've never heard it put that way. That's really interesting, actually.
Like, think about it. So the way qualified immunity works is that if there's no statute that proves that this person did something wrong off of past case law, they can't prosecute. That's what qualified immunity does.
Oh, okay. It's still ridiculous in my book, regardless.
Oh, agreed. Thank you, Jonas, for the for the dono. Yeah, human is human, absolutely. But if you're a politician or a police officer, no one is human. What's up?
Unfortunate.
Yeah, it is. It is very unfortunate. How long were you in the military, man?
I was in for 6 years.
Nice.
Hello?
What's up?
Oh.
Military for 7 years, Air Force.
You're in the Air Force for 7 years, man.
I appreciate your service.
Same. Both of you guys.
I did it for you guys.
And you want to know what? I wouldn't do it. I,
I don't blame you.
I
really don't blame.
I have a lot of friends who served in the military, and honestly, I feel sorry for you guys because of the way you're treated when you guys get out, and what they put you through when you're in. That almost nobody's ready to handle.
I can definitely respect that point of view.
You know, a lot of my friends come out of the military fucked because of what they had to do.
It's not fun. I mean, don't get me wrong. I signed the dotted line, but it's you always hear people talk about, hey, the veterans, they're good people. We're going to take care of them. We're going to this, we're going to that. But then when you actually get in those shoes,
Mm-hmm.
it's completely different, and it sucks.
Yeah. And they
Oh, okay. Hello, guys.
What's up, Jonas?
I can tell you firsthand it's absolutely true, man. Because I did 6 years initially because I did the 4 years plus the 2 years extended, and I was 3 months into my new enlistment. Just signed my new enlistment, and I went on a deployment, got hurt, and man, like you think that when you get out of the military, there's gonna be like this huge fanfare. People are gonna be lined up to give you high fives, dude. The day that I got out of the military, they walked me out to the front gate. They gave me a little packet that had like stuff in it for like oh, you get like a free meal at Buffalo Wild Wings or something.
Oh man,
Yeah.
lucky you.
Yeah.
Like it was just
Worth
free, man.
worth it.
Yeah, they gave me like a placard, and that was pretty much it.
Yeah. It was ridiculous. Here's your application to McDonald's. Good luck in this.
Exactly.
And then
exactly.
and then they go, if you have any problems, go to the VA where they care about you even less.
Oh yeah,
Shit,
dude.
man, you ain't lying.
Dude, I kid you not, dude. I was so messed up because I got out medically because I got hit with a VBIED, which is vehicle-based improvised explosive device on the deployment, and we got rocked out there, and I mean, it wasn't anything too bad. I just got like nerve damage in my shoulder from where I dislocated my arm and hyperrotation or rotator cuff.
Mm-hmm.
So the ball joint is wrapped around. I mean, the nerves are wrapped around the ball joint, so they had to like do a lot of like crazy stuff. I still have 2 surgeries that I have to do.
Oh, man.
But man, I kid you not, when I got back to the VA, I mean, they do the thing, TAPS, the Transitional Assistance Program.
Yeah.
That twice came out of there, because it was like, oh, you can't transition into a human world, like, they try to undo the whole military training and try to make
that
it
ain't
back.
gonna happen.
Yeah, it's not going to happen.
Yeah,
So-
that's pretty interesting. So I'm from Germany, so I don't know what you're talking about with the military in America. So it's completely different in Germany. So there is no, so you don't have to go to the military anymore. There's no need to. So you can decide yourself if you go there or not.
Oh no, it's the same thing here.
Ah, okay.
It's all volunteer.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
all volunteer force.
There's-
Okay.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't do it because I'm grateful for the guys who can do it, but I think it's so I can't do it morally. I don't want to learn to kill people, so I don't know. But I adore the people who can go to the military, but and I'm grateful for that.
I appreciate that, man.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it takes a lot of stones to be able to, at least in my opinion, to be able to be grateful for that, but know it's not for you and give a legitimate reason. I can't tell you how many times I had somebody come up to me and, oh, cool, you're in the Army. That's dope, dude. I don't think I could do it. I'd probably hit a drill sergeant. I'm like, come on, dude. Are you fucking kidding me? Like, that's the worst fucking reason to not want to do it.
Yeah.
At least give something legitimate. Like, I'm just not athletic enough, or I don't think that I could pull the trigger on somebody. Hey, that's cool, man. I can respect that. Be honest.
Yeah. Yeah, so, and that's the reason why I can't go to the military. And in Germany, it isn't such a great thing. I guess in the US is a bit more military based. I don't know. I've never been to the US, but I heard that.
Don't come now. Don't come now, bro.
No, don't come. I won't come.
You come looking any shade of brown and with a cough. Shit.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, it's Our, from what I've experienced throughout my life, and then being a part of the military, and then being part of society again, is our country's trying to do better with how they treat veterans, and they're trying to understand so they know how to do treatment, so they know how to counsel us, so they know how to integrate us back into society. But the problem is, you're not going to understand it unless you go through it. It's one of those things that
Exactly.
you have to experience.
Hold
to
on, hold on a
understand
second. Joe Moreau, whoever the fuck you are, go fuck yourself. First of all, you're fucking rude. You're fucking stupid, and you're a piece of shit. So fuck off. Go fuck with somebody else's channel. There are people here who have done some real shit in their life instead of sit online trolling people.
I must have missed something.
There's just somebody in the chat who is saying there's like the boring version of the Breakfast Club and shit. Yeah, whatever, man.
Wow, wow. Hey, some
He has to respect. We're just having a discussion about things, so
some
And
people
that,
can't.
So he's
kind
not
of-
he's not
that
grown
kind of-
up enough, so that's fine for me. So he's just a bit
Some-
delayed in the brain.
What I was gonna say, man. Like, I mean, when I was deployed, believe it or not, it's crazy. When I was deployed, we'll go and talk to some of the people out in those places that we'd be deployed to, like Jalalabad and whatnot. And dude, some of those people were the nicest people ever.
Mhm.
You know,
Oh,
Yeah.
they let us sit and eat with them, man. They pray to the suns, 7 times a day or whatever, and they were just nice to us, man. Like
Mhm.
they came out there to give us like gifts and everything, and they were like, hey, thank you for coming to our country, because we were stepping in as a military police security for them, because I was the SFMP. And I get back to the States, man. There's people there. There was people from Westboro Baptist and the Trifecta Resistance. All these like crazy groups talking about like we're baby killers.
Yo,
Dude, literally the most frustrating thing. There's this lady. I kid you not. I remember this. She had a squirt bottle filled with her own urine, spraying it at us. No kidding.
Bro.
it's
I had a friend who was serving a bunch of years back, and he came back for his, I guess, stateside time. I don't know what you guys call it, but I was like, dude, how fucking crazy it is over there, like with all the terrorism. He goes, dude, do you know who they're shooting at? Us.
Oh.
They don't. There's nothing that says who a terrorist is. They're shooting at us because they don't want us there.
Oh,
Yo.
yeah.
Yeah,
I
that's
know.
too true.
We brought water to this village. We had like the little Kenwood, like the little water cooler things. We all strapped them to our backs and walked it over there. And we came back there the next day. All of them were like cut open like with a machete, and all the water was dumped out. And we had like 80 guys like take like these things like 7 or 8 miles over there. It was like, what happened? And the people were talking to one of our guys, and he came with us. He's like, hey, they said that there was like this little resistance group that kind of acts as their police force, because the police force out there, man, they're outnumbered. Like, all they got is like baton and pistols going against people with AKs and RPGs. Like, they can't do nothing, You call for the police out there, man. They're like, oh, how many guys are there? Oh, there's 8. Sorry, we can only spare 2 guys. Like, you're not going to come out.
Wow.
Like, yeah, it's crazy. And so they send us there as kind of like a backup force to watch everything, man. But these people cut open all of the water, dumped it all out in the village, and told everyone, you don't accept help from the Americans, you get help from us. And I'm like,
Wow.
but they're not even helping them, man. It was the most frustrating thing ever, bro. Like,
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
stuff like
I'm
that
right there.
literally makes you want to click and just like,
It was nice. A little bit of relief being there, because the hospitality was. It reminded me of being back home as a kid. We had some older black lady in the neighborhood. Everyone would come hang out on the weekend, and she'd cook for everybody. And she was like mom to everybody.
Bro, that's
And
how it is.
what
That's
felt
how it
like.
was in my neighborhood, man. Like
It's
there
fucking great.
there was a few things that were true in the hood, right? Everybody's mother is everybody's mother.
Yo.
Okay?
right.
So so if the lady down the street saw you doing something stupid, she had every right to beat the shit out of you like your mama would. And then she'd bring you right back to your mama, and your mama would beat the shit out of you in front of her.
Damn straight.
You know? And the other thing is, everybody ate good. As
Oh,
good
yeah.
as good as you could.
I was a fat, plump little kid, man. I tell you what.
Yeah.
You're kidding, man. I grew up in New Orleans, Louisiana, and my dad, he couldn't speak English very well, so
So Trump hated him.
pretty much.
Gotcha.
And so what we used to happen was, anytime that my dad would have to, like, you know, go to the school or something like that, he would just send someone in the neighborhood to go who spoke better English than he did.
Oh, wow.
And they were kind of like my guardians, man. And there was like these two ladies that used to just like go out and like, dude, I used to like tear up my clothes on the playground all the time.
Mhm.
And they would just like sew them up and stuff, man. Sweetest ladies ever, man.
Awesome.
But yeah, there was some good cooking, dude. You know, it's New Orleans, so they'll send you home with a pot of food. I remember having to carry a pot of food down the street because it's like, hey, take this pot of food to your mom. I was like, okay.
Yeah. Dude, whenever, you know, growing up, whenever you went to someone's house, you always ate dinner.
Mm-hmm.
And somebody come to your house, they would eat dinner with you. Like, it wasn't it was so different, man. It was so different. And I just wish that people who never lived in the hood got to live in the hood for a month.
Oh yeah,
Oh,
that's
yeah.
how great it was. I mean,
Oh, yeah.
yeah,
You know?
it did have its downfalls, but I mean,
Yeah, it
was
definitely had
great.
its downfalls. But man, I grew up in New York City, right, in Queens. So
Oh man,
out here, you know, we have blocks. So you have houses on the block. Sometimes they're apartment buildings, whatever. Your block was your family.
dope.
Oh yeah, yeah.
You know?
Same in New Orleans. We had wards, and you can't find it on a map because it's just something that was understood. It was where the influence of one neighborhood starts and another one begins. And then people always say like New Orleans is like full of violence and stuff. There's a lot of gangs. There is no gangs in New Orleans because there's an entire like neighborhood is pretty
Mhm.
much a gang.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, like there were gangs out here, but there were just people from the neighborhood. We all grew up, we ate together, we'd still eat and drink and do whatever together. It didn't matter. Like I grew up around the corner from where Run DMC, if you guys ever heard of them.
Nice. I'm old, so yeah.
Okay, so you know Run DMC.
I don't even think you got to be old to know who they are.
Man.
So they used to drive around in their yellow Jeep and they would pick up neighborhood kids and bring them to their barbecues.
Nice.
Dude, that sounds so Run DMC.
Dude, that was Run DMC. Like,
Yeah, that just sounds like something that Run DMC would do, bro.
hold on a second. Guys, just so you know, Stream Elements is a bot that I use for when I stream to help manage things. So don't get mad at the bot. It's just doing its job like the police. Shit. Not the time for that. But yeah.
So I can't relate to that because in Germany it's completely different. In my state, I don't know. It's just not urban. I don't know how it's called. My English is not that good.
Rural?
Yeah, no, it's not urban. It's on the
Suburban?
landscapes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
more rural country.
Yeah, you know,
Yeah.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, and so in Germany it's not. So when you tell about gangs and stuff, that's in Germany. I never found a gang or anything like that.
I don't think anybody would take a German gang seriously anyway. Not to be a dick, but
Yeah. The German potatoes are not so harmful.
yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, it was, and the neighborhood is not that close like you talked about. It's a bit more. Every family is for them own. So
Mhm.
I would like it if it was more like the neighborhood is more connected, but it wasn't. That's
But-
kind of sad.
But that's how it is out here too when you hit like the countryside when you know
Okay.
what I
Yeah.
mean, where you have families that are 10 miles apart between, whatever. Or I would let's put in kilometers. 40 kilometers. I don't know. What's a mile in kilometers? 6,000.
Whoa.
Oh, man, Xavier got us doing math in here.
I'm a Puerto Rican dude. I can't read and I don't do math.
1,000 meters is roughly a mile, so about a kilometer. I think it's just under a mile.
Okay, so let's say 10 kilometers apart, right? Like
Okay.
between houses. It's the same thing.
Yeah, and so in Germany, there are little villages, and the houses are close together, but they're still not doing things together. They're just for them own.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, the only time people get together is when one of the farms decide to have a hoedown.
Okay.
And
Bring on the new
That's only when you throw your sister.
yeah. What's a kilometer doesn't sound like freedom to me.
A kilometer is,
Somebody's
now that I think about it,
somebody did
0.62.
yeah, 1 mile is 1.609 kilometers.
Yeah,
Sounds
I
right.
know.
I wonder who decided on that.
Yeah, it's just shit. How can you think in inches? That's so. I can't relate to
It's
that.
awful. It's really
It's-
awful. I mean, I hate it. The
all-
U.S. is the
All
only
I've
country
all
that
I've
uses
ever done is thinking that way. So like for me it's hard to understand the other side. But
Yeah, of course.
like even with like temperature, right? You guys use Celsius, we use Fahrenheit, except that -44 is the same in Celsius and in Fahrenheit.
Yeah.
Like what the fuck?
Yeah, why would you do Fahrenheit? It doesn't make any sense. It's just.
Well, here's the
Yeah.
thing. If all you knew was Fahrenheit, why would you do Celsius?
Yeah, but it doesn't. Why would you go to the
Because-
freezing point? I don't know how it's called.
Absolute zero?
Yeah, absolute zero. That's what I searched. Why would you go from that and not from zero? So
So,
where
so you're
it's
talking about
just neutral.
so you're talking about Kelvin.
No, Celsius
Oh
is
no,
from.
you're talking about like 32 degrees is the freezing point.
Yeah, 32
So,
is
like,
free.
Yeah, so with Celsius, like
It's
it
zero.
would just be zero. It would be
Right,
freezing
absolutely.
point
Okay,
zero
so that's
on
not
there.
absolute zero.
No.
Absolute zero is
Absolute-
like 200 Celsius.
I know.
Yeah, it's negative 273.15 if I'm correct.
Yeah.
Oh, well,
So-
she might be off by a point. This fucking guy. This guy is adding decimals to his estimate.
My bad, bro.
It's all good. I think it's hilarious. Kelvin
I
is
know.
the S. I don't know. The other letter is unit of temperature.
But inches are so weird. Why would you do that? So it's so.
Because I didn't have a
I know.
choice.
Yeah, it's so incorrect in comparing to centimeters.
I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying that it's comparable to things you already know. For instance,
Yeah, of course.
how many are in 1 dozen?
Yeah. 12.
Gee,
Why
Baker's
isn't
got
it 10?
Lie. Yes, I just found out what a baker dozen was like 2 weeks ago.
But why isn't it 10? Why don't we just make a dozen 10?
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense, but it is like it is.
Doesn't,
So
it doesn't make any sense.
Right? But it's that same thing. We just get used to things. So you're used to Celsius. I'm used
Yeah.
to Imperial.
yeah, of course. But it's still so confusing if somebody says it's like 10 inches long and I'm putting out my.
If it's a man telling you, it's actually much smaller.
Okay.
It's like 4.5 inches.
Right.
That makes it like 1.3 centimeters.
Right.
I don't even care about Fahrenheit. I just use like street mentality. I go outside and like it's hot. I'm wearing this.
Yeah. Exactly.
Actually, that's one thing I liked about the military is everything was done with the metric system instead of the imperial system.
Oh, maybe
And
you
it-
can answer this for me. What is the metric of a click?
What is
In what regard? Like what does a click mean?
Yeah.
Oh, you're talking about the distance. Basically, what we used to do is like 5 clicks out is on your map. You have like these little tick marks,
Gotcha.
and 5 clicks out. Basically, you just pull out your map and you're like, okay, 5 clicks is 5 of these
Whoa.
things out here. So
Well, so the reason they call it a click is because it's in metric. So a click is like slang for kilometer. So if a click is 0.62 miles out. Now, granted, nautical miles are a lot different. That's something they do in the Marines and the Navy. We
Yeah.
weren't taught nautical miles. That's
I
a
actually
whole-
just learned about that the other day while I was playing Sea of Thieves.
oh, nice.
So don't ever let anybody tell you that gaming doesn't teach you shit, because
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. I learned.
I can tell
How
you
is-
one of the funniest things that happens in the military. So when you assume a post, you get these things called OIs, which are like official instructions, and they have everything you need to know about that post, like where your blind spots are, you know, like how effective you are at what distance and whatnot. And
Yep.
then sometimes in these OIs, they have like your survivability rate. And I remember like being at this one post where my survivability rate, if I was like overrun, was 0%.
oh, they give
it's
it
just
to you.
like-
They tell you what your
Yeah, they
survivability.
tell you that.
Fuck
Your
off,
survivability
dude.
rate is like, oh, it's 0%. Like basically, if I see like anything happening, I just have a radio in and basically hunker down and just prepare to get like overthrown because
Oh my god, dude. Why would they do that to you?
it's so traumatizing.
So you can learn. I mean, like I that's the way I look at it. Is that they put us through this dumb shit so we can make a mistake.
Yeah.
That's the mistake.
That's like,
Analyze the
could you
mistake.
could you imagine going to the bathroom and they're giving you like a percentage of like you dying on the toilet? You'd never want to go take a shit.
Exactly.
This
Why
could
do
be
you
the
think that
one.
MRE stuff-
Like you'll get like a post that has like a 1% survivability rate, and you'll just be like challenge accepted.
Oh my god. Oh my god. That's fucking I shouldn't be laughing.
Yeah, it's so crazy. But it's so true.
What do you think? What do you think MREs would when you ever hear people that have served, any veterans or any current serving military members talk about MREs? Now you, and so that way your survivability rate goes up.
Oh my
That
god,
brisket, man,
dude.
that brisket gives you superpowers. If you get one with Skittles in it, bro, you're good for like a week.
My favorite was the chicken and dumplings.
Chicken and dumplings was amazing, man. I
Yo,
used to just eat it. I used to not even warm it
I've
up.
always wanted to fucking try an MRE, and
Yo,
and like I see this YouTuber that he just buys them, and he buys some old fucking MREs too. He's like, this one's from fucking 1920, and he just eats them up, and I'm like,
Oh, see, Rick,
Huh?
those are a lot different than they are now.
oh yeah, I know, but he does recent ones too. But like some of them I watch and I go, yo, that shit look mad good, bro.
what was the one that was like meatloaf? That was just like a giant meat pancake.
Oh God, dude, the worst one is either the chili mac one or the fucking taco one. Like those just fucking.
Oh god, man! Don't even bring that's like, what was
Like-
the dude? What that stuff wasn't even real meat. It was like potato based or whatever.
Yeah,
Or
mystery.
soybeans. Yeah, mystery meat. Yeah.
No, it wasn't the crazy Russian hacker. No, it's the guy who literally all he does is eat MREs. That's literally all he does.
God, he must not shit for weeks.
Oh, dude. I remember we used to get the little coffee grinds, and you know how you have to like mix them in water, dude. I swear,
fuck
people
that.
used to be sitting up there just like snorting it like Coke, and
Yeah.
just like standing up all day.
No joke. No joke.
No joke, dude. You just snort
I've
coffee.
I've heard, man. It's just when I hear that, it's just always like, Jesus Christ, the shit that you guys went through. It's
yeah.
fucking
It's great.
ridiculous, man. It's fucking ridiculous. Here's how I look at it, man. Look, I appreciate you guys. I don't. How do I look at it? Okay, I don't look at it as you guys serving the country as much as you guys doing something you thought would be serving the country, and I'm glad that you made it home.
Oh man, I
appreciate
that.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I guess I'm disillusioned, and I've heard so many different stories from so many different people in the service where it's less about helping us and more about other shit.
Doing dumb shit.
Oh yeah, man.
do dumb shit all the time.
I mean,
Like
you,
the whole mopping of the rain thing. That is a legitimate
yeah,
thing.
that's a legitimate thing. Or when you have to catch air samples in a bag like that has is a mesh bag.
So I think many people who are going to the military have a different view on things before they go to the military than after the military, because yeah, like Xavier said, yeah, there happens a lot of bad stuff, and you have to I don't know how to say it in English. I'm sorry.
You're good.
They
So
don't
you have to do.
they don't know how to cope.
Yeah, no, they don't know what to expect there,
Mhm.
and then they, yeah, I think a lot of people who wanted to do good do bad in the military, but they don't want it, but they have to, and
But even
that's such
even if you're
that's
prepared,
such
like
a dilemma.
even if you are quote unquote prepared for what's gonna happen in the military from like movies and hearing stories and shit,
Yeah,
there is a 1,000,000% difference between watching somebody die on camera and killing them with your own weapon or your own hand. It is so
Yeah, of
fucking
course.
different.
Yeah, of course, that's what I said.
And the only reason why I know anything about it was because I was a paramedic. And there is so much difference between watching somebody die on camera and watching somebody die under your own hand.
Absolutely.
You know?
And that's definitely something that me personally, I wouldn't want to wish on anybody to have to experience that. I really don't, because
Right.
it's at the time, it's like this is what you're trained to do.
Right.
Take your breath, hold it, squeeze trigger, you're good. You think about it later because it's what you're trained to do. And later when it hits you, it's just kind of it's
Yeah.
rough. It doesn't ever go away. And
Mhm.
it's just you can understand a portion of that being, being a former paramedic. So I mean,
Well, no, because I learned very quickly to separate myself from what was happening. So it wasn't me trying to help somebody, it was me following protocol. That's all I was doing. I'd show up and I'd follow protocol. If it didn't work, the protocol failed for whatever reason. But
I got you.
I never caused that situation.
Yeah, but why would you go voluntary to the military? So what was your intention on that? I don't get it. So
Okay.
I mean,
For me personally, the reason I joined the army, and granted, it's been a dream since I was a small child, but for me, I didn't join to kill people. I didn't join to mangle and torture or anything like that. I joined because I felt like at that point in time in my life, I needed the structure, I needed the discipline, but also that I felt like I needed to give back to the people that took care of me and my country throughout my life. More of, I guess you could say, like a patriotic type of thing. I'm not like super hardcore patriot, whatever, but I felt like upholding what the Constitution is was important to me. Taking care of the people, regardless of who's in office, taking care of the people. And I still feel that way.
I
okay.
can tell you firsthand from mine's is a little bit different. And I'm just gonna be real serious, but giving you guys a little personal aspect of it. I was in a really like dark place, man. I was like really depressed. My life wasn't really going the way that I had planned. And, I was just very, very suicidal at that time.
Mhm.
And I ended up, I was like, hey, I don't want to kill myself. So I was like, hey, I'm gonna join the military because they send me out somewhere, someone's gonna kill me. Like, you
Mhm.
know, so that's kind of what the initial reason why I joined the military, because I was like, hey, I'm not going to kill myself, but I can have someone else kill me, for me. So I was kind of just like, whatever, I just didn't care about being in any of those crazy situations.
So
But then as I
what
started,
changed? Yeah.
yeah, so as I started doing my job, and I became like really good at my job, and I seen how people were just like applauding me for doing a good job, and that was like the first time in my life that had someone actually come up to me and say, hey, you're doing a damn good job. Like, you know what the hell you're doing. Or someone saying, hey, if you need help with anything, go talk to that guy. He's mastered it. And
Okay.
and I felt like that self-worth, I felt
Mhm.
like, hey, I'm somebody again. I'm somebody that people go to for advice, for help.
Right.
And
Okay.
yeah.
So I never watched it on that point of view. So I think that's, yeah, in Germany of course it's a really, I don't know, a cool thing that you found yourself in the military. So like I heard it
Hmm.
is that, yeah, and yeah, so
There are some points. There
yeah,
are
of
some
course,
points in my career that like literally broke me. Like
yeah,
literally
yeah.
broke me as a person. And I tell people all the time, if you're going to join the military, don't expect to come out of there the same person that you were when you went in,
Mm-hmm.
because that's not going to happen.
Right.
My
yeah, of
first
course,
my first year, I signed up to go to Korea because it was going to give me a BOP, basic preference. So I did, my whole year. I think I was like 4 months in initially, and I was at the 38, the parallel line of demarcation, I believe it is, and they
Oh,
have the South Korean guys where North Korea and South Korea kind of meets, and there's like this area, this neutral area, and there's a tower on that side, a tower on the other side, and you see people like kind of passing through it. They're on like official business and stuff. So one situation I seen was, and I kid you not, this is something that was super bizarre. So this lady comes in, mail carrier. We get mail carriers all the time, delivering mail, whatever. She comes across there and they stop her. And they're like, what's going on, with this whole thing and whatnot. They check her and find out that like she's basically like faking being a postal service employee or something like that. So she had spent all these years writing these like letters to pretty much disguise herself as being a post carrier. So she filled this entire like mail bag full of letters that she'd written. She went and stamped them and everything, and she was trying to kind of get over from North Korea to South Korea.
Wow.
And they apprehended her. And I'm talking to my buddy Morrison. I was like, "Hey, what do you think they're gonna do for him?" Like, man, she's good as dead.
Yep.
Like, you don't play that,
Yep.
And I'm sitting up there like in my head, I was like, dude, I so wanted to just charge my weapon and just kind of like save her, I guess. I don't know, like something in my brain was like, this is wrong. This is absolutely wrong. But I couldn't do anything about it.
Right.
And dude, watching something unfold in front of your eyes, and you're sitting there like firsthand, not like watching it on the TV or something, and this person is doomed.
Mm-hmm.
And you almost feel like you're responsible to do something, but you just can't, because like, man, if I would have did anything, I would have been like at Leavenworth crushing big rocks into smaller rocks for the rest of my life. Oh yeah, court martial hardcore. So I'm watching that whole thing, dude. This lady's crying bloody murder, bro. Like, and I'm like, man, like you know that it took like years. She had planned that for years, and for it to just fail in the most horrific way, it did something to me, man. Like I didn't it's like you live in this world inside of your head where you think that, oh, you understand like most of what's going on.
Yeah.
But then you get thrown into this environment where you're just like, oh, this is different. Like people are actually living this way. Like this is nuts.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a completely different way. I mean, even going back to what we were talking about previously, with what's going on with the riots, it's kind of like that same thing. Is like it's outer worldly. It's almost like you're looking at a video game and you're like, in third person almost. Yeah, it's like you're there and you have control, but you're not that person.
Right.
And it's a horrible feeling, man. And I never really got over it. Because of the fact that like it's kind of like back in the medieval times where you see someone, go up to the stage like and put their head into the guillotine or something.
Mm-hmm.
Like part of you wants to be like, man, that person's like innocent, like they've done nothing wrong, but you can't do anything because if you did something, they'll lead you up on stage and you'll be the next person to be beheaded.
Right.
So it was just
it's kind of like what's happening a lot now with the
Mhm.
whole, you don't share the same opinion with other people. Now we're going to chastise you for it. And it's ridiculous.
Yeah. Well, but I think right now what's happening is the difference between opinion and fact, right? Because now there are facts. The fact is an officer killed somebody with no remorse. That's a fact. The fact is 3 other officers facilitated that. That is a fact. The fact is it's not the first time it's fucking happened. That is a fact. And there was a clip of Cuomo talking, and he said this has been going on for decades, and just in modern times, and he brought it back to Rodney King. It was Rodney King, and started listing off these names. It is nothing new. The difference is it's not hidden anymore. There's no opinion of these people are just criminals. These people just wouldn't listen. It's this person ain't doing shit, and he fucking died. Yet you get somebody else who will shoot up a church, who will fucking kill multiple people. They strap a bulletproof vest on him. They take him to McDonald's and give him a cigarette before they bring him to jail. Right? These are facts, and it's just at a breaking point. It's at the point where people can't say anymore, well, if they just listened then. It's not about that. It's that this shouldn't have fucking happened, even if they didn't listen.
Absolutely. It should have never happened in the first place, let alone how many decades later it's happening more
Right.
and again. And it's just,
how the fuck are we in 2020 and this shit is still going on, bro?
Thank you. Like you took the words right out of my mouth. It's just, I'm ashamed to call myself a part of the American community because of this shit that happens right now, because of this dumb shit that happens. And the worst part about it for me is when I look at the picture of the officer and Floyd. He's got his fucking hands in his pocket like it's nothing. Like
chilling.
It just makes me want to rage and go through the goddamn computer screen.
Like you know what it made me think? How many other people died that he got off on?
Exactly.
Oh yeah.
That's what went through my fucking head.
It's just, it's awful. And
He had that look on his
there was a
face.
simple answer. I really was. There was a simple
Yeah, he had that look on his face, like he was like, "Oh, well, I guess this is all in a day's work." Like,
yeah.
Every Thursday, kill a black guy.
It's just it's so fucking stupid though. And you know, it's
No. That's the thing. The officers didn't stand by. They fucking helped.
Yeah.
They
Video
fucking
they-
helped, bro.
Yeah, there's a video where you can see that there are 3 guys on him.
Yep.
On Floyd. Yeah, that's fucking ridiculous.
And then the Asian cop that you see in front of the main camera person, he was the cop who was on Floyd's neck. It was married to his sister.
oh yeah, I did hear about that. Hey, you want to know something even crazier? They say that the guy that they knew each other. They worked at the same. They worked security at a club or something.
Joshua, I was a medical professional too. Here's the thing. In New York City, EMS literally goes into the same exact shit that the police go into. Same exact thing. The difference is we don't have a gun. We walk in with fucking blood pressure cuffs and fucking bandages, So we have to restrain people too. You know what we do? We fucking guide them to the chair. We fucking trick them sometimes. We say shit. Nah, man, we're not going to the hospital. No, we're not going to the police precinct, whatever it is. Trick them. We get them to where they need to go. We restrain them with soft restraints, if it has to be that way. And then we bring them to the psych ward if they have to go there or wherever they need to go. We don't sit there and go, let's slam him on the ground, choke him, handcuff him, make sure he can't do shit, and then sit on his neck until he fucking can't, until he dies, right? Like, come on, man.
And it goes back to what you were saying earlier. It was the abuse of power. I have power. I want to use it type of thing. And I did a little bit of research a few years ago. I was writing a paper for school about a lot of this. That the police brutality with the authority abuse and so on. And a lot of statistics were showing that the majority of people that join the police force are individuals that were bullied in school that have not let go of it, and
Yep.
they want to get revenge, and that is just so sad to see that.
Oh
Yep.
yeah, man.
No, somebody said the police know that maneuver is dangerous and could be deadly. Dale,
Yeah,
everybody knows that shit is dangerous and can be deadly. Everybody has had that fat kid on the block or in their school sit on their chest. Everybody knows. Everybody
that?
knows.
What was that UFC fighter that was like he wouldn't even do something like that to his opponent in a UFC ring?
Yep. Yep. And you know, I'm not trying to take away from anything that's going on in the black community, but the same shit's been going on in the Hispanic community. The big difference is that most Hispanic people won't speak up because a lot of the ones that go through it are illegal. So you don't hear about it.
Oh yeah, that makes me wonder like how many times like cops have gotten off with murder because stuff wasn't on camera.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
You know?
yeah. Oh, come on, man.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
It's like it just so happens that a camera was there. Guarantee. If a camera wasn't there, man, the whole narrative would have been completely different.
Mm-hmm.
It would have been like,
And now what's happening? Now that the media has, you know, the media is like that little punk bitch in your class that always hung out with the bully because he knew the bully would fucking protect him. So now the media is flipping on the police. And what are the police doing? They're shooting at the media. They're arresting the media.
it's the good old cat and mouse game.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah. And my friend brought up a good point when we were talking about it earlier. He was like, just imagine like when there was a time before smartphones, before people had
That's
the
right.
ability to just pull out their cameras and start recording. He's like, back then, you know, say what, the 1970s, even the 80s, there weren't people that are just walking around with camcorders to record police activity.
That's right. So so Zach says, because as much as this officer was a piece of shit, how many people are now saying all police are bad, and the cycle continues? People hating police and police hating people. How does the cycle end? Here's the thing. I don't trust any cop. Not one of them. And here's why. For all the people, okay? And if you're an officer, I'm sorry if I offend you with this, but I don't give a shit because it is what it is, and I've always believed this. There is not one fucking officer who will stop another fucking officer that is still on the force. Not one. If you speak up, you're off the force. If you stop an officer, you're off the force. So there are no good officers on the force because they are fired for doing the right thing.
Yeah,
So-
and they are afraid for their jobs and their existence.
So as far as I'm concerned, officers that are on the force right now are just as bad as the bad ones.
Oh, absolutely. And I can tell you, I mean, you can even test it as Marauder when
But
When-
but if you, yeah,
now I was saying like when you're in the military, usually they pair up, you know, a troop with their supervisor or someone who outranks them.
Mhm.
Police force has ranks.
Mhm.
You think that a guy who's fresh on the force, like 2 months in, is gonna speak out against a guy who's been in for 28 years?
I think I know why that is such a problem, because you and I know this was one thing we were always taught when being in the military: correct somebody, no matter their rank.
Oh yeah,
Correct that.
absolutely. But they don't have that in the
nine
Police force.
Exactly, and the problem is the difference with the military and law enforcement is 9 times out of 10 in the military, when you correct somebody, whoever it is, they can outright the fuck out of you.
Oh yeah.
They'll thank you and they'll say, "Hey, I appreciate you not letting me walk around looking fucked up." But then you do this in law enforcement, and it's a big problem. You know, you're talking down to your superiors, you're being insubordinate, you know, yada yada yada, and it's a quid pro quo business, and it sucks.
Yeah, you get that person that's like, you know, who the hell do you think you are to tell me what to do, you know? And that's what that whole authority thing, man. Basically, man, you got people on a force that are just like, you know, they're basically, you know, for lack of a better term, they're out there just slinging dick, you know? And that's how it goes. You get people that's on the police force is like, oh, I'm the head honcho of the whole thing and stuff like that. And you get that authority because they're like, oh, we're above everybody. We're not the average guy.
Mhm.
We were given authority that puts us above civilians.
Oh hell
And
no.
dude, I'm telling you, it's crazy because there's been times I've literally, and I know everyone can attest to this, when you're just driving on the road, you're not even doing anything illegal, and a car, like a police car, will pull up behind you, and instantly you're just thinking like, damn, I'm like on America's watch list now. You know, you start panicking, you start freaking out,
Yep.
and like you get these cops that's like, oh, they're shooting people because they fear for their lives or whatever. Well, these people don't have guns, and you're pointing guns at them, and you expect them to be calm, but yet this officer says he feared for his life when some guy reached into his pocket or something.
Look,
It doesn't make any sense.
I'm not gonna take away from danger, right? When you were in the military, you had your share of danger. Being a police officer has its share of danger. I get all these things. I get every single bit of it. And I get that things can switch in a fucking heartbeat, right? I'm not even gonna try to fucking argue the thing of an officer fearing for his life or whatever. I'm not gonna argue that. Because I can't, and I don't think I'm in that position. What I will argue is when somebody is handcuffed, restrained, helpless, and you're still doing that shit.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's, like I said, if you just walk to somebody on the street, I can't say. But you already got them handcuffed, they're on the ground, they're in your car, whatever, and you're still fucking killing them because listen, it's not even about fear. The fact that an officer can do something and claim officer safety, I think goes against what the fucking officer is. That's your job. That's what the fuck you signed up for.
Yep.
If you think that because you pulled me over, now I have to fear for my life because you're a pussy. Come on, man.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's still your decision to make, even if the other officer is a rank above you or something like that. It's still your decision to do good and to criticize what the other guy does with
Yeah.
with a clear set of mind. So yeah, but you just can make your own decisions, even if you think, yeah, now I can lose my job, now I can get hurt or something, but it's still your decision to do the right thing. And yeah, and if you don't,
here's the case with that, man, is what it was this year, no, it was last year, the video of the guy that was like on the ground, literally with his hands in the air, telling cops, I'm not resisting, my hands are in the air, and he still put 2 shots in this guy, and it was on camera.
Yeah, that's fucking terrifying.
The best way I like to think about how right from wrong is I used to tell this to my soldiers. I'd say, if you're out in the middle of nowhere and you run a stop sign and nobody's around to see it, is it still illegal? And every single one of them would tell me, well, no, it's not illegal. And I say, now, this is where you get confused. It's illegal no matter what. You just don't suffer consequences because you weren't caught doing it.
Right.
And I think that's the biggest issue and misunderstanding when people think about law enforcement or military. Law enforcement, they're not authority. They're not. They are public servants. They are lower than civilians, just like military, lower than civilians. They are there to enforce the law and uphold the values. They're not there to be authoritative figures.
Well, here's the thing. That used to be the case until they started making them bill collectors.
Yep.
Once you make officers liable for money and you give them a license to kill, listen, man, it's no holds bar. That's why what's happening is happening.
Yep.
Because the police officers are supposed to uphold the law, right? Like and I think the big misconception too is that they think the police is there to serve and protect the public. No, they're there to enforce the law. That is why they are called law enforcement, not public protectors.
Yeah.
They are there to enforce the law on behalf of the public. That's why they are public servants, not because they're supposed to protect us. So that, and to prove my case, there was a thing that happened in New York. Guy was on a train, a psych patient went off on the guy, started stabbing him. 2 police officers were on the train, didn't do shit. The guy got stabbed in the head, stabbed in the body. The cops didn't do shit because the cops didn't feel safe. And it was totally okay because there was no understanding that that officer had to act to protect that person. Okay? Now, the other person did something illegal and they eventually got him for that illegal action, but there is nothing that says that they had to risk themselves to help that person.
It's a similar case to the police officer protecting the high school here in Florida, where he felt threatened and didn't try confronting.
Yep.
And see, that's what kills me, in my mind, because again, not everybody enlists into the law enforcement field, the EMS field, the military field for the same reasons. But in my head, I'm there to put you before me. If we were out in the middle, wherever it was, could be, I say I decide to come to New York and I see or whatever, and someone causes a problem, I'm going to jump in between you and that person because that's how I personally feel. It's how I believe it should be done. I'm going to put myself in between you. It's not about my safety. It's about your safety. And that's where they lost touch, heavily lost touch.
Yep.
Yeah, but you have to have the guts to stand your man in such situation.
So Zach says the problem is the law, though not the officer again. Well, we'll get to that. The law is so flawed in the U.S. You can't hurt robbing a house and win in court because of unsafe living conditions. Yes, there are bad cops, but the law doesn't help. Okay, so the laws are flawed. Yes, but it's the people, the officers, who are choosing to enact whatever form of justice they are enacting. It is the officers on scene, not the law. The law is on their side for doing whatever bullshit they fucking decide to do. But it is the people who made the decision. Those officers decided. That officer decided to sit on Floyd's neck. The other officers decided to help him. That was their decision. They could have decided not to.
Yeah. It's your own decision. If you think it's, you have to make your own decisions, like I said before.
Absolutely.
Even if it causes you lose your job or stuff like that. But if you think it's wrong what the other officers does, you can speak to it. Maybe he will shoot you. I don't know, but that's your own decision still.
Firefighter will run into a burning building to save a baby. Cops will shoot a 12-year-old for carrying a BB gun. Yep. And you know who else runs into shit? EMS. You know, listen, EMS is like the bastard son of all the fucking emergency services. We're the first ones in, the first ones out. Whenever you see an accident, you see fire trucks and police. Why? Because the EMS is at the ambulance with the patient. So we're the bastard kids, but we run into the same exact shit as all the other ones.
You know, you may feel that you're the bastard kids, and I can respect that, but you guys, EMS, are so fucking versatile. It's ridiculous.
Because we have to be, because we don't get any money. We don't get any benefits. We have to do what we can, and we have to do it on the fly, and we have to do it in the best. There's the flip side, right? You have to do it in the best interest of the patient within protocol.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know what? I've had friends at EMS for a long time, and you know what? I have the utmost respect, reservation, deep down in my gut for you guys because of the versatility, because of the skill, because of the I'm going in head first to make sure all this shit's okay, and then when everything's okay and the guys come and back me up, then I can, move on to the next, or so on.
Yeah.
You guys are the tip of the spear when it comes to that. shit.
One of my friends, his bar recently closed, but he had a bar out here. And I was like his on-scene medical. there was, and this woman passed out right outside the bar one day, and he didn't know what to do, so I went outside and I took care of this chick, and basically I fed her fucking goldfish because after a few minutes of talking to her, I found out she had a salt deficiency, and she felt better, and she messaged me the next day. She's like, "How did you even figure that out? Like, I needed salt, and you gave me fucking goldfish crackers." Like, I was like, "It's all I had."
That's sometimes that's what's needed, though. I
Yeah,
mean,
you know.
you know, Xavier, I know this is your stream and everything, but I'm seeing this constantly. So I feel like I need to say something,
Sure,
Dylan,
dude.
and to the other guys that keep talking about tricks and color change and all this stuff. It's awesome that you admire his work. It really is. I've been a long time follower, but he's here to talk to us and everybody that needs something, whether they want to sit and talk, whether they want to sit and listen. He said repeatedly not to bother him about magic, and you know, all you can do is show just a little bit of goddamn respect for him. It's really not that hard.
So I appreciate that, man. But
Yeah, man.
you know, if they want to talk, if they want to talk about magic between them, you know, that's fine. I'm not. You know what I mean? I don't. The thing is, I don't want to turn anyone away, and the reason why is because, unless you're being a dick, the reason why is because maybe they need that in their life at the moment. They need to talk about a trick. It helps them. You know what I mean? So they can have that with whoever else is talking with them in the chat. It's fine with me. I'm just not going to engage in that because I think there's more important things. So
Yeah.
I can understand
so-
that. I
so-
do apologize.
no, I appreciate it, dude. There's nothing to apologize for. I appreciate it, dude. But this is for everybody who just wants to just be around. Maybe they just need to talk to some whatever it is, man. It's all here.
Well, I do want to say this before I take off. I do have some errands to run, but I do want to say that as a fan of yours, I appreciate you going out of your way above and beyond to be here for people that need to talk about whatever it is, especially in this time and place and where we're at in our country with all this bullshit happening. And that says a lot. At least for me, it says a lot.
Well,
You have more than
I
sufficient-
appreciate you making it home from the bullshit you went through,
Thank you.
Mhm.
and you know, I'm here. So
Yeah.
that's
You guys are more than welcome to throw me an ad. I game a lot and whatever. So I mean,
Yeah.
feel free. I'll most likely be back on sometime later. So
do you
I just pressed one.
do you play Overwatch?
I might.
You don't play Overwatch. You're not a gamer. Get out of here. Fuck out of here.
Hang on, I grew up on Doom, all right, and I grew up on Counter Strike 1.5. You know what I'm
Me
saying?
Me too. I just hate Counter Strike.
My computer right now is pretty like busted, dude. Like this thing like chugs slowly if I just open up Google Chrome.
Well, no,
Hey,
don't
man.
feel bad. I got a beast of a machine, and Google Chrome still fucks it up.
I tell you, I've been in IT for a long time. If you guys need something, shoot me a message. I'll
I-
help you out with it.
I actually have a degree in computer science.
Fuck yeah,
Ooh.
dude. That's what I'm talking about.
I'll-
I've been doing IT since Windows 3.1.
Windows 3.1, bro. I had a Commodore 64. Get off my ass.
Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. I feel like
There's that guy. There's that guy that you walk into his house and he's like, "What's that sitting over there?" "Oh, that's a time machine I've been working on for." Don't mind that, you know.
That's a modulator constibulator. Well, you don't know about that? It modulates the constibulator towards the rect.
it sounds
Oh, you know, I'm just trying to get a confabulator off the internet, man. Amazon is like out of stock right now.
Yeah. Just don't touch that
Well-
button. That's my modulated pain ray.
Xavier, I appreciate you taking the time out of your day to hang with us, and especially inviting us in to shoot the shit with you. I
Yeah,
really
no
appreciate
problem,
it.
man.
And,
Thanks
you'll
for
probably hear from you later.
Yeah, no problem. Thanks for stopping by, and you know, go do your shit, and fuck it, man.
Hell yeah, man. Take it easy, brother.
Peace.
Yeah, man. Take care.
Take care.
I just remember a lot dealing with the military. There was one of the most disturbing things was the fact that there would be guys who would just go in there and, you know, you'll ask them, "Hey, what do you join for?" They'll just say, "Hey, you know, like some guys would literally just be like, I just want to shoot stuff."
Yeah.
And you just be like, "What?" You know?
Yeah, but I hear that now. I hear
Oh,
people
yeah.
say that now, and they go, I just want to shoot something. I'm gonna go in my backyard and shoot. It's like, Jesus Christ, dude.
Oh, dude, you don't know how much, like when I was sitting in going through MEPS, just like the little portion before you go to basic training.
Okay.
And so
So
they treat you like king.
MEPS is pre-training training.
No, it's not even like, it's weird. It's kind of like you go from your recruiter, and then everyone who's going to get bussed out to their basic training camp,
Okay.
you spend like 2 nights in a hotel, and it's like the most awesome thing ever. They give you free food, you got video games there, and all that stuff, because they're like, hey, enjoy your last night as a civilian.
Okay. Yeah.
So, like, bro, I went in there was like 16 Xboxes, like 20 PS3s or something like that.
Uh-huh.
And I'm just sitting there like, oh man, this is great, because they're like smiling at you. They're like, yeah, enjoy. Here, you want some more cake? Yeah, you know. But I went in there, dude, and it's like, you get those kids who are in there. They're like, yeah, man, like, bro, I'm gonna do so well in the military. Like, I play Call 15 kill streak, and I was like, yeah, and I was like, how many times do you die? And he's like, maybe like 2 or 3 times. And I'm like, yeah. Wait till you get out into the real world and you got an 18 kill streak with 2 or 3 deaths, you know?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
You know?
Okay, Jesus.
Yeah, you know. Like, they're bragging about their Call of Duty like records and stats and stuff, and I'm like, you guys do know this is like real life, you know? It's not like we're going out to play like laser tag or something.
If you compare your Call of Duty stats to why you want to join in the military, I say, how many times can you slide downstairs before you break your knee? You know what I mean? Like, you ever get into a gunfight with somebody, the first thing you do is jump and then land on the floor?
Yeah.
or
You just, like, run up to a guy and just forget to reload.
yeah, you just run up to somebody and noob tube him in the face.
Oh yeah.
You know, like, come on, man. Let's
And you actually jump off a second-story building and hit the ground running.
exactly. Oh
yeah,
shit.
man, these terrorists, I'm gonna hit them with a 360 no scope, bro.
Yeah, exactly. Dolphin dive at them, Sim. No, I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding about the Call of Duty thing, Noah. I'm not. People have said that shit.
They really have, man. It's so insane, because like these guys, they're in maps, like they're walking around like they got like perks on them or something. Like, oh man, I got the last stand perk. Like, even if I die, I can throw a grenade or something.
Everybody walks in like they got Juggernaut enabled. Fuck off.
Oh yeah, and it's funny because like the first week, because they call it 0 week, it doesn't count. So you go your first week in the military, like in BMT, it's 0 week, like, because you have to do what it was like 9 weeks for me, and yeah, those guys go in there and do the first week, they're crying, they want to go home, like, you know. The thing was, like, I didn't say much. Like, when I was a civilian, dude, I was like, man, I'm hella depressed. Like, I don't know what to talk about. Like, whatever. I'm just gonna shut up. And that helped me up to like a certain point. And then I had to like learn how to use like commands and stuff. And I like, you know.
Yeah. Like I said, man, I know me, and I know I would not ever join the military. I mean, I'm too old now.
I mean, dude, you could have been a combat medic back then. I dated this combat medic, and bro, like, she was like a modern day like Xena warrior princess or something. She was just
here's the difference, right? I've met combat medics before that weren't in EMS, and I was, and we would talk about things, right? And the big difference is you do whatever you need to do as a combat medic to save that person, whatever it is.
Oh yeah.
In the state, you know, as a civilian, you better not do something that is out of protocol, even if it saved that person. Because I can't tell you how many times I've been sued by people that I've saved. And if it wasn't for the fact that I followed protocol, I would have been shut out of luck.
Oh man.
It is.
I think that kind of makes you hesitate, you know. And
EMS as a civilian is more legal than it is medical in a lot of ways.
What is EMS? Exactly?
Emergency medical service.
Okay.
I've never been in the medical field in any sense, but personally I've participated in like first aid classes, and I know one thing that they always spoke about is we've taught you how to do CPR, but do you really want to do CPR? Because if you break someone's ribs, even though you saved their life,
You usually have to break their ribs if you're doing CPR properly. First
yeah.
of all,
Yeah.
the thing is, right? So I think I know where you're going. You're going with the Good Samaritan clause.
Yeah.
Yeah. So as somebody who is not medically certified, if you do something in the best interest of somebody without malice intent, you are covered by the Good Samaritan clause, including breaking ribs or whatever.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's so yeah.
But
think-
now
I don't
here's
know
the
what to
thing.
say.
Now here's the thing. Let's say I was still an EMT or paramedic, right? If I did something that was not up to the scope of my certification, I could get sued,
Oh man.
even if I'm off duty. So what happens a lot of times is an accident happens and EMS workers fucking hide because they don't want to get involved. A lot of the buffs, like the people who do volley stuff, volunteer stuff, and all that, they'll be the first ones in. Yeah, I'm going to go help out. Blah 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 blah. The people who work for a living, they don't put EMS on their license plate. They don't have fucking stickers on their car. Nothing, because they don't want people to know that if something happens, they can be called on, and if they do something not up to their scope, they're going to get sued. Nope, not worth it. Sorry.
So. Well,
Oh yeah, I was saying, what was that movie where I think it was Jim Carrey, where he's like pretending to be a doctor, and then a guy like has a heart attack, and it's like, oh, do we have a doctor? And he's like, oh, he's a doctor, and Jim Carrey just sitting up there like I'm a pretend doctor.
I have no idea what that
I don't
movie is.
remember. I don't remember what movie that. I don't even think it was Jim Carrey. I think it was someone else.
Noah, no, the Good Samaritan clause does not apply to any certified medical professional. Nurse, doctor, EMT of any level. Like, people think that an EMT and a paramedic are different. It's just a different level. So, and I know in New York there's EMTB, ICC, paramedic, and paramedic CC. CC is critical care. I is intermediate. Yeah.
I know when I was in the military, we had to take SABC, which is self-aid buddy care,
Mhm.
and we had to learn how to apply tourniquets, and then
Mhm.
there was this cool stuff called like quick clot.
Yeah, we don't have that. It's out of protocol.
Oh man, that stuff was.
I know about quick clot.
Oh goodness.
So
that's some terrifying looking stuff, man.
it is, man, but that shit works.
Yeah, he does.
That was the original purpose of Crazy Glue. The original purpose of Crazy Glue is for the military, for sealing wounds fast. That's why it fixes it bonds skin so quickly.
Oh man, I didn't know that.
Mm-hmm. I was also on a board of directors in New York. Not a board of directors. It was, if you're a paramedic, they have different things called like REMAC and SEMSCO and REMSCO. They're all different like certification levels and things like that. So if you want to be a paramedic, you have to take a state test and then you have to take a city test. And the city test is REMSCO. The state test is REMAC and SEMSCO and all this other shit, right? So I was on the board when they were trying to allow AEDs on ambulances for EMT basics. And if you don't know, an AED is an automatic external defibrillator. Basically, if you've ever seen or read anything, you can function this thing. You just stick two things on you push a button, and it fucking works, right? And there were surgeons who were arguing that EMTB shouldn't have this thing because it's not a sterile environment. And we're like, what the fuck are you talking about? Name one ER that's sterile. People, they're coming in off the street, whatever. There's nothing sterile about emergency medicine. Even if you're running a needle, good luck if it's sterile enough, Like,
yeah.
like the arguments people have when it comes to medical things are ridiculous because it's all about bureaucracy and politics, and I hate it all.
Yeah, it's all protocol stuff.
It's always the strangest thing when I hear about things like happening in medical and how there are like some fluke accidents and whatnot, and, on a part or something. Because I
Thanks,
used to always
Bunty.
think like, oh, like I always thought it was something big that has to happen in order for it to be like, malpractice or something. Like, oh, some guy like, they're sewing up a wound and he leaves like his scissors inside of their body or something.
Yeah.
I used to think it was had to be like that type of stuff, but I didn't know there was like something so small
Oh
to
yeah.
get,
Oh yeah.
it's kind of terrifying in a way.
There were all kinds of things. So like as a paramedic, we used to learn how to do a crike. You cut open their windpipe to stick a tube in.
Oh yeah.
But in New York City protocol, it wasn't allowed. So even if it was in the best interest to do it for somebody, we can't do it.
Oh.
And there was a few times I wish I could have done it because like people's faces would be shattered and their jaws would just be fucking mangled, and you can't get a tube in there. Can't intubate that.
I think the only injury, the worst injury I've ever had to like really treat was someone who had a sucking chest wound.
Needle decomp.
That is like when punctured lung type of deal.
Yeah, you got to put the needle
Yeah.
decomp in.
Yeah. But we had this whole thing about it and stuff with putting like it's just weird contraption or something like that. So I'm guessing that's the same thing. Yeah.
So you're talking about a flutter valve.
I think that's what it was.
So basically, it's like a needle with like a little rubber flap at the end that would allow air in one way. Yeah.
Yep, that's exactly what it is.
Yeah.
And-
So it's what it is, a flutter valve, and we used to call it a needle decomp because you would stick a needle through their rib cage into their lung, so that it could decompress.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It was a really scary thing because it's like, dude, I didn't even know like the human chest like caved in like that,
Mm-hmm. Have you ever seen the craziest thing I ever saw was well, two things. One, the first time I saw a collapsed lung, when you see the windpipe shift, that shit fucked me up. Then the first time I saw a flail segment, I don't know if you know what a flail segment is.
I've probably never like heard of the term.
A flail segment is 2 or more ribs broken in 3 or more places.
Oh no, I've never.
Basically, you'll see one side of the chest rise up and the other side rise down where that flail, because it's floating bone. It just dips.
Oh. Dude,
It's crazy. This is crazy.
It's getting a bit disgusting right now.
And then the first time I ever saw somebody with a really bad brain trauma, I looked into their eyes and one eye was pinhole, the other eye was fucking wide open.
Oh, dude.
Shit.
Paradoxical respiration. Yes, indeed. Paradoxical. Doxical. What the fuck is a doxical?
Yeah, so I'm working in a place with people who need help in their lives. I don't know how to call it. So people who need help in their routines and their lives. So I'm working at a place where we help them.
Okay.
So they, so I with special needs, I think is that what it's called? People with special needs.
With like mental deficiencies?
Yeah,
Yeah.
like something like that. Yeah, I'm working at that place, and we got a person with epilepsy.
Mhm.
And that shit freaked me out at the beginning. Holy
Yeah.
shit! When somebody had an accident with epilepsy, I don't know how it's called.
Epilepsy, yeah.
And it was like he wasn't there anymore. He was, was like there was only a body and not a mind. So, yeah, it was really weird.
So they were phasing in. They didn't have their full episode.
Sorry?
They didn't have their full epileptic episode. So usually with epilepsy, they have a period where they like phase out, which is what you're talking about.
Yeah, it's a.
And then they start to seize.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was talking about.
I remember once I rolled up, talking about cops again. I rolled up on a scene. Cops called us saying that this person was having a drug reaction. Blah blah blah. We show up and the guy's just having a seizure, like literally just a seizure, and his head is slamming against the fucking concrete, and the cops are just standing there. I'm just like, what the fuck are you guys doing? Like, can you help
Yeah,
me out?
that's-
And he, like, when I mean pounding his head, like his skull was already bleeding. He's just pow, 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 slamming his head up against the floor.
Yeah.
And I'm like, can somebody grab his fucking legs or something? And I go over and I put my hand underneath his head to keep, and I'm like
Yeah.
lifting his torso to keep him from slamming down until we get a bag under him or so. And I'm just like, Jesus Christ, dude. Like, I can't tell you how many times I've rolled up on scenes, including in nursing homes. Now, let me say something about nursing homes. I know that nursing homes are severely understaffed and all this other shit, but a lot of the medical people get so lulled into not really doing medical shit that they don't know what the fuck to do sometimes. So we got a call once for an asthma attack.
Yeah.
Asthma attack. And we get there and the person is actively having cardiac arrest.
What is that exactly? I don't
So-
understand it.
Cardiac arrest is when part of the heart dies or starts to quiver. That's what most people call a heart attack, where it's like
Okay.
they kind of die. No, it's cardiac arrest. Basically,
Okay.
so little medical thing for you guys. An AED is an automatic external defibrillator. Defibrillation is fibrillation is when the heart quivers, right? Because all of the parts of the heart are pumping randomly. And
Yeah.
a defibrillator stops that in hopes that the heart will restart its normal sinus function again, right? So a defibrillator.
Yeah.
So so we walk in, this person is having cardiac arrest, which is where you use an AED for the most part, except for two of them. And I'm like, are you fucking serious? Where is this an asthma attack? As I'm pumping this person's chest, I'm looking at the nurse going, is this an asthma attack? And she goes, huh? I go, is this an asthma attack? And she goes, no. I go, what is it? She's like, I think they had a heart attack. And I went, no, this is called cardiac arrest. This is when you should have been pumping on their chest when you called the ambulance. And if this was an asthma attack, where is their nebulizer? You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
Someone dropped the ball.
So he is having asthma and he's not wearing a spray or something.
exactly.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that's
So the difference is like with a heart attack, that's when there's like a blood clot blocking blood flow to the heart, while like a cardiac arrest is like when the heart is
Okay,
just
so-
not pumping. It's just
So I said something wrong. Cardiac arrest is when your heart is fibrillating, it's quivering because the Purkinje fibers around the heart are all firing randomly instead of the normal way, which is called normal sinus rhythm. So whenever you see that image of a heartbeat where it goes dum, 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 right, that's normal sinus rhythm.
yeah.
Well, arrhythmia is whatever. That's that's a type of arrhythmia when you have arterial fibrillation or whatever. So cardiac arrest is when the heart quivers, right? It is an arrhythmia, right? It's quivering. Now, there's another type of cardiac arrest called PEA, which is pulseless electrical activity, which is basically cardiac death. Means that the heart is firing, but the muscle is dead. Right? So it's dead. Hold on a second. What is... Oh, whatever. So... Wait, where was I? Oh, okay. So a heart attack is when part of the heart dies. It's not getting blood flow anymore. And when somebody gets a heart attack, they literally have 3 hours to live. If they're not treated. And something like this did happen to me. We showed up at a scene. Guy was actively having a heart attack in his car and didn't want to go to the hospital. And we said, you're going to die. You have literally hours to live. Your daughter is going to see you dead if you do not come with us. And he didn't want to go. Sure enough, a few hours later, we get another call because he's dead in his car.
Well, But
So
why does
people
he
can
say
just refuse like that. I mean, they
Correct.
can just say no. I don't want to go.
You cannot force medical care on anybody.
no? Yeah, I was just wondering, like, what you say it takes like 3 hours. Is there a reason why it takes like 3 hours for you to die? Is it because like that's when your blood stops circulating, or?
No, not when the blood stops circulating. I don't know the exact reason. I haven't gone that far into it, but I'm pretty sure it's because the rest of the heart just gives up.
Yeah.
Yeah, the heart, like, the heart is not getting enough oxygen because there's no blood flow, and eventually it just dies, and your heart just gives up.
Oh wow.
So I've been right on all the medical shit I've been saying so far, yeah?
Yes, yes, absolutely.
Okay. Don't think I
That's
haven't
why I
been seeing you in the
joined,
chat.
Yeah, people talking medical. I'm gonna join in, man.
Hold on a second. James, never in my life have I said that my pass is the greatest. In fact, if you watch my work on the pass, I say that my pass isn't the greatest, and I'm curious to see people do it better. So if you want to make that comment, you can. I made it before you. There's no need to repeat it. Okay, anyway.
That's so dumb to call somebody here that your pass and stuff is great, but it's not the best. So
I don't-
maybe it's the best.
I know
Maybe-
I know it's not the best. And I want other passes
maybe
to be better.
maybe it's the best for you, and you use it the most because you think that is good, and everybody has his own stuff or on his own mind on stuff. Maybe he does little things different, so that's
Yeah,
totally dumb.
I actually hate the pass.
I was just about to mention that, and it's kind of weird that people would say, "Oh, you know, like that's you don't have like that's not the best pass or whatever." It's like no one technically has ever seen the best pass
Yeah.
because there is
It's
no
the
best
best.
pass. It's what
Yeah,
works for you in what situation. Because if you're
Yeah.
using the same type of pass for every single magic trick that you're doing,
Yeah.
That's
And-
dumb.
Hey man,
Yeah, it's
listen,
pretty dumb.
listen. If you think my pass is shit, then do it better. I don't
Yeah.
care.
exactly.
I don't fucking use the pass. There's way better moves out there than the fucking pass. The pass is one of those moves that people use to judge each other's dick size.
Yeah, in real Magic, there are so much better opportunities to control a card and stuff. A pass is so obvious, and sometimes.
Yeah.
So-
What's the best way to get a card to the top? I know. Let's transpose two packets around each other so that
Yeah.
one card moves. That's the best way.
Yeah,
I do
So
admit, Xavier. I'm sorry.
I was saying in Magic most times simple stuff is the best in my opinion. In most times.
Sometimes there are times when you do have to do a difficult move to accomplish the task, right? Like this when I'm going to talk about Magic briefly and then I'm fucking done with it. When it comes to Magic, I think that most people are fucking lazy, right? So they say simple is the way, and I don't think simple is the way. I think the effect is the way. Whatever effect you are trying to do, that is going to dictate what has to be done. And sometimes that's easy stuff, sometimes that's hard stuff, sometimes that's automatic, sometimes it's technical, sometimes it's a fucking thing you have to build and it works automatically, whatever the case. The effect should be the point. So
Yeah.
is a pass necessary? It may be. Is it usually necessary? Absolutely not.
It depends on the trick,
The-
what you are doing in the
Right.
the situation, what are the angles, and what are the things around.
Right.
So yeah,
It's
you have to
like that.
you have to adapt to the situation, in my opinion.
It's like that meme that I've seen when it's like when the spectator shuffles a card and they shuffle their card to the top.
It happens so many times, dude. It happens so many fucking times. Or the bottom.
Oh, the bottom, yeah, even better.
Yeah, because I see it right away and I bottom palm that shit out.
Sometimes what happens with me is they handle the cards so badly that it just gets crimped. They can just give it to them and have whatever.
Isn't
and
that the
let them do
fucking
whatever the
best?
hell they want.
Yeah,
Is
it really
Yeah.
is. They
Dude.
shove it into the middle.
When you hand them the card and they hold it in their hand like a curve and they just put in that heat crimp for you, bro.
Oh yeah.
I'm forcing that card on everybody.
Or when they give you enough clues for you to identify what the card is. It's like, oh, he's never gonna get this one, man, because it's not an easy card. It's like, yeah, you got a 3 of clubs or something.
Yeah. Thanks.
So what's
No,
what?
sometimes they get an ace and they're like, "Oh wow," and you instantly know it's an ace just from that.
Yeah, it's like, oh yeah, this is my favorite card.
That's true. That's true.
It's ridiculous, man.
Yeah, they say this is my favorite card, and the card is tattooed on their face. Like, you dumb fuck.
I do admit that like the biggest pet peeve is when like someone says, "Oh, that was good. Hey, let me show you a trick," and they do that 21 card trick that takes like 10 minutes
my
in a commercial
God,
break.
I let them.
It's just such a waste of time.
I
You're
go,
just sitting there.
no, I let them. You know why I let them? Because they need that.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
they need to show you they can do
Yeah.
things as well.
They need to fit in at that moment. I let them have it.
That they can't accept that you're good at the stuff and they aren't.
Okay,
I
hold
do-
on. I'm gonna say something. So James said you can have the crappiest pass ever, but if you have good crowd control and your theory and principles, you can get away with tons of shit. Yes, you can. That doesn't mean you should do shitty sleight of hand. So
Oh, yeah.
do good sleight of hand and do the other shit good as well.
I
Don't.
do admit that.
Hmm?
I was really pissed when I was really pissed at you, Xavier, when you had did the raise rise, and I was like, I've been learning that for like ever, and here he is like, oh yeah, Rise Project guys, and I'm just like, God dang it. I was like,
Yeah. So you know it's funny. So the way that happened was there was this convention in Buffalo. I had been doing Raise Rise for a while,
oh okay.
and
Yeah.
I went to this convention in Buffalo that's called the Buffalo 52 Gathering. It's a convention. They only invite 52 magicians, and that's it. And at that time, it was a lot of like hardcore guys and stuff. It's kind of changed and stuff, but whatever. So where there was this hotel we used to all go to. It was called the Tally Ho Hotel. That's where the convention was, like the convention hotel. And then we would go to this other place where the convention was. But it was like this motel thing, so it was like this open area and everybody had doors along the path, and you just go into your room, and everybody in the convention was on one area. So we would all open our doors, and a bunch of us would bring alcohol and stuff, and we just drink in our rooms, and people would come in and we jam out like 24 hours a day, and it was dope. So my first time going to this convention, I'm sitting on my bed. Fucking Lee Asher's handing me a beer, if you know who Lee Asher is.
Oh yeah, dude.
Right?
Asher Twist.
First time I met Lee Asher, hands me a fucking beer. And I sit down on my bed, and the person sitting next to me is Ray Cosby. And
What dream would that be like?
right, and I was sitting on the bed, and I was doing what I now call the shortwave transpo. And he's watching this, and he goes, "What the fuck? What are you doing?" And I look at him, I go, "What? Like, I'm doing your shit. What do you mean?" And Lee Asher just looks at me. He goes, "Bro, you have no fear, do you?" I was like, "What do you mean? I'm doing his shit." He's asking me what I'm doing. I'm doing his shit, Lee. Like, what the fuck am I supposed to say? So he goes, "What do you?" Now, Ray Cosby is a fucking sweetheart, dude. If you don't know, Ray Cosby works for NASA.
I did not know that.
He works for NASA, and yes, and he is the teacher that everybody wants. He's that super nerdy guy that tries to be funny, but he's just a chill dude. That's Ray Cosby. So he's sitting on my bed. He's like, "Well, show me." So I show him. He goes, "Holy shit, that's really amazing!" And he starts doing it too. And I'm like, "Okay." He goes, "Do you actually do raise rise?" And I do. I was like, "I do, but I don't. I changed a bunch of stuff to streamline it a little." He goes, "Do you mind showing me?" So I showed him. He goes, "Wait, how did you do the tilt? Wait, what are you doing here? How did you do?" And he's like dumbfounded. And I'm looking at him, and I'm looking around, and I'm surrounded by all of these fucking people, right? That are like, you know, Garrett Thomas, fucking
Oh man, he's great.
Jason England was there at the time, like a bunch of people, right? And
It's like the Harlem Globetrotters of magic.
oh, Josh, whoa, you cleaning your mic there?
Yeah, sorry.
And I'm sitting there, I'm like, holy shit. So we end up talking, you know, we become friendly and whatever. And as the years go on, he's telling me, why don't you put out the Rise? Like, I think it's really good. And I'm like, nah, I'm not ready. So another year goes by. We go back to this convention, and Bill Malone is there, and me and Bill had become friends already, so we're just hanging out. And he goes, I heard you do Ray's Rise. So I was like, yeah. So I show it to him, and he calls up Ray Cosby. He goes, Ray, time to stop doing Ray's Rise. Like right in front of me.
Oh my goodness.
And for a while, Ray was just like, just put it out. It's okay. Like, put it out. And I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't put it out. And I said, I'll put it out, but you have to be on the video saying I can. He goes, yeah, no problem. So Magic Live one year, I'm hanging out with Ray and some other guys. And Ray goes, are you going to put it out? I was like, are you going to put it on video? He goes, I see you have your camera. I was like, okay. And I filmed it. And that was it. And I put it out.
Wow.
But I wouldn't put it out for years, because I felt that I wasn't. There's a lot of things that I do that I will not release.
That's what I was going to ask. I was like, what else are you goose egging on?
A lot. And if you
don't tell me that.
like, actually, if somebody is in the chat right now, Caramel, who I wish he was in Discord. Caramel has seen a lot of the stuff that I do that I have never published. And
okay, so that's the guy you have to kidnap.
Yo, what's up, Tucker? But the reason why I won't release it is not because I'm trying to hoard it. It's a personal thing. Yeah, get in, Caramel. The chat is open for everybody, brother. The chat is open for you. Should fucking know that. The reason why is because of a mental thing with me. I just feel like nothing I do is good enough, and I don't think I'm bringing enough to the table for me to charge money for it.
Oh man.
So because I don't think it's fair to try to take money from people, if I don't think it's worth it, I just won't put it out.
Who would you say has probably the most, like, I mean, I know you get around and like know a lot of, like, you know, but who would you say has like the most like ideas that they're just kind of sitting on right now out of like everyone, like
Out of everybody that I know?
yeah, like who has some of the, like some ideas that they're just kind of like goose egging?
So
They're so good.
I would say Franco Pasquale, Nicholas Lawrence, Think Nugent, whatever.
It's Win,
Nguyen?
Xavier.
I don't know.
Oh
whatever.
my god.
I call him Nugent, and I called him Nugent
It's
to his
Win.
face. I called him Nugent to his face. You know that?
Oh my god.
Like we were hanging out. He was out here, and I was like, Nugent, what do you want to drink? And he would just tell me. So it's
Is it
Nugent.
like Nguyen?
Whatever. Fuck off.
He doesn't win,
And
man.
I don't need this shit in my life. And then so he's another one. Who else? Cyril Takayama has a lot of shit he's
Oh my
sitting on.
God.
There's a lot of people, man. A lot of people that I know have a lot of stuff that they just they're like me, except they have more things. Like I don't think I'm very creative. And
Yeah, fucking right.
shut Caramel, what
Yeah,
the fuck
fucking
did I
right.
just say, bro?
Let me go out on a limb and say a lot of the stuff that Xavier doesn't want to make a project for, he literally could make a project about all this shit that he doesn't want to make a project for, and it would probably he could probably sell it for like 150 bucks, and it would be well worth the price. I know he wouldn't, but Xavier,
No.
oh, I'm not creative. Get the fuck out of here.
I didn't say I'm not creative. In
there's a
your
lot of
opinion,
stuff-
I said I don't feel like creative. So you can
Alright.
shut up and
Alright,
let me
well-
feel like a piece of shit.
All right, well, I'm just not. All right, well, we're going back to that talk. All right.
I would say that Xavier, you're up there with like one of the magicians that I would like buy your product without even like looking at reviews.
Let me give you guys some context for Xavier's hashtag non-creativity he feels, right?
Fuck.
So there's a lot of times, a lot of the magic I know is from Xavier. A lot of the stuff I do, I perform, it's stuff Xavier has shown me or taught me, or even shit that he puts out, right? And there's so many times where I like to go out and explore like a move or a sleight or a routine and see if I can fandangle it with my own way. And I'll come to Xavier and be like, yo, X, I know there's a sleight already, but I had this really cool idea to do this or a production or something like that. It happened recently. And I'm like, what do you think? He's like, Oh yeah, I had an idea for that. I just never put the project out because I didn't like it. I was like, God damn it, that happens so often, so often. Like probably my favorite move in Magic is the Ambitious Riser. Fucking Raise Rise is like the most magical thing I'd ever seen. It's the reason I wanted to learn Magic, and it is my favorite move in Magic. And a lot of applications for it that I thought of, Xavier goes, "Oh yeah, I already do that," or "I've done this shit." I'm like, God damn it, dude.
There's
Like-
a lot of magic tricks like that. Like Raise Rise is one of those tricks like that got me into wanting to learn like magic because I remember I seen that on his DVD that he was doing it like for the two ladies, and I'm sitting there so when I used to look at magic before I even understood any of the fundamentals of it, I was just like, oh, he's just doing something that I can't see. But
Yeah.
with Ray, I was like, wait, I'm seeing it. It's there. What the hell is he
Oh,
doing?
so, and we can see the cards up to the top with the initials XL for Chio. I used to study that video, bro.
Oh man.
Oh, it was so great. And I remember just sitting there, and even when I learned it, it was the only like magic DVD that I ever bought that when they explained the trick, I thought he was just bullshitting.
Yeah, same. Because he showed Raise Rise, and it just didn't fucking work.
Yeah, it didn't click to me. I was like, I thought he was gonna be like, oh no, that's the funny
So
way of
here,
doing it.
so here's the thing: if you ever see him do Raise Rise after the trick is over, he fucking you look at his cards, and every card that he rows out is fucking crimped
Oh, cool.
because he just
Yeah,
muscles through it.
That guy has
Yeah,
more strength in his
have the
feet
same
to move a
problem.
car.
Like I had to figure out because I was broke, so I didn't want to keep buying cards because I wanted to figure out this trick. So I figured out a way to do it with less friction, and that's what I put out. That's
Speaking of,
Hmm?
oh, go ahead.
no, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say. Speaking of Raise Rise, there's so many people who like. One of my favorite things to hear about Raise Rise is it's angly. You can only do it for a camera and all this shit, right? And I remember I was practicing it literally when I first picked up a deck. I want to learn how to pinky count and get in jugs, right? I remember when I came over to New York and saw Xavier do it in person, I realized that like no matter where the fuck you are with Raise Rise, even if you're to the side of whoever's doing the rise, it is still ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
It
really
is still insane.
Yeah. So here was something else. I'll show something I was playing with quickly. Do I have my camera on? No, I wasn't. I'm just gonna
First
show
time
this.
I saw Raise Rise being done, I thought it was some kind of gimmick. There was
yeah.
no way I could comprehend
why
this was actually
Raise
being
Rise-
done using.
I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. So, yeah. So I tried to do it 3 times and I couldn't, and there was too much hand motion. So that's why I ended up putting it out for free because I couldn't find a reason to do it in a way that made sense. And honestly, I got tired of the idea. So I was like, that's what a lot of the stuff that I put on YouTube, that's how it works out. If I can't come up with something, then I just give it away and let other people come up with stuff.
Yeah, you figure it out. Good luck.
Yeah.
I'm gonna head out, guys.
Hey, thanks for stopping by, man.
Bye.
Yeah, bye.
I do.
I think the trick that disturbed me the most, like the second trick, was when someone did the anti-pharaoh,
Oh, ripping.
Yeah. Oh, great.
Yeah, that.
No,
that's
no,
a
no,
stir
no.
the living hell.
The anti-fire and ripping are two different things.
Oh, that's where you spring the cards in a really funky way. And
Yeah. So
Okay.
the only person that I thought could actually do the anti-pharaoh was Alex Pandrea.
Mhm.
That guy showed me a couple of anti-pharaoh tricks on a moving subway train.
Holy
What?
shit!
Oh, shucks.
No way.
Yeah.
I'm
We
impressed.
were standing and he was doing anti-pharaohs sideways.
Jesus.
Standing like but stuff that looks like it should be done on a table. He goes, yeah, this is for the table, but fuck it. And he did it in his hands.
But fuck it.
And he did he did some Alex Pandrea has some dope shit with the anti-pharaoh.
There is some guy that- Oh,
No, I want to say one of the most another effect I think was the most magical thing I saw was X when he showed me the 3-card trick, the David Williamson effect. That shit fucking broke me and Linda, dude. It made Linda scream. That is such a good effect.
Oh man.
If you guys haven't seen it, you need to go.
Yeah, David Williamson magic 3-card trick. It's on. I think it's on.
the one where he has like multiple cards in his hand and he keeps showing that it's just 3 or something like that.
It's just 4.
No, it's
Just
just
four.
4. Yeah.
Yeah. So here.
Okay. Yeah. Oh yeah, that trick is amazing.
It's fucking disgust. Oh my god.
So
Seeing it in
I'll
person is
do it.
Insane. Okay.
Oh man.
So he basically, he hands somebody
I
the deck
love
of
that
cards.
transition.
Just
Jesus
hand me a card from anywhere in the deck. Hand me another card. Could be from top to bottom, anywhere. Hand me the card. Blah blah blah. And then he goes, all right. So we're gonna do the magic 3-card trick. 1, 2, 3. Oh, you gave me too many cards. So he puts one, gives the person back. All right. So there's 1, 2, 3, and he gave me too many cards. Magic 3-card trick. 1, 2, 3. There's still too many cards. We'll try it again. 1, 2, 3. I don't know what's happening here. We'll try it again. The magic 3-card trick is 1, 2, 3 cards. That's all okay. This is. So we'll try it again here. So there's this 1, 2, 3, 4. You know what? He goes, here. Take the cards. He goes, hand me 1 card. Oh, no, sorry. So he goes, all right, I'm going to give you 1 card, right? So how many cards does that leave me with? Don't answer. I tell you what, give me 1 card, give me another card. And he hands it to them. He goes, all right, how many cards do you count the cards now? So they count them. And he comes back. He goes, 4. Oh, shit. All right. So if I give you 1, how many do I have? And then he does this. And there's fucking hundreds, right? So it's such a fun trick to do.
Oh man. Oh my goodness.
Yeah. It hurts. It hurts.
My brain hurts, man. What is that?
When it's in your hands, it emotionally hurts.
Yeah, it's fun.
It made one of our friends in New York like she literally screamed at the last reveal.
I'm looking at this on the camera and I'm just like, okay, is this pre-recorded? Like
Somebody's in on
edit
this.
something in.
Somebody's in
Hold
on
on,
this.
hold on.
after
I gotta restart the recording.
Oh,
Okay, so.
All right, it's turned off. There we go.
I had to jump on real quick because that was clean.
Thank you.
Dude, that was scary. I don't even know what to
scary.
say about that.
I had to change a lot of the stuff up on the fly because I didn't have somebody here with me.
Yeah,
That's like one of those. That's
That was
one
good,
of
bro.
those tricks you'll see on Instagram or something, and then you'll just be like, "Camera
there's a
trick,
cut
bro."
somewhere. Yeah, there's a cut somewhere. No, that shit's real. That shit. If you want to talk about crowd management, that entire trick is crowd management.
Oh yeah, dude. Oh
It's
yeah.
so
Reminds me
good.
of David Blake's, what is it? The one where he did where someone holds cards and he just keeps adding it to their hand. That's what
Oh,
it
that's
reminds me of.
Oh, the card to crowd. Yo, it's Bunyan feet, Xavier. Bunyan feet's
Bro.
in here.
Fuck was that, bro?
You know what's so
What are
crazy
you
about
talking
that
about?
trick is the fact that like I like tricks that have like a plot line to it, and I just don't like tricks where like people just like people do the ambitious card. It's like it goes in the middle, it comes
Oh
And it's
yeah.
over and over and over and over again, and it doesn't have like any plot line to it. It's just like how many times are you gonna do that in a row until I walk away, you know?
Yeah.
Hold on. Did Caramel just call me bunion feet?
Bunyan feet, bro. That's what you are.
Nah, bro. Don't disrespect my toes like that, bro.
Your toes disrespect one. I'm just fucking.
Bro,
around.
your toes have toes, Stefan. Don't even. Your toes have toes.
But that kind of effect, like, if you ever see me perform, very rarely do I break into this magician-y feel
I agree.
type thing. And it's because I think it's a lot of times cheesy. So I like things that kind of feel that they're just kind of happening or they're not supposed to happen. And that 3-card trick is literally one of them, because the whole point of the effect is that things are going wrong.
Yeah. I wanna research that. You said it was by who?
David,
Williamson.
yeah, I think it's on the
David
Magic of
Williamson?
Dave 1.
Dave one.
It's the video. Don't start fucking making loud card noises on my shit, bro.
The one?
Bro, you
Back
play
to
with
the past.
whatever your mic is. It's like the biggest mic in the world that picks up fucking everything.
Dude, it
Oh,
picks
shit.
up your molecules moving.
Yeah,
Like,
I hear flakes of skin falling off your fingers when you riffle cards.
so please.
Like, well, it ain't me, so that's good.
Like every
That's a lot
every
better
time he
than
moves, you can just air being.
Every time he moves, it's like listening to macaroni being mixed. Like,
That's how you know it's good.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Ew.
oh man.
But yeah.
Ew.
It's like, what are you doing? Talking into your mic or making cheesy man? It's like both.
He's stirring some macaroni, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you can say that.
Mm.
Oh
Yeah,
man.
another person.
I almost feel like I have to ask you to do that trick again, but I'm not gonna do the trick again.
I could, but it's gonna end the same way.
Yeah.
Oh, jeez, man, that hurts my brain. You know, every time I watch Xavier stream, I got to keep a bottle of aspirin nearby.
No, what?
I have to keep a bottle of aspirin. Yeah, man.
Oh.
I'd be having migraines after watching it, dude.
I talk and hang out with Xavier. I would like to think every day, and no matter what, every time he does something, that's how my brain feels. So it never changes. It never
No, you
changes.
got to keep a bottle of aspirin in your back pocket, some ibuprofen or something.
You know,
yeah, it's-
You know what's funny? Like sometimes I forget. This is gonna sound really cocky, but sometimes I forget the shit that I know, and
Yeah.
my friends remind me. So there's been a couple of times I have a good friend out here, Eric, who does some dope shit, and we were at a friend's barbecue, and a bunch of people were there asking me questions about magic, and I was just going through all these different things, and my friend later on he goes, "Dude, I had no idea you knew how to do any of that shit." And I was like, "What are you talking about?" He goes, "When do you do table work?" I go,
yeah. I was gonna bring up the poker game of Baby Grand.
"Oh yeah, you could talk about it."
Oh, dude. So I only knew Xavier for like stand-up card shit at this time. I didn't know he could do going. I didn't know he could do anything, right? So we're hanging out at Erica's bar a little bit after they had closed, and there was a person there. Me and Eric, who were like jamming on some card stuff, and Xavier was talking to this female that was there, right? And then all of a sudden, she sees that we're playing with cards. She's like, "I've been playing poker since I was like 12 or some shit.
Whatever.
I'll run y'all's money, whatever." So me and Eric look at each other, and she doesn't realize she's in a room literally full of magicians. Like,
Sharks.
yeah, like she doesn't realize
Sharks.
it.
She's in a
She
Shark
doesn't
Tank,
realize it.
baby.
Yeah, she's in the Shark Tank. So anyway, me and Eric are like, "No, we're not gonna play." And then she's like, "Oh, you want to play X?" It's like, "Fine, I'll play, but I don't want to play for no money." You know, because he knew. And then she's like, "No, we gotta make it real, whatever." So I think they put down like $10. We gave him a deck.
No, it's $20.
It was $20. So anyways, in like 4 or 5 hands, Xavier ran her for her money. He gave it back to her immediately after, but she was so frustrated. Mind you, in this 4 or 5 hands, I thought I saw what was going on. Eric thought the same thing. We saw peaks, we saw like one-handed passes, and we're like, okay, we know what X is doing. We only saw like 10% of the slights that were going on, apparently.
Yeah.
And then afterwards, me and Eric were like, "What the fuck, dude?" Like,
I did a few.
You were-
I did a few second and third deals. I did a few bottom deals. I was switching out hands.
yeah, it was actually insane. And me and Eric were just like,
I showed them afterwards what I did.
Yeah, it was fucking insane. It was ridiculous.
And then all of a sudden, the boss music plays and Alex Vandrea comes in.
Yeah, and all he does is fucking tell me to go to Fridays. Okay, so listen, the reason why I said that, there's like an inside joke between me and Pandrea, but for some reason, whenever Pandrea and I meet up, we always end up at Fridays. And we always get shit that has the fucking Jack Daniel's sauce for some reason. I don't know why. Like, it started years ago when he was still living in New York. We would just meet up at Fridays on Austin Street. And now we'll meet up and be like, yo, you around? I'm like, yeah. He goes, let's go to Fridays. I'm like, no, bro, I'm not going to Fridays.
I'm not going this
I'm not going to Fridays no more. I'm an adult.
big boy.
I'm an adult, Pandre. I'm not going to Fridays.
I feel like he like planned a trick at Fridays. He's just trying to get you to go there.
Yeah, he's
No,
playing the long
no.
con.
The thing is, he hates the fucking food, bro. And every time we go, all he does is complain. And the last time we went, he was having a fight with the manager because he was waiting 45 minutes for a fucking beer. He was about to call corporate. And I'm like, why the fuck are we here, bro? Like,
Bro, he was playing the long con, dude. He was playing the long con on you.
and then he's like,
You just don't realize it.
and then he's like, I asked for a champagne glass for my beer. Like, he just
Oh
does
my-
stupid shit. He will not drink beer out of a regular beer glass. It has to be out of a champagne glass.
Bougie.
Yeah, he's bougie. He's fucking bougie.
Fucking weird, bro. So yeah,
Oh man,
Bro, I'm telling you, bro, he's playing the long con. You're getting set up for something. Just a pre-warning.
I have weird stories with so many magicians, dude. Like, I think the funniest thing ever was when Cyril cursed me out.
what?
For what?
Dude, that's like an honor.
No, because we were at
Like
this.
an honor.
So Cyril is a good friend of mine, and I'm always fucking with him because for those who don't know, Cyril is like a teenager, right? So he'll always he's like, hey man, what do you think of my sneakers? And I'm like, bro, they look like you could kick through a truck with those shits.
Jesus
He
Christ.
goes, I know, man, but they were like $600. I don't know why I'm wearing them. I go, why are you wearing them? He goes, I thought they were like stylish out here. I'm like, bro, you're in New York, not Japan. Maybe in Japan they like those clodhoppers, but out here we don't like that shit, bro. So,
He's like walking around.
Huh?
He's like walking around with the Air Max, and he's like, "Hey, check this out."
it's
And
not
like
Air Max,
self-tying
bro.
laces.
It's not. It's the machine that makes Air Maxes with laces.
Oh my god.
He has to do the self-tying shoe trick in order to actually get him to lace.
Yo, if he did the self-tying shoe trick, they'd arrest him for fucking like killing people or something. Like you get tapped with him walking, you're gonna get hurt. Stand back, stand clear of the closing doors, please. Like,
Oh my goodness.
Can you imagine if he jumped? Yeah.
just stomp a hole in the concrete. So we're at this bar and we're all hanging out, and Cyril goes, "Hey man, show me that trick you were doing before." I go, "No, like you show me. You haven't shown me one fucking thing this whole time." He's like, "Come on, man, just show that fucking trick." I go, "No, I'm not fucking showing you anything. You show me something, and I'll show you something." He goes, "You want to see?" Okay, I'm not gonna say everything he said, but
Yeah.
he goes, because there's another part about Cyril that is whatever. So, so finally he goes, "All right, I'll show you this thing that I came up with for a TV show." I go, "All right, fine." So he starts showing us this ring trick. He's like, "You're never gonna figure it out." Now, if you don't know about me, there's very few things that I can't figure out, not because they don't fool me, but because I think I've done a lot of different things and I can figure out methods for things pretty quickly. Right.
I see.
So he shows this ring thing, right? And afterwards, I go, "Cyril," and I tell him the method. And he goes, "How the fuck did you know that? Did Lisa tell you? Was it Garcia? Did Garcia tell you?" I go, "No, nobody fucking told me." He goes, "Well, how'd you figure it out?" I go, "I mean, it's the only solution because Garrett Thomas has a trick like that, and it uses this gimmick. And the only way for you to do it without that gimmick is to build this." He's like, "What the fuck, man? I'm not showing you anything ever again." I was like, "Don't fucking ask me for shit. What do you want from me? You said I never figured it out. I figured it out. You owe me a drink."
And now you're mad.
Bro, once you know enough methods, it's not that hard to pick apart some things. Like, to be honest.
Yeah, some things. But now here's the thing, right? There's a different when it comes to magic in the market, there's one type of thinking. And when you meet magicians who do television magic and all these other things, the methods are completely fucking different.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Right?
I can see.
Yeah, that's fair.
So like, the thing is, I've worked with both. So right, so I can understand both. So like another time, who was it? Oh, it's happened a few times. They're like, "You're never gonna figure this out," and then I go, "Was it this?" They go, "Yeah, that was exactly it." I go, oh.
I know a lot of times I would like figure out the trick, but then I would like buy the actual trick in order to like make sure that I was right.
Yeah, I can see that. I can see
I do
that.
that a lot. I do that a lot just to be like, you know what? I think I figured it out, but you know, I'm gonna buy it just to see if I was right. And sometimes I'll be absolutely wrong, and I just like, oh, I just created my own method for it or whatever.
Oh, here's another Cyril story. So, oh, doggo. So we're in Vegas, and a bunch of us are at this bar just drinking, and you know, I was feeling good, man. I was like, "Yo, let me buy you a drink, man." He goes, "I can't do that." I go, "What?" He goes, "I can't let you buy me my drink. My drink is too expensive." I go, "What? What the fuck are you drinking? Like gold?" I was like, "Look, let's just go to the bar. I'll buy you a drink." He goes, "I don't know, man. It's really expensive. I don't know. I mean, let me buy you a drink." I go, "Whatever, bro. Let's just go to the fucking bar and get a drink for some people then." He goes, "Okay." So we go to the bar, and I order a bunch of drinks. I order a bunch of guys.
Nut.
Nut. So I order some drinks for some of my friends, and I go, "Sarah, what do you want?" He goes, "I don't know, man." I was like, "How much is a drink, bro? Is it like $100? What is it? How much is a drink?" He's like, "It's like $20. I go, "Cyril, order your fucking drink, stupid." So he's like, "All right, let me get whatever he orders with cucumber." Hey, are you fucking serious right now? You're bitching at me over a $20 fucking drink? Really, Cyril? Do I look that fucking poor to you right now? He's like, "No, man, I just feel bad because..." I was like, "What, because you're rich and I'm buying you a fucking drink? Then buy me a drink later." He's like, all right, fine." So as the time goes on, he's like, "Hey, check this out." And he starts showing me pictures of him kickboxing and stuff. I'm like, "What the fuck am I looking at?" Right? He goes, "No. He's like, no. Look, your thighs are, your calves are crazier compared to mine." I go, "Yeah, I know that. I don't need to see you shirtless." He goes, "Yeah, but my feet don't stink. Look." And he starts taking off his shoe and trying to make me smell it, right? And fucking Lisa comes over. If you don't know who Lisa De La Vega is, she is the brother of Rico De La Vega, who do a lot of consulting for Cyril and a lot of TV shows. They're the behind the scenes people that you don't ever see. In fact, Magic for Humans, you'll see Rico Lisa's name on that show. So Lisa comes over, and Lisa goes, "Cyril, are you trying to make people smell your shoes again?" And she takes his sneaker and fucking chucks it down the casino.
Weak. Hold on. I want the fact where she said again. Like
Yeah.
That's what I was about to say.
Right? So I just went, "Cyril, that's your shoe, bro. You better go get your shoe." He goes, "Yeah, I know." And he goes and he gets his shoe and he comes back and he's like, "Why would you do that, Lisa?" So I take his sneaker and I chuck it.
Oh my goodness.
Jesus Christ.
And he's like, "Come on, guys, that's not nice." I was like, "Don't make me smell your feet, bro." He goes, "No, but I'm just saying." And he tries to put it in my face and I chuck it a third time. And I go, "Cyril, you're not going to get your sneaker this time." And I make him stand there, and Rico goes and grabs his sneaker, right? But Cyril doesn't see it. So the drinks come, and I was like, "Cyril, how's it feel to not have a shoe?" He goes, "Come on, man, let me just go get my shoe." And I go, "What are you talking about?" And I lift his drink, and I like load his shoe under the drink. He's like, "What the fuck, bro? Where'd you get the shoe from?" I was like, "Just because I ain't got a TV show doesn't mean I'm not fucking amazing. And my calves are better than yours. Let's go drink."
Boom. Mic drop. Oh man, that's always like crazy. I always like think of like the stuff that guys like you guys do together and stuff. I was like, oh, what a day with like Chris Ramsey must be. Something weird, you know.
It's pretty boring actually. We just kind of drink, we crack jokes, we eat food, we talk about things, and then we fucking go about our business.
I just imagine Chris Ramsey starting every conversation with "Yo, guys."
No, a lot of times lately the conversation with Chris has been a lot about money. right? Because Chris is doing very well for himself. So he's like, oh, I want to do this thing. I'm like, man, that's not expensive. And he a lot of times it just ends up with, bro, it doesn't even make a fucking dent. And that's usually how it goes with that.
Man, you should convince him to put out to run another batch of the first editions.
He a couple of weeks ago he showed me the design for his next deck of cards actually.
Dude, there's a next deck. Jeez, man. Pretty much you guys are making me broke putting out cards and stuff, man.
Me, you people, I haven't put out mine yet. Save your money.
Well, yeah, I know.
I need your money when I put out cards.
Caramel's putting
No,
out
I'm just
cards
playing,
too.
Does Chris Ramsey make good greens? A lot of so there's like a group of us that hang out a lot and talk a lot together. And in fact, whenever you've seen us do the mansion thing, it's that group. We're all doing okay. We all help each other out. Like there's times where I was like really stuck in a rut, and Ramsey's been there a lot for me, man. He's one of my best friends. He's been there thick and thin. He helps push me all the time. He still hits me up all the time. He's like, yo, keep your head up, blah blah blah. Like, he knows I'm dealing with some mental shit.
Mm-hmm.
He's good. All those guys, Wes Barker, Eric Leclerc. Eric Leclerc I didn't like at first. No, I didn't, because I just thought he was a prick. I'm serious. And I actually told him this shit. Like, so when I was just in Vegas, the reason why I was in Vegas was because he was filming something and we went down to support him, and then we were going to hang out, and then the world ended. But while we were there and we were celebrating, like, he's become one of my good friends, and we were talking, and he's like, hey man, I'm so glad you're here. I was like, yeah, me too. I just remember when I fucking hated you. And he's like, really? I go, yeah, bro, I fucking hated you. He goes, you want to know something? I hated you too. And I was like, why'd you hate me? He goes, because I thought you were going to kill me. And I was like, oh, I was. Because I hated you.
That's one way to consider it,
And then he was like, why'd you hate me? I was like, I just thought you were a piece of shit that didn't give a fuck about anybody. And Chris would always talk about you, and I never understood why he liked you. It's since changed. Like, we've gotten to know each other. Like, we're all good friends now. But like Alex Boyer, Wes Barker, Chris Ramsey, Pandrea, Orbit Brown, Shauno. We're all really good. We're all really good friends.
I was just so shocked at Orbit Brown's old production, or even when what was that thing that oh god, what's his name? It escapes my mind. When everyone's out doing the
I'm falling in love with that.
The you flash you lose.
Mm-hmm.
And who was it? God, he's always at Carter Street Con. I feel bad like not remembering his name. No, not Shauno. He does.
Andre Jick?
Yeah, that's his name.
Siriana?
No.
Yeah, Andre Jick.
Mm-hmm.
When he was doing the whatever that was, where he was like changing the cards or whatever, like continuously.
Yep.
And for the life of me, like I literally thought at first that he was. I just thought it was like a joke move, but then like they told him to do it again.
Yeah.
And I'm like, wait, what is going on there? Like I thought he was just like.
Andre's another one I hated for a long time. And I had never met him. So there was a time where Andre Jick worked for Theory 11 and I worked for Illusionist. And
I remember that time.
And when I had no beard and I was just double chinning the world. So I did a video and he made a video talking shit about that video. And I was like, yo, who the fuck is this? Like, bro, if I ever catch up, I'm gonna fuck him up. Fuck. What is it? What is his name? Andre Jikashishit? What kind of name is that? Like, I just didn't care. I was in that mode, bro. And years go by, and now I'm going to Vegas all the time and stuff. And he sees me, he goes, "Hey man, are we okay?" I go, "I don't give a shit anymore, man. What is up?" And we started talking and hanging out. We became friends. Like, whatever.
Dude, I remember the days when Xavier used to work on at a kind of like a.
Oh, back in Nam.
Back in Nam.
Back when he used to write.
What would you know about it?
Fucking stone tablet.
Back when cards were made out of rawhide.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, I remember those days
It
too.
was, it was back before the queens were invented.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, we just have jacks and kings.
No, dude. Back then they had 1 through 13. That was the playing cards. The number 1 to the number 13.
In Roman numerals.
In Roman numerals, exactly. Yep. Yep.
Shit, yeah, do coin tricks with rocks and pebbles.
Yep.
The bicycle was called unicycle.
Ah.
You were like, hey, was your car Queen Cleopatra? No, it was Colossus of Rhodes. You're wrong.
No, there was only sun and moon.
Sun and moon.
Ron Imhotep.
It was like there was this funny meme that I had to see it on like and they were saying he was trying to do the magician's choice,
Mhm.
and he's like okay, pick a card like red or blue, and he's like, oh, blue, okay, we'll pick Coca-Cola or something like that. And it was like it was just so funny because he was kind of like doing that same trick where he was asking people to think of a soda or something like that, and he'll just make it appear
Who
out
is
of
this?
nowhere. It was Colin Morelli. He was like, think of any right.
Okay,
soda
yeah, Kayla.
or any carbonated drink or whatever.
Oh, Momo.
Yeah, and some people were like root beer, but of course he had to like steer their decisions like Coca-Cola.
I knew Kayla Morelli when he was still living wherever he was living before he worked with Copperfield. And
Oh man.
this is before his 365 project. This is before all of that. And this kid,
Really?
man, yeah. I was always like, man, this kid has some shitty magic, but when it fucking clicks, he's gonna be a genius. Sure enough, something clicked, and that guy's brain is on a different level.
Was 365 before dress code, or was that after?
Before.
Before, okay.
I know when I was looking at Colin Morelli the first time when he did the little ring, he made that.
Odyssey.
Yeah,
Mhm.
but I mean, at first he was kind of doing it with the rubber bands or something like that.
Oh, I don't know.
What it was? It's not. It
You
wasn't
want
transit,
you want to know
was it?
something? You want to know something? There's very few things that are out on the market that I know about. Now, if you would have asked years ago, I used to work at a magic shop, and I knew everything that was on the market. And if I walked into a magic shop today, I could still do every trick from back then. But new shit, I know almost nothing. Mostly because, one, I don't really care. I just don't. The second thing is, what you know it as, I knew it before it was published, and I didn't know it had a name.
Oh wow.
So, like I've seen a lot of this stuff, and people go, "Hey man, have you seen this trick?" I go, "What the fuck is what trick?" And then they show it to me, and I go, "Oh yeah, yeah, I know it."
Yep. I can attest. Can attest. Or I learned some new shit because I bought a new download, and X goes, yeah, I know that. He showed it to me years ago. And I'm like, God damn it, dude. God damn it.
Oh man. That's kind of like when I bought the trilogy from Dan and Dave Buck.
Mhm.
Like the first 2 tricks on there, I just kind of just wanted to give up on because they're like, okay, what you're gonna do is a Charlie cut, but you're gonna do it in the opposite way. And I was like, wait, okay, all right, cool, I'm following. And then all of a sudden it's like, oh, and then you're gonna take your pinky and put it here, and then you're just gonna break your wrist.
Trilogy, bro. When I first bought the system by Dan and
Yeah.
Dave, I broke the DVD because I was like, "This is the dumbest shit ever." Like, it makes no fucking sense to me.
It was like, oh my god, I remember watching the Jones change,
Mhm.
and just sitting there and being like, that will never work. It just will
Yeah,
never work.
I said the same thing. You want to know something? That shit works.
No, it does. It does once you like learn the proper handling of.
I've done that shit to people, and I've even showed people that it could work. Like, people like, yo, man, that Jones change is stupid. I go, oh, yeah? And I'd go up to like, hey, can I show you something real quick? And I fucking do it for them. And they're like, what the fuck just happened? And then the people that I told, they look at me, they go, are you fucking serious? Did you just slide that card down your arm? Yep. Yep.
And the other thing that was kind of confusing was when he had the goat change.
I don't like the goat change.
Yeah, I still cannot do the goat change.
Yeah.
And make it look clean.
I didn't like it then. I don't like it now. I'm a die not liking the goat change.
Yeah, I just.
No, guys like those are freaks. Like, yeah, no.
Oh, yeah.
Like
Yeah.
technical card dudes. Yeah, no, you guys aren't human. Like, I don't know how you.
First time I met Dan and Dave was at the shittiest magic shop on earth called Phantasma. Fuck that place.
Nice, brother. Hell yeah. You mean the best Houdini museum in the universe, bro?
Fuck that place. And Pandrea was just releasing his first Blue Crown deck. Because he had just started his company after he had
Those good old days.
Yeah, this is after AMPM. If you guys don't know AMPM, that was his original project that he released. A lot of the stuff that he released with Blue Crown on. So Dan and Dave are there, and I was very anti cardistry at the time because at the time cardistry was more about how to do magic and cardistry than just doing its own thing, and I never thought they should be combined. So all these kids are surrounding Dan and Dave, and they were like, "Hey man, can we do?" And they're doing these cuts, and I'm standing next to Dan and Dave, and I'm just doing this shit.
Oh wow!
Right. And I'm looking right at them, and I'm just doing this
What a magical moment!
because I was like, "This is stupid," and they would just look at me like, "What the fuck?" And I'll just look right in their face and just.
But he knows Flicker.
And my friends were laughing their ass off. And years later, now we're friends. Like, it's so weird how all that shit happens. Like, there's two types of people in my life, right? There's people who get to know me and they stay, or there's people who can't fucking stand me at all. There's no in between.
That's me. That's Karma.
There's no in between with me. And I'm okay with that, right? But at the same time, there's so many situations that I get into with magicians, and people are like, "What are you talking about? That guy's the nicest guy on earth." Like, no, bro, he's a piece of shit, and here's why. And nobody fucking believes me. And then they see how they interact with me, and they go, "Holy shit! Like, what the fuck?" And I always tell people, I bring out the worst in people. For some reason, when it comes to me, it's either really good or really fucking bad. That's it.
There's no middle ground.
There is no middle ground. And I'm okay with it because it weeds out a lot of the bullshit for me.
Oh yeah.
But
I bet it does.
But with me, what you see is what you get. And I try not to be fake. I don't think I'm fake. I think I'm pretty honest with it. Like, you know, I know sometimes I like amp things up or whatever because that's what we have to do sometimes. But for the most part, how I think and who I am is what you see all the time. Do I know Z? Yeah, Z's a good friend of mine. Z is a funny character, man. Before you guys knew who Z was, he was the guy that would come. He was the kid that would come hang out, and he would just do this. "Hey Z, how you doing?" That's all he would do. That's all he would do. And say random shit.
Say random shit.
"Hey, I like your belt." That's all he would do.
I remember you said a story when the pass came out, and then he released his pass.
Yo,
okay,
yeah. So Z hits me up. He goes, "Hey, is it okay if I release my work on the pass?" I go, "The fuck? I don't own it. You do whatever the fuck you want." Thank you, Sensei. Like shit like that. Yeah, he's. So he goes, do you want to see what I do? I go, "Yeah, sure." So he sends me the stuff. I go, "Dude, that's literally what I do." He's like, "Oh, so can I put it out?" It's like, "Yeah, I don't care. Do it." "Oh, thank you, Sensei. You are so
Thank you, Sensei.
so generous."
I want Senpai to notice me.
Yeah.
Notice me, Senpai.
But like he was literally doing the same shit I was doing. Except
Is he from Japan or is he
no,
Korea or something?
Z is Korean, but he grew up in China.
What's up?
Who it is? Who said that?
It's me.
It's me.
Roland.
Roland.
Hello.
Telemarketer or something?
I'm
It's me.
okay.
What's up, guys?
It's
Hello.
me,
That was
Roland.
the weirdest introduction ever. What's up? It's me, Roland.
It's like, hey, what company are you calling from? That doesn't matter.
How you guys doing?
Good. How are you?
Good, man.
Yeah. All right. Good talk.
Yeah.
All right,
Cool.
I feel like it's just Colin Morelli but undercover.
No, that's not Kalen. I know Kalen's
just
voice.
Yeah.
Kalen be like, yeah, man.
Hi.
What up?
Hello.
Hi. Okay, I had no idea how to like segue into joining in, but hi.
Well, you're here.
Well, that was awkward.
That was a good
No.
segue.
Just-
No, bro, you just gotta hit one of these. And while we're talking about like Magic, whatever, you just go. So how about those Lakers, huh, guys? Yeah. Hi. By the way, hi.
nice,
And everyone starts
nice way to make it awkward.
Yeah,
Jeez.
exactly.
I'm just playing around, man.
I do remember the funniest thing that I've ever done was a Magic get together out in North Carolina, and I was at a table and these guys were like doing second deals and stuff like that. And I remember I convinced these guys that I was doing a laser deal, but really what I was doing was I was taking a handful of cards and lapping it, and
Oh
then
my god.
going through the motions. And it was like, it's so good. Like what?
Bro, I have so many ways to fuck with magicians. Like, it's ridiculous. I have ways to fuck with magicians that get you in on a trick and then they look like idiots afterwards. I have things to do when you just want to mess with people. Bro, I have so many ways. I could literally make a project on how to fuck with a magician.
I don't know why you
I'd
don't.
want to see that.
I'd say do it.
I'll tell you this. Here's one way to fuck with magicians. If you're dating somebody, you tell that person that whenever somebody shows them a trick, just go, that was nice, but you flashed.
That's good.
Oh my god.
Oh no.
That's all you need. That's all you need.
Oh, dude, that would kill my
Darkness,
confidence.
my old friend.
And it's and next time a magician goes up to that person, hey, can I show you a trick? Yeah, sure. And they're showing a trick, like, oh, that was really nice, but you flashed. They go, huh?
It was like the video, what they did with Chris Ramsey when he performed and they told him not to cheer for anything. Just like don't show any emotion.
What he did
That
to
video-
Wes?
Yes. So he's sitting there doing all these tricks and he's getting no reactions.
That shit is so good.
I was like, that would have messed with me so bad.
He told
Like,
he told me about that shit too, man. I was you know what else was the last time we did the mansion thing in Vegas, Ramsey was telling me that he's gonna get this billboard. Did you guys know about this thing? Did you see the video?
What's the plan?
So
I'm not
he
sure.
he paid for a billboard in Vegas with a
Oh,
picture
yeah.
of Wes almost half naked
Yes.
Yes.
with his actual phone number and like all these sexual things, and then it says available for kid shows. And it was on the fucking strip.
No way.
And it was
Okay,
this
I never actually
Oh
believed
my
it was his
God.
real number.
it was his real number. And
No way.
and at that point Ramsey was sick and he almost couldn't come. So me and LeClaire are like going frantic, and Doug McKenzie trying to figure out how are we going to get Ramsey the video of this happening and who's going to take the video, who's going to bring Wes, like all this shit. But before any of that happened, we sat around joking about how fucking great this was going to be and who was going to book a flight when so that they could be with Wes to make sure he's not sitting on the side of the cab, that Wes could see the bro, it was such a big ordeal and it was so fucking worth it. But long story short, the reason why I'm saying all that shit is because there's so many things that happen between us that people don't know about, right? And we talk so often and people never hear about it. What we have accumulated a group of people, and there are people who are outside of that group, like Caramel's part of my group and all that other stuff. Just people, Rishav, fuck. How about that?
Shit, balls, ass,
Exactly.
dick, fuck. There we go.
So we all help each other out. We all push each other, right? And the reason why I'm saying that is because I think a lot of times when it comes to where Magic is now, people forget about that, right? They forget about having that little support group. It doesn't have to be big. It just has to be one or a few people that you trust, that you can just fucking lay it all out on. That's what makes what we do work. Because we can bounce off of each other. What was that? Why the swearing? Because somebody told me to stop swearing. So I said, fuck. Because this is my...
I'm gonna hold it in this time. I'm gonna hold it.
Because this is my stream. And if I want to curse, I can curse. And if you don't like it, you can not watch.
Fuck yeah.
Whoa. You watch your mouth, dude.
Yeah.
This is a kid show.
Obviously, whoever said stop cussing has never watched us on your streaming channel. Because I cuss like a goddamn sailor on that bitch.
Yep. Mostly because you're playing a sailing game.
Touche. No. Even when we play Overwatch, I rage and I cuss.
No.
Fucking hell!
Yeah.
You guys rage, bro. That was the funniest shit, bro. Your homeboy was literally raging over a kid talking shit. Just because they couldn't hold Overwatch. Shit had me fucking on the floor.
What?
Y'all came so hard at that kid.
I didn't.
No, on Overwatch.
That wasn't me. That was Caramel.
Bro, he tried me.
Me and Matt are trying to get Caramel to chill, and he's like, "You said
No, Xavier, bro. Which you should have been there when me and Caramel were playing Modern Warfare, bro. Homeboy was fucking ripping this dude for having this shit.
I was drunk, and it started off as a joke, and then it became. He was like, "Well, that's why you fuck your mother," so some shit like that, right? And I went off, bro. Literally, an entire team deathmatch game. I roasted this man's microphone.
Bro, you said his mic sounded like a used Cheeto bag.
It does, bro. his microphone sounded like he was talking through a Go-Gurt tube. Bro, I was on that man for an entire 6 minutes. I think we lost, but guess what? I won the moral battle. Okay, I won.
Oh my god, dude.
He didn't realize he was roasting the wrong person. I would have roasted him for multiple games if he would have stayed in the game.
You know what's funny? When I get really mad, the first thing I do is I tell somebody, where do you live? Because okay, I'm gonna tell you my rage line. And this isn't something I just say. This is something I fucking will do. Right? People get me to that limit. I'm like, look, man, how about this? Where do you live? I'll tell you what. You tell me where you live. I'll buy you a plane ticket. I'll fly you out to New York. You want to see the sights? I'll show you the sights. Grab you some drinks, some food, whatever you want. Real nice. I'll beat the shit out of you, and then I'll bring you back to the airport.
Yep.
On my dime. On my dime.
He's not even lying. And then he'll go, "No, bro, I'm for real. Look me up. No, for real. Yeah, look me up on YouTube, Instagram, whatever. Look me up. Send me a DM. I'll fly you out here.
I'll fly you out."
And then people look up next and they go, "Oh."
And I'm not messing around. Like I will make sure there's no excuses. You're gonna be well fed. You'll be feeling good. And I'm gonna just bloody you up and put you back on the plane.
Oh, it's
I just keep imagining if I were to get my ass beat by Xavier's bed, it would be a scene from Scott Pilgrim when he's fighting that guy and he's like,
I almost got
punching him in the face.
I was drunk one night leaving Baby Ground with I think X, Retro, and Linda. And during this walk back to the car, I decided, I used to be a professional MMA fighter. I was like, I'm going to throw hands with Xavier. So I'm just over here fucking around, pretending to punch and kick him. This man struck me in the throat 14 times in the span of 3 seconds. It was the fastest I have ever seen a human move. And I fought a lot of people. And I was terrified, and I'm happy he didn't mean any malice, because then he goes, yeah, all you get out of me is a strong 10 to 15 seconds. If you're not dead by then, I'm lost.
I'm fucked.
I lost. But it was the fastest I've ever seen a singular human move. I was so fucking scared, dude. I just froze. I froze.
If you can survive 30 seconds, you win.
Yep.
I just feel like Xavier beat someone's ass while all the while performing ACAM.
I hate it.
Fuck.
I fucking hate
And that's the thing. Like also too, I was the unofficial bouncer of my friend's bar for fun.
Unofficial?
Yeah, he didn't have a bouncer. So whenever the bartenders needed to kick somebody out, somebody was acting up, they'd call me.
Just come out there and just whip ass.
Yeah. No, and actually that was one of the first times Eric Leclerc and I became close because somebody started acting up and I kicked the guy out the bar and Eric Leclerc stood at me the whole time making sure that nothing would happen. And I gained so much respect for him that day. And at the same time, he gained respect for me because he's like, bro, you are the realest motherfucker I've ever met.
Man. Eric Leclerc is like the Charlie Day of the Magic community, dude. He's like, I feel like he would just come out of nowhere and just like spider monkey kick someone or something. Like,
I don't think he'd even do that, but he would try something, and I appreciate that he would.
Like he's that guy in the movies that just happened to come up with some brilliant idea. He just makes like a homemade flamethrower out of like a deck of cards and some operative happen to be like lying around or something.
Oh,
I'm not a badass. I'm not a badass at all. I know me, and I know what I'm willing to go through, and where I'm willing to go to. That's it.
All I know is if I'm in a bar and I see a 6-foot tall Puerto Rican dude from the hood, and then people say I'm acting up, I'm like, all right, you know what? It's cool, guys.
I'm leaving. I'm leaving. Yep.
I'm not coming back. And hope you guys have a nice life.
You know what most people say when they first meet me? They go, "You're much taller than I thought."
That scares me.
That's what I hear most of the time. They're like, "You're a lot taller than I thought," because they see me on video. So I always put my cameras higher than me, so the camera's always looking down, so I look shorter. But yeah, I'm 6 foot. I'm 6 foot. And when I first met Ramsey, he's like 6'2".
God damn.
And he walks up to me, and I'm like, "Bro, you're a little too tall. What's up?" First time I met Ramsey, he comes up to me and goes, "You're Xavier?" And I go, "Yeah, and you're fucking tall, bro. You're Ramsey." I just pushed him back because he just came up on me, bro.
It's like
I'll kneecap Ramsey, bro. I ain't go 6'2". That's too tall.
First time I met Cameron, I pretended I didn't know him.
Oh man, that shit was funny, dude.
And it was, and the worst thing is, the reason why it's funny is because I was picking him up from the airport.
And he's talking to some lady.
Yeah.
He's talking to some lady, and I come out like, "Yo, X," and he's like, "Who the fuck are you?" And I was like,
This man, fresh out the army. This man, fresh out the military, and he comes like, "Hey man, we're about to hang out." I'm like, "Who the fuck are you, bro?"
He's about to catch his hands in the airport. TSA is about to have to separate us.
Oh my god.
I was just testing you to see if you're down. If you didn't know.
It was
because
so
if you would have went, oh, come on, man, I'd have been like, "Yo, what?"
Yeah.
Oh, this is gonna be a boring week.
Yeah.
And then the lady was even like, what?
She goes, "Do you know him?" I was like, "Yeah, I know him. It's all good."
Karen was about to catch his hands too, bro. I don't care.
It's on site.
Yep.
That'd be
X
terrifying.
X was about to get hit with my satchel, my carry-on. The fuck?
Satchel.
Get hit with my satchel. Oh no, I didn't have my satchel at that time.
Nah, you bought it.
No, I
you
didn't have
you
my
bought it because I had one.
Yeah, dude, and it was so fucking handy.
Satchel.
I didn't have to have pockets full of a deck of cards and
So-
coins, all the other
So
bullshit.
I always have a bag with me, and in my bag is usually a camera of some sort or multiple, because I have like a 360 camera, I have this little pocket thing, and I have my other cameras, right? So a camera of some sort, and then a deck of cards, and then random other shit that I want to fuck with people with, that sometimes people don't know even exists, just so I can fuck with people. That's what I have.
Just
in my
random,
brain. Just random
just
things.
randomly getting your ass beat with a magic collapsible cane. You're just
No, nope, nothing like that. Like it's literally tricks that people don't know about.
See, that's not fair.
How big is the bag?
I'll never forget the coin one. The coin one fucking bothered me because then I got to inspect the coins.
Wait, which one?
The coin balance thing with the quarter,
Oh,
nickel,
yeah,
and dime. Man, that shit. And then I got to inspect the coins, and that hurt even worse.
Yeah.
Oh, so there's like no turtles, no.
There was nothing. Nope.
How big is the bag? Is it like a super small small
It's a
book bag?
satchel,
Or is
dude.
it
It's a satchel.
It's about. It's small.
It's a fucking magical satchel, dude.
Here, I'll show you the coin thing. Oh, this is a different coin thing. Oh, I can't show you
man.
guys that one. Actually,
Let
can I?
me,
Can I?
Let me grab my bottle of aspirin.
Nah, bro, get the vodka. You're gonna need something stronger.
Cool. I'm out. Peace, guys.
Oh,
take care,
all right. Bye, Roland. Have fun, brother.
You have fun, boys.
All right. Let me see if I can do this one. So, have you guys ever? Wait a second. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. We'll use this. So, have you guys ever looked at coins? Right. So you have like the dime, the nickel, the penny, the quarter, right? And they all kind of have something in common, except for the brown coin. Go figure, right?
Whoa.
It's true, right? And I mean, it to me just screams racism, right? Like the brown coin is always the one that's worth the least, right? Like it's just racist in all kinds of ways. But here's the thing about this, right? So if you look at these coins, right, they all kind of face in one direction.
I love One Direction. All right, sorry.
Yeah, but let's do this. If I were to take this coin, right, and you just heat it for a second, something weird will happen. But it won't just happen to my coin, right? So here, see, now it's facing the other way. He's turned his back. The thing is, it'll happen for every coin now. And if you
What?
Yep. So you can look at yours. It'll face the other way. But we could do something else with these coins here. It might be hard to see it because of the angle, so I'll try my best. But
everyone's rubbing to grab a penny right now.
So here's another thing, right? So you ever try to balance coins? Like you just take a coin, you try to balance it. You ever try to do that?
Yeah.
You ever do it?
A couple times, but just like barely.
How many coins did you get to balance?
Not on each other. Not on each other. No.
No?
I thought you just meant on the end.
Oh, okay. So here, we'll try this. I do this. So I do this in bars, right? But whatever. You go here. There we go. I'll try it with the dime.
I feel like Brian Brushwood would have done one of these things.
Brian Brushwood. Nope. All right, let's try this. Here, we'll go here. There you go. A dime on top of a nickel. I know it's hard to see, so I'll turn them like this. That's it.
Okay, that ain't right.
That ain't right.
It's trippy.
No.
Very trippy.
No.
And the worst part is they're inspectable.
Yeah. So usually what happens is when I drop them, I'm actually dropping them into your hand.
Yeah.
Man,
and then you get to try it and you fuck it all up.
That penny thing is really hard to get.
Oh, Xavier, has anybody ever want to try it out themselves and actually got it?
No.
I tried that bitch for like 10 minutes at a sushi restaurant. I couldn't get it.
It's impossible. Terrifying.
So guys, Xavier's an alien.
Oh.
He is the alien.
Area 51, eh? All right.
Yeah, push the button.
Oh, yep, I'm voting. I'm ready to cast my vote. X is the alien. Ready to cast my vote.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I don't know.
Caramel has seen a lot of this stuff that I haven't put out.
Yeah, which I still think we should. Some of it I still do, and some is too hard for me to do still. Like that fucking. Yeah, there's a handful. There's one I'm still playing with right now that I really like.
The appearance?
Yeah, dude. Yeah, that one's so nice. But there's a lot of it that I think Xavier is too humble to be like, this is good, I want to put it out. Because there's a lot of people who put out magic just to put out magic, and I'm sure a lot of people have seen that. And then there's people like X who actually have a lot of dope shit that they're like, it's not ready. I don't think it's a good idea. I don't want to do it, and I don't think it's worth anything.
Yeah, I don't think it's worth charging somebody for.
Bro,
that's the thing that I like about Xavier is because of the fact that, like, a lot of magicians would put out the same kind of effect, but just like rehash it in a different way.
Hey, Shanky. Sorry.
Oh,
I went to one of his lectures once, right?
Name dropping.
I went to one of his lectures, and he taught the same stuff that's on his YouTube channel.
Hell yeah!
I paid for something that you're not giving out for free.
Oh, dude, hell yeah!
Did you, or did you pay to see him?
I paid to see him.
Okay, so then you got what you paid for.
Oh, got it.
Hey,
Damn.
you got a point. He's got a point.
Got his ass. He
Right?
was like, "I'm gonna go up to Stanky and show him his effect, but better."
I wasn't trying to shut you down, but
No. You're right, but it was just annoying because like I paid for his lecture, I paid to like in person, and then
Sure.
like it's just stuff on his YouTube channel, which I wasn't expecting that, but no.
I feel like Jay Sankey would be the kind of guy that like you would do a trick that he taught you, but then you would just always say is the wrong way of doing
But
it.
you see, I gotta say, I'm also appreciative of the way Xavier goes about deciding what he wants to put out or not, because like Xavier's very big on it needs to be just right. Like it has to have some value, because there's been a bunch of like cool ideas I've had that I brought to Xavier, and I was like, "What do you think of this?" And either Xavier would be like, "Yeah, it's a good idea. It looks great," or "It's fucking terrible," or "I've done it and it was never a finished idea." So like, there's a lot of people who put out an idea just for the sake of putting it out because they want to build a name for themselves or whatever.
no, they're trying to sell stuff.
Yeah, but at least you're like, it needs to be just right. Like it has to be at a point where it's right. It's not just like a half-ass idea.
There's a reason why my company doesn't pull out there's a reason why my company doesn't put out a lot of magic. There's a reason. And the reason why is if I don't like it, I'm not gonna stand by it. So I'm not gonna put it out, right? And I think there's a lot of good magic out there, but there's a lot more magic that is on the road to be published that shouldn't be.
Oh yeah.
Because it's not good, or is it like it's too good? It shouldn't be published.
If something is really good and you want to publish it, that is your prerogative. But if something is stupid, somebody should tell you that it's fucking stupid.
Give me the honesty. Like when I first started performing magic, it's like when you start performing and people give you like those, the pity applause, you know? Like,
Oh god, yeah, that's the worst.
The thing is, if you want to put something out, it's a double-edged sword, right? Because you want to put something out, and it's a double-edged sword in a lot of ways. And people go, well, it has to be good for lay audiences, right? But it also has to be good for the magician. And it has to be fooling for the lay audience. But if you don't fool the magician, they're not going to fucking buy it.
Mm-hmm. But then you also run into wait, my favorite taglines. Is it a worker?
Well, no. Well, that's the whole other side of it. That's a whole different thing, right? then here's the flip side. People go, well, who's your market? Well, your market is magicians. Yeah. So like you have to sell a product by telling magicians that it's for laymen, but it has to fool the magicians, and a lot of stuff that fools magicians isn't good for laymen. So quote unquote. So it's that double-edged sword, right? So what do you do?
It's a strange thing, you know.
It's a terrible fucking market. The other side of it is, how do you know if a trick is good and how do you know if a trick is bad? You have to show it to magicians. But if you show it to magicians, they don't matter because it's for laymen, right? Like where the fuck do you go?
Yep.
The thing that I hate is when the description of a magic trick is not like honest, you know? Where it's like, oh, you know, spectator chooses a card randomly, and even though they have the wording like, "Oh, a spectator chooses a card randomly," it still means like, "Hey, you force a card on them," like that.
Yeah.
Like,
I don't care about that so much. What I care about is like when the company that just closed, Sans Minds, and they started a new company. When Sans Minds
closed down?
Sans Minds closed, but they started a new called the Online Magic Shop or something. It's the same company.
What kind of a name is that?
It's a SEO company. So when people look for online magic, the online magic store will show up, right?
Oh, okay.
Oh, that makes sense.
Yeah.
It's like big brain type.
No,
Big brain.
yeah.
100,000 IQ.
So they would make trailers. Like there was one trailer specifically that I'll never forget, and it was for this. You see a guy, he holds a dollar bill, and he takes a goldfish and he drops it into the bill, and the fucking fish is now drawn onto the bill, right?
Holy shit.
Yeah, I remember that.
Remember this shit?
Yeah, I do remember.
And the thing is, the way this thing worked is you had to carry an ugly wallet with you, and you had to have something on the bill that would cover the object that was falling. And what would really happen, I don't care about this shit, I'll fucking say it. What would really happen is the object would hit the bill, slide that piece off, land on the wallet, and then it would land on top and like a magnet and cover it, right? So it was like hidden. So you could have a coin and you drop it and it would land on the wallet, and then you would pull the wallet away and the coin would look like it fell into the bill. But they did this fucking trailer with a goldfish.
That's cool. Well, the goldfish thing is cool. I ain't gonna lie. That's
So,
cool.
so the trailer shows a goldfish dropping into the bill.
You can't do that.
But you can't do it because are you going to tell me you're going to drop a goldfish onto your wallet and a thing with a magnet is going to cover it?
Yeah, dude.
No.
Hashtag goldfish lives matter.
And the whole trailer, they're showing it out in the open like this. Like I'm just chilling out here and I'm just dropping and nothing's falling. But the trail, you have to have something. You have to have a table.
Oh yeah.
Right. So I think trailers that use CGI to make an effect impossible, I think is bullshit. I'm not opposed to using CGI to make the effect look the way it could at its best, right? Or some camera work or a little, like there's a couple of times I had to edit. So I'm not gonna lie, if there was a routine I put out with Z and I had to edit the trailer because for some reason the where I was standing, it would flash between his fingers. But if you were watching it from that angle, you'd never see it. But the camera's just a little bit different. So I edited out the flash. It was just like 4 frames of video. But it didn't take away from what the effect was and what you could do with it. And it didn't make the effect something that wasn't real. It was still that. And I'm okay with that.
Oh yeah. I know a lot of some Magic that I bought, they always like do the best case scenario. And you know, it's kind of like that miracle hit.
Mm-hmm.
And they'll film that for the trailer because I'm not gonna name drop, but I bought for $10. It was, you know, it wasn't no money at all. It was like $10, but it was kind of like this. It was this hands-off ACAN, where you know it was pretty much as close as to the Burglass effect.
Oh, I think I know what you're talking.
You know what I'm talking about.
Something from Illusionist.
The Burglass effect is the only effect that David Burglass can't do.
That's what I'm saying. It's kind of weird, but it wasn't Burglass. It was another guy. And he was, you know, he did this thing where he told a guy like, pick a card or whatever in your mind, and then, you know, choose a number. And he was like, we'll choose a number before we even like think of what the card is. So the guy was like, all right, cool. And then he was like, all right, cool. So he counted down to the number. I think it was like 26 or something. And the guy set the card off to the side. And he was like, tell me what card you had in mind. The guy was like, 10 of diamonds. And he flips over and it's a 10 of diamonds. So it's kind of like an ACAN that works backwards in a way. So I was like, oh man, that's great. Like, I need to buy this. So I buy it. And like straight off the bat, as soon as I download it, he was like, oh yeah, what's in the trailer is best case scenario. And I'm like, what?
Hell
is this Ice Cold ACAN? Is that what?
No, that's not it.
Okay. I thought it was.
I don't want to name drop it because
Okay. Yeah, it's fine.
yeah, because I respect his other work, but it's just like this one
Welcome
project.
new person who's joined.
Yeah, it's just like this one product was just like it wasn't up to par, and I just feel like I would say kind of it was the only magic trick that I've ever wanted to get a refund.
Jesus Christ.
Right? Yeah, the only one that I was kind of like, you know what, I'm gonna write something, but I didn't do it. I kept it because I was like, you can't get a refund for magic, really.
Yeah,
You took the L.
I want to, Xavier. I want a refund on the past because I never do. I want a refund on
Yeah.
because it's a stupid move. I'm
Yeah.
just like,
Yeah. Go get a refund. I ain't giving you one. Go hit up Lost Start, bro. What the fuck you want from me?
I see you're still running.
Yeah. I'm here. Listen, man. I got nothing better to do if people want to come hang out. This is actually making me feel better. So I just want to thank you guys. I appreciate you guys coming to hang out.
Wait, you guys want to see Xavier's? You want to see Xavier's mood go from good to bad real quick? Stefan, show him that trick you tried to show him the other day. He does the Marlo.
When you asked me about Overwatch, I just might get it just a game with you.
Don't listen. So
I feel like no. Overwatch I just smoke it.
okay,
I'm sorry. It's like new.
I'm not the best Overwatch player in the world by any means. But if you're just starting Overwatch, you are going to be shit. And
you're gonna be angry.
And you're gonna be angry, and it is hard for me and Caramel to help people climb out of the low rankings.
It is hard.
Bro.
You don't gotta worry about that.
No. In
death.
Rahoni's defense, Rahoni was playing while we weren't playing.
Yeah.
So we're having to work like twice as hard.
Yeah. It got to the point I had to take my friend's account. And
you can't say it. Whoa, you can't say that.
Whatever.
You can't, bro. His account gonna get banned. You can't say that.
Nobody
Jesus.
knows his account.
I'm a fan.
It's on the fucking streams on the other channel.
Bro, anybody could have that name. You need the number.
Oh, I don't know. All right, well, all right. Yep, all right. Let's just say not his friend's account, but somebody's account of a person who may have played with us before and help him get some rank so we can play with him.
I had to boost it. I had to boost it.
Oh, wrong word. Don't use that word, bro. Come on, dude.
I boosted it.
Standard edition or the legendary edition?
Just get the regular one. The legendary. I bought my first account was the legendary edition, and I was like, afterwards, I was like, why did I pay $40
for
a $20 game?
Yeah, for some skins.
I figured as much. I figured you'd try to ask it.
Go ahead.
I know we talked earlier, X. I've got an array of games. I've got, like I said, I think it's like 350 plus between my accounts.
Jesus.
I'm always down to play. Yeah, I've got like 200 something on Steam. I've got another probably 20 something on Uplay, a handful on Epic Games.
Do you follow my stream channel? For those who don't know, I started a new stream channel. We're gonna hang out with the guy who has 300 games. Oh.
Yeah, let's do it.
Gang.
It's a world away from reality. It's kind of nice.
Shameless plug.
Shit, man, I've been an avid Steam account user since Steam first got its start.
Xavier, can I plug my OnlyFans? Can I plug my OnlyFans?
Dude, I still
follow me on OnlyFans.
Karen was gonna do the nipple trick on his own.
No, I do, bro. That's the only trick I do on my OnlyFans.
It's not even his trick.
Exactly, it's Mario's trick.
He uses a picture of Mario's nipple.
Yeah. Exactly, dude. Yeah.
Awesome.
I tape a picture of Mario's nipple onto my nipple, and I vanish that, and then you see my real nipple. That's how it works.
All right. So for those of you who don't know, Mario Lopez has a trick where he can vanish his nipple
Oh my god, it's so good. It's so good, dude.
and make it reappear.
It's so good.
And
Wait,
randomly,
like the whole nipple?
like the
Yeah,
whole
the whole
nipple.
nipple.
And
I mean, I can do it
randomly,
too, but it's not necessarily like appropriate.
No, dude. It
it's
randomly I
never
do it, it's
appropriate
great.
for me to watch a man's nipple pop into existence.
He
Okay,
watches it.
I do like Mario Lopez when he does his cigarette magic and stuff like that, you know.
bro, Mario Lopez is a demon. This guy, this
Yeah.
guy, and I love the guy. He's a fucking demon. This guy, first time I hung out with him, was showing me some shit, and I'm just there like, why am I doing magic like this?
No, dude, hold on. Let me point this out. Xavier set me up for failure, dude. I went to Tricks last year, right? I went to Tricks, and Xavier told me all these people I need to meet or whatever. So I see Mario's there, and I walk up to Mario. First off, X goes, yeah, Mario doesn't really speak English, so you can speak Spanish to him. I said, all right, bet. I go up speaking Spanish to Mario. He's like, oh, no, it's okay. I speak English now. And I was like,
Now,
this
now,
motherfucker, bro.
now.
This motherfucker,
No.
bro.
You left out the key word. Now, when I met that kid, he couldn't speak English, okay?
Bro, but no, Mario's like the way he looks at magic, he's legitimately like a big kid because I remember one of our friends, Matt, brought the silver edge coins by who's the guy on Illusionist who made like Kim something. Anyways, he brought the silver edge coins. They're $2 $2.50 that are obviously gimmicks. Anyways, Mario was playing with these things, no shit, for like an hour. And at the end of it, he had a portal effect where he could cause one coin to go to the. He had a coin under one card, and he had another card with nothing under it. And by pushing one coin underneath it, he could make it come out the other card that was separate from the first card. And literally, it's just him playing with some gimmicks for an hour, and he's like, I got it. I got a banger.
Bro,
Like his way
Mario's
to create magic is great.
so Caleb Morelli, Mario Lopez, fucking Nick Lawrence, these guys' brains work on a different level, man.
It does, yeah.
Garrett
It
Thomas.
does.
I did like some of the stuff that
Well,
I seen
yeah,
from-
Garrett Thomas, but Garrett Thomas also, he's an enigma because Garrett comes up with these crazy fucking stories. So if you ever meet Garrett Thomas, ask him about the Rainbow Road, and you will be in a 6-hour long conversation.
I love those people. I love it because when you're talking to them, you can visually see them like develop and unfold the story, and it's great. It really is. And instead of interrupting them, and making a big deal about it, just let them fucking say it.
Nah,
They're
man.
obviously
Nah,
excited
man.
about it.
Because the other side of it is whenever I talk to Garrett, he always finds a way to break in some kind of fucking controversy shit or something. I just go, Garrett, I can't do this again, man.
I don't.
Garrett, I can't, man. I love you. Shut up. Like, I can't do
I don't
this.
want to deal with this shit.
I can't. Like,
Yeah, I know something like that. Yeah.
I love the guy.
I did laugh at when I bought from Illusionist. I bought Biddleless.
The
by,
who?
Biddleless by Cody Nottingham and Think Win.
I know Cody.
And,
I don't know the other guy.
Well, they do 2 different versions of the Biddle trick, and it was just kind of like, okay, Cody's version was like, oh man, that's really clever because he kind of like he put his own spin on like the Biddle thing. But then Think like kind of nonchalantly goes like, oh okay, here I'll show you this one. Oh look, and the cards are reversed, and oh, is this your card? Oh no, it's here now. And I'm like, is this even a Biddle trick anymore? Like, did I get like an extra bonus DVD or something?
All of a sudden, he's like, all right, look, this card's upside down, and there's 3 balls under this cup. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Now the coins have transposed in his hand.
Yeah, because he does the Biddle trick, but he's able to get like all the choices that are not his turned upside down in the
All right,
deck or something.
think of a card. Is your favorite food pasta? Thank you.
Yes.
What?
Oh God, how'd you know I
What
was
you
thinking
just?
about pasta?
What the fuck did you just do to me?
Dude, pasta is fucking awesome.
Yeah, but my favorite pasta isn't a 6 of diamonds.
Hey, I'm not
You can
judging.
pick your color, red or blue.
He's thinking in the future with his magic, dude. All right, get off of him. All right,
Oh,
all right.
my
Pick your
bad.
color, red or blue. Okay, we'll go with stripe.
Yeah. Okay, sir. I'd like you to select the card, lose it back in the deck. All right. I'm gonna make my prediction. There we go. Wait, why is the last 4 of my social on this card? You're welcome, sir. Good day. Good day.
That's because your social security number is canceled, and you have to go to you have to go to Best Buy and get $500 worth of Apple cards and give you the numbers.
Wow.
Oh God.
I tell you what's the funniest thing. Like some mentalists, like I don't know. I'm still trying to find.
I hate mentalism.
Mentalism is kind of weird because here's the thing. There was this one
I'll tell you
Instagram
about
I was
mentalism.
looking at. Yeah,
Savon, stop eating.
This guy was doing this trick where he was like,
Hold
"Oh,
on a
I'm
second.
gonna
Hold on a
guess, like,
second. Hold on a second. Okay, carry on.
So he was doing this trick where he was like, "Oh, I can guess the 3rd picture in your phone," and he's like, "Oh, I can kind of see inside your phone." Type of deal. So what ended up happening was the girl was like going in her phone or whatever, and he had to like he had to basically like ask her to put in her passcode. And I'm sitting there like, okay, so if you're a mentalist and you can figure out all this stuff, why can't you just like figure out the passcode?
Yeah. So okay. Yeah, there's that argument, right? The reason why that happens is because the person didn't present it properly. But when I first got into Magic, I was hardcore into sleight of hand, and I hate mentalism, not because mentalism was bad, but because I hated the mentalists I was watching. So the mentalism for me were these old guys, and they would always say the same corny lines. They would stand on stage and they would, okay, now stand back to back. Oh, I feel the magic happening. Like it was always this corny, right? Like it was always this.
I hate that line. Do you feel that?
Yeah.
Do you feel that?
Like it's always
Feel
these,
what?
it's always these corny string of lines and whatever. And it was very boring and it was overly serious and I didn't like it. When I found mentalists that weren't like that, I started to like, so like Darren Brown was like my entry into mentalism, right? And that was like, holy shit, it doesn't have to be boring. I can have fun with this. And then I met other people like Spidey and stuff like that. And things just started changing. And I fucking love mentalism now. One of the effects I do all the time is on my phone. It's a mentalism trick. And
Oh, the Instagram one.
the Instagram thing.
Oh, you bitch.
And even if you know what the trick is and you were to buy it, you still can't do it on Instagram. I can, right? So there's all these different things. And then what's his name? The guy who made I always forget his name. Hold on, I'll tell you right now. Who made Greg Rostami? Greg Rostami has these other things, and it's like, bro, if you just fucking, I don't even need my phone half the times. I could just do that shit without the phone, and I just do that, and it's all mentalism shit, and it's so fun, and you fuck with people. We'll be hanging out with people with a bunch of magicians, and everybody's showing off these card tricks, and they're like, oh, actually, you should show them something, and they build me up, and I'm just saying, I'm not doing shit. Fuck you. Because I don't want to, right? And then it gets to the point where they won't leave me alone. All right, I'll show you a trick. And I do this Instagram thing. And that's all I do. They forget about all the card tricks. They forget about all the coin tricks. And they just want to know how I did that Instagram thing.
That shit is ridiculous.
Nice.
I do remember. I try to stay away from phone tricks because
nope, don't.
I try to do. It's well, I had a really bad experience. I was trying to do it with this girl, and her phone dies midway through the trick, and I'm just sitting there like.
Yeah, so a lot of the phone tricks that I do, I don't necessarily need their phone. I just need to have internet access somewhere. So it could be anybody's phone.
I emotionally I gave someone emotional distress by doing timeline without a deck of cards, without anything. I literally had somebody scared about to kick me out of their car.
Bro, he was gaping, bro.
Yeah, I literally, we were waiting in a car to go into a building. We got out of the car to find out we had to wait like 5 more minutes. When we got in the car, I was like, when did we pull up here?
Jose, no, it's not. You're talking about the one from Mark Calabrese. No, it's not that one at all. It's by Mark Kirstein, sorry.
I got a question.
Yeah.
When was the last time you did any like real hard work with penetration?
Hey. Well,
I was like 2 days ago, dog. I ain't gonna lie.
Lockdown was March 15th.
It was a rainy day.
Now, if you're talking about penetration with a melon, then that's a.
No, it was hard for me to get melons for a while too. So.
Oh snap, dude! What did you use then?
Pamela Henderson, bro.
Oh my god!
I think I got arthritis on 3 of my fingers.
Oh my god!
the grip
I
is.
think it was totally misinterpreted. I think that's what happened.
When was the last time you did hardcore work with penetration?
I just had to word it that way.
How about this? I have a question, Xavier. What magician do you honestly get like kind of nervous around?
Caramel.
No, he said magician.
Yeah, like if you had to perform like magic for, like it would just be like it would be really unnerving.
None of them.
None of them.
I don't think you. I mean, I'm slightly biased, but after my New York trip, and I showed like X the Rise, like I showed a bunch of people magic while I was over. Like, after that New York trip, and like I realized how all these guys who I think are fucking insane, like doing this dope parkour sleight of hand, and me, they all met me through Xavier. They knew me for like an hour, and we immediately are jamming on magic, and they're willing to share thoughts with me. After that trip, bro, and I realized how open and how nonchalant they were. Ever since that trip, I don't give a fuck. I met.
Okay, so here's the thing, though. They were open and nonchalant with you because you were with me.
That's true, but it gave me a good experience though because down here in Florida, I met what the fuck was that guy's name, Stefan? That I met at the little magic flea market thing.
Michael Eaton.
No, he wrote in a shuffled deck in use, I think.
Oh, Paul Cummings.
Yeah,
bro, I fucking love that guy, man.
I didn't know who he was, and I remember people were going crazy about like when I had learned the retention vanish.
Paul
and
is so nice.
They walked me over to him, and he's sitting down. They're like, "Can you show this guy the retention vanish?" I say, "Yeah." And Paul's like, "That looks great. That's insane. That's a retention vanish." So I'm like, "Yeah." And then afterwards, she goes, "By the way, my name's Paul Cummings," and I recognized the name kind of, but I didn't know for sure who it was. And I called Stefan, and he was like, "Oh yeah, that's the guy."
Paul is one of my favorite fucking people, dude.
But yeah, no, it's a prime example. Like, if you're confident in the shit that you do, I don't think there's a reason to be nervous about who gives a fuck about. If you enjoy the magic that you do, who gives a fuck about what other people think about your magic? If you want to show somebody magic, you just show them magic.
No, I get why people say that though. Like I don't think I'm not like privy to people's interpretation of status, right? I get that. Hold on. What the
What?
Got balls to reply, just give me a timeout? Who the fuck is this guy?
I don't know.
I'm J Station.
Gestation?
I don't know.
I'm Jason.
He said, "Fuck you, pimpo." Okay. I don't know what that
Oh, that's adorable. I bet you he never made it out of the 11-year-old mind.
Oh no, dude, he spelled
Just
bastard wrong.
just let him.
Say
Just let him.
bastard.
It's fine. Whatever. So, like, here's a funny story.
Frankie undercover.
I was thinking the same thing.
Bro, be careful. Stefan idolizes Sankey, alright? Don't even go there.
Yeah, bro. Y'all not gonna come with my homie Sankey, bro. Me and him are tight. Bro, I rub his bald head once.
Oh my god.
Anyway.
Yeah.
So one day I'm at this what was it, Magi Fest, right? And Blaine happened to come by, and me and Blaine have some history, whatever. But at some point, Aussie Wynn comes over. He goes, "Hey, you should show Blaine what you're working on, man."
Is that really what he sounds like?
No, his voice is actually voice is much raspy. I can't do it. Like it, I don't know.
You sound like the chick from what's that? You sound like the chick from Us. What? There was a girl. Oh, no, that's a girl.
Austin is
So-
so great, man, but it always sounds like he's running out of air.
So at some point I'm like, yeah, whatever. I'll show him if he wants to see it. I don't, whatever. He goes, no, come. So whatever. He pulls me over, and Blaine's surrounded by all these people, and he looks over at me and he goes, hey, what's up, man? Not much. And he goes, bro, you have to see what he's, Ossie's like, you have to see what he's doing. So he goes, show me. So I show him some stuff. He goes, all right, we're gonna go eat. You're coming with us, blah blah. I'm like, yeah, okay. Now what's happening is at this point is Blaine goes, do you have my number? Take my number down. Take out your phone and take my number. I was like, I'm pretty sure I have your number, but let me see. And I go through, I don't know, just put it in my phone. He goes, no, take my number. I go, bro, put it in my phone. Like, I'm not gonna have you say your number out. He's like, just put it in your phone. So I hand him the phone and I go, bro, just fucking put it in. And he puts his number and he goes, it's saved already. I go, all right, I already had it. And right. And I was like, all right, I'm gonna go grab my drink. He goes, all right, I'll be there in a minute. And I walk away. And somebody took a video of that whole altercation, but you couldn't hear what we were saying. So they're like, the comments of that video were, man, I wish I knew what they were talking about. These are two legends talking. Oh, this is so intense. And the whole conversation is me telling him to put his number in my phone.
Hell yeah.
Right. But the reason I'm saying it is because, like I said, I'm not ignorant to what people think of me and what people think of people like Blaine and whatever, right? Like I get it. But when it comes down to it, we are just goofy people who play with cards, right? Like, that is who we are. And the difference is, some of us have been on television, some of us have put out products, right? And other people haven't. That's the difference.
I like that. It makes a lot of sense. I mean, when I was a kid, I wanted to get every fucking magic set thing, that came out to learn it. And I ended up, there was this book my dad had. It was The Art of Magic or something like that.
Wait a minute.
And I took one lesson from that book.
I think I have that book.
It's an old book. It's an old hardback book. It's a black cover.
I think I have it. Fuck.
Yeah.
I gotta go look.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it says one of the key things I took away from that was a key card.
Mhm.
If you know where that card is, you know where everything's at. And then I just fidget with cards now. Like, that's literally all I do. I've tried to do like some of the passes that you've put tutorials up and stuff like that. And
Mhm.
I just for some reason I feel like I just can't do it. I feel like my hands aren't big enough or whatever the fuck. I mean, I can do scissor cuts and stuff, but for some reason,
So here's
I
what
can't
I'm
do a
gonna
pass
tell you.
to save my life.
Here's what I'm gonna tell you, man. There's a girl out here. Her name is Linda Hong.
Oh, yep.
Her
Oh yeah.
her hands can literally.
He has an Instagram channel, right?
Yeah.
Small hands.
Yeah, her name is like
something.
Linda, whatever.
Yeah.
Her hands cannot cover a whole card. She does.
Oh wow.
She does Raise Rise. She does a bunch of shit from Nick Lawrence that I will never try to do. She does a lot of hardcore shit. It's not the size of your hands. It's how. In fact, it's great now because there are people who come up to me and she'll be around and be like, "Hey, I have small hands," and I go, "Linda, come here. This one's yours. This one's yours." And I make her show them because she has small hands, so she knows how to deal with that shit, right? I don't. So the point I'm trying to make is, it's not the size of your hands, it's how much work are you willing to put into it. A lot of this stuff is very counterintuitive to how you're used to doing things and how your body works or whatever. So you have to unlearn and then learn.
At least you're
I'm
not
familiar
moose
with that.
knuckles. At least you're not moose knuckles.
Yeah, like teaching Caramel stuff was hard because his knuckles kept hitting the floor.
You know what, bro? The only reason, all right, starting out with Magic, the only reason it was hard for me to learn shit is because even when I'm not palming something, it looks like I'm palming something.
Bro,
So
the thing is, Caramel used to be a fighter, so he has fighter knuckles.
Yeah, I
he looks
do.
like
I mean-
he looks like he's been punching trees for years.
all right, here we go.
When you talk about palming a deck when you're not actually palming a deck,
Uh-huh.
you shouldn't be comparing the size of a deck to the size of your dick.
Yeah, it's not. It's not about. It's about the thickness. Am I right?
Exactly. It's about the girth.
Anyway,
I'm built like a soda can, so you know.
That's what I keep hearing. Girth over the line.
Yeah, exactly, dude. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I heard that Chris Ramsey's hands were like mad.
oh, like what?
Does he palm a card like
Palm a
laterally?
card, like yeah.
Yeah, he does it
Yeah,
sideways.
I'm like, what the hell?
He does it sideways.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I'm like, what the hell is that all about?
He's just got big hands.
You know what they say about men with big hands? They solve puzzles.
Well, you know what they say with the guy with big hands and like big feet and
Big
big
socks and
ears and a
gloves.
big fucking nose.
Oh,
That
I
motherfucker better be
remember.
packing, 'cause that's one of them.
Shit, dude. I think if you can't solve a puzzle, or it's like breaks it.
No.
I remember when I tried learning palming from Chris Ramsey.
Mhm.
I always tried to adjust where the card would be around his pinky and with my hand, and it's always never seemed to work with me because I
Yeah.
never really understood the 2-point thing.
Do you understand now?
Yeah. I guess that on the 2-point thing, you just have to really find the 2 points on your hand, not on Chris Ramsey's.
Yeah, because Ramsey's is his pinky and the edge of his pinky, and for everybody else, it's like their thumb and their pinky. You can
Hey, that's the thing with Magic, though,
finger
it's
palm
like-
a card in full palm.
Jeez.
Yeah, when I learned the one-handed bottom palm from the channel, I had to learn that 2 points on my right hand and on my left hand too, and it was just like came automatic to me.
Yeah. Once you get it, then you kind of know where it is. There was a palming drill that Dan and Dave put out called Treading,
I still can't do that shit, dude.
and I showed you the color change and stuff. The 4-card thing I do with it, right?
Yeah.
So basically, what Treading is you palm a card and you pivot it around, you bring it back, and the whole point of the drill is to keep the 2 corners in the same spot, right? Came out. But if you could do this, you can bottom palm at any point because you just feel that position so much.
It's wicked looking.
That it just,
It's like if an octopus could palm type stuff.
That's exactly where it's from.
Really? Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
That's what I was.
Kind of looks like the slip shift.
No, nothing
no.
close to
Oh,
the
slip
slip.
shift is by
The
the
slip,
corners.
the slip shift is almost like the clip shift.
It's just done like backwards or something.
It's done from the corners.
Yeah, from corners. Yeah.
Oh.
Interesting. Actually, I was finally able to do the dribble effectively without fucking spreading cards everywhere.
Well, that's a start.
Yeah, I'm
It takes a
getting there,
while
just-
to actually do the spring and the dribble without like making an entire mess in your hand. Even if you can hold all of them, it just takes this.
Yeah, it's
Well,
it's weird, these simple things. Like there was a video I did recently where I was teaching something, and someone was like, "This is simple. Why are you teaching it?" I was like, "If it's so simple, do it lefty."
Yep.
Okay.
Sure.
Right?
I-
If
I-
you've
well, I-
never done it before, it's not something you have to learn.
No, absolutely. You got to retrain the brain muscle memory and everything else. I
Mhm.
mean,
Yeah.
when I first picked up fidgeting with cards, I was actually I was training at YTC, and I wasn't doing a whole lot. I went down to the shop, I picked up a deck of cards, and got online, and I found your shit and started looking at some of it, and I forget. It led me to the Worm.
Oh boy.
And that was the very first thing I
Sounds
learned
fun.
before I learned how to do a Charlier, before I learned how to do any types of cuts or movements. That was the first thing I learned, and I
Yeah.
was able to do it without an issue. But then once I started learning the different cuts and starting to learn how to do the springs and stuff, it got more complicated.
Yeah. Yep. So one of the funniest things I've ever seen you do was palming food on You Flash You Lose. Oh my god. So
Oh yeah.
how did Ramsey wanted to do You Flash You Lose. I didn't want to do it. I really wasn't even going to do it because I got bored of it. It was just like, oh, let's go up there and fucking spend time on Chris's channel. Like, that's how it felt to me.
Shit was so crazy though.
I know,
My boy literally produced a pizza.
Well,
Oh, wow,
okay,
okay.
so that's the thing,
I'm
right?
reading the cards.
I got bored of it. So the day before we had gotten McDonald's, and who was there? Oh my god, why do I forget his name right now? Who's the guy who did Extreme Burn? Richard Sanders.
Richard Sanders.
So Richard Sanders is there, and we're talking, and I have a burger in front of me. I have pizza, French fries, a fucking like candy. Like I have all this shit in front of me. He's like, "What are you doing?" I was like, "I don't know. I really don't even know right now." I was like, "I don't know. I think I'm just gonna eat this instead. Fuck it." And everybody starts going up for You Flash You Lose, and I'm trying to figure out how to make a French fry into a burger and like a slice of pizza into a piece of candy. Like I'm trying to, like everything that I did on You Flash You Lose happened within 15 seconds. So I was like, fuck it. So I grabbed the burger and I hold the burger like a jumbo coin. And I go up to the camera and nobody sees the burger and they're all standing behind me. And I fucking produce it and everyone's like, what the fuck? Because nobody saw the food. That was the purest reaction because they had no idea this was happening and neither did I.
I was sitting there. I didn't know that was a.
No, that was real, dude.
I thought it was like one of those Julius Dean reactions or something.
No,
you know,
they had no idea. So some people started laughing, and the other people were just like, "What the fuck? I'm standing right next to you, behind you. I didn't see anything." I was like, "I don't know. What the fuck you want me to tell you?"
Oh man, one of the tricks that I learned on your channel, Xavier, you did with Rosero, Devante.
Oh, yeah, Devante.
The
Yeah.
Devo chain.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I still use that.
Sorry,
like-
what? What was? I didn't catch that.
Yeah, the Devo change, man.
Mhm.
It was crazy because like I thought
Oh yeah. That.
I thought he was perfectly square in the card.
That's what I thought too.
Yeah.
That shit pissed
And I
me
was-
off.
It pissed me off because I was like, such a simple solution.
Yeah. I was like, wow, that's fucking smart as shit. And I remember him showing it to me years ago. It wasn't half as good as it was. And he wanted to call it the water change because it was fluid. And I was like, bro, I'm not he wanted me to put it out like, I'm not putting out no water change. Water? Because it's fluid? No. I was like, make it good and then I'll think about it.
Make it good.
Man, you guys are talking about all these crazy tricks and everything, and I'm still trying to figure out how to do a side pass.
Oh man.
A regular pass?
Yeah, I like I said, when I
Don't
first
waste
got
your
into
time.
it,
Do
it
you
wasn't
do you
actually
do you
from
have
pass.
do you have my work on the pass?
I saw one of the videos that you put up, the tutorial for the side pass.
No. Do you have the thing I have on my website?
Oh no, I
Okay.
didn't
Pat's
know.
project. That's what it is.
So, whenever you get a chance, go to lostartmagic.com, make an account, tell me what the email is, and I'll give it to you.
I still say
And
don't
well, he
waste your
hooked
time
you up.
learning the pass. That's my thoughts.
I don't like the pass personally. I know some people do. That's why I released my work on it.
Whoa.
Yeah,
That shit was amazing.
I
Best
did
thing
get
that
a
came out.
I did get a good compliment on my pass by the Russian Genius. And
Oh, that guy.
yeah, that guy.
Oh,
He was-
boy.
Yeah, it was a long time ago though, and
Oh, the Russian
I
genius.
remember. Yeah, I was sitting there like, oh, I thought it was like.
Welcome back, everybody. Today we're going to show you how to do another trick that I stole from somebody else. Okay, so don't worry. I'm going to put the card over here, okay? And then
Yeah, like, what is this on my table? Is this a boot?
Putin.
I only just got like my pass acceptable level.
I just think the pass is very overrated.
I mean, I just practice it for the fun of it, just for that like.
Like to prove a point, I did a pass while palming in both hands.
Wow.
Oh, I still do the cover pass with the 4 aces pumped.
Yeah.
That's one thing I'll do just to show off. That's it. That's
Yeah.
the only thing I do.
So here,
I have a really unorthodox pass that's kind of like. It's weird because the way I do it is, it's kind of strange. It's not like the traditional way you do it. Because it allows me to kind of like when I do it on camera, like I pull the top card off, like slide it down and it appears.
so here, so if you're looking at, I actually did one before, but we'll do one right now. So here's a pass, right? There's the ace is palmed. Right, so, right, like,
Nice, clean.
Yeah.
I never thought to do a palm. I mean, do a pass while palming. That's a new idea.
no, it's stupid.
Yeah, it is. It really is. That's why I only do it when I'm showing off. If I'm showing off to people, I'll do a cover. I'll bullshit like a selection. I'll do a cover pass while the aces are palmed. So that the selection has nothing to do with it. It's just like, this is my dick. Here you go.
Yeah.
Here you go.
I mean,
Smack
I would do that. Like, I would palm a card on the right hand and then show you a cut and then just place the palm card back on top. I would do that.
See, Xavier changed my whole mentality. Like, I used the passive control for a long time, and then I learned stuff like the cascade control, side steals, all this stuff like that, because he brought a valid point saying, you know, why move half a deck to control one card? I was like, huh, that's a valid point. So I just learned the cascade control.
Like,
do you use the cherry control?
all the time.
Boy, that's
I can never do it from
fire.
screen. Dude.
I love the cherry control. I just did it
I
right now.
still have no idea how that control works.
I have
Absolutely
no idea how.
I think actually you're the one that taught that to me, no?
Yeah. So look here, we'll do nine of diamonds. Right? I have to do it at an angle right now so that you guys don't see.
Oh, good luck,
Right.
yeah.
I just did
It
it.
looks a lot different seeing it from this angle than what I'm used to seeing it from the.
Yeah. That's why I'm doing
It'll
it.
still look good.
Oh, this is so
Like,
good.
what is happening? Oh.
Oh, that was beautiful.
So I'll tell you where it came from. I did a video on where it came from. What it came from was a move called the panoramic shift. So the panoramic shift.
Oh boy.
So the panoramic shift from the front looks like, from the top looks like this. Okay. Actually, you know what? I can't even use that camera here anyway.
See, panoramic shift.
Panoramic.
Wait, is that what's happening for the cherry?
No,
Okay.
but it's not far off.
Huh.
I don't want to expose that because that's my boy
Yeah.
Ricky Smith's.
Yeah.
But yeah.
It's just so frustrating because, like, I know a group of magicians that use, the cherry control, and it frustrates me.
Oh, and then your boy Caramel has a reversal using the cherry control.
Bro, that reversal is
I forgot about
fire.
that. I forgot about that.
It's so good.
But here's another. So
I
here's
can
another.
use that for the production, Xavier. Fuck.
That was wicked.
There you go. I can use it for the production.
Boom! Look at that.
Oh.
It's nice to see art in its true form.
It's the fun.
Ancient problems call for modern solutions.
So let me see if I could do this. So
I'll teach you
we'll
guitar.
do
You teach
the
me cards.
the 10 of clubs, right? There we go. I flashed a little bit. Whatever.
I'll teach you guitar. You teach me.
I actually have a ukulele that I never learned how to play.
It's, despite what anybody might say, it does have similarities to learning guitar, but it's not as similar as people make.
Yeah, I'm sure.
The strum is completely different. The fingering of the chords is completely different,
Whoa.
and the way it's tuned is completely.
I will probably never learn the guitar, just because I'm not into the guitar like that. But for some reason,
Ukulele's a lot.
the ukulele seems really cool to me.
It is a lot of fun to learn. The most important thing to learning an instrument, at least from my eyes, from being a musician and teaching, is that learn your scales first. Learn each note of the fretboard, up and down each string, know them, make it muscle memory. It makes it easier to build a chord and to mimic any type of music you're trying to replicate.
That makes sense.
Yeah, for sure. Like, I didn't realize how important scales were at first, but then once I started getting a bit more advanced, I'm like, oh, I'm an idiot. I should have learned scales. It would have been helpful at this point.
Yeah, how else are you gonna be a fish? Am I right?
Yeah, no, absolutely. When I
Wow.
used to
I
teach
hate you.
guitar lessons,
I hate you, dude. I fucking hate you.
I'm sorry.
When I used to
Kinda
teach
like,
guitar lessons back home, it was I tell my students, how do you want to learn? Do you want to learn the right way, or do you want to learn the fast way? And they said, oh, I want to learn the fast way. So then you need to find another teacher, because I'm not going to teach you a lazy way of how to play an instrument. I'm going to teach you the right way, your scales, your notes. That way you can actually exercise music theory on the instrument and build a chord however you want to, instead of looking at a piece of paper and saying, this is the chord I need to play, and not know what you're doing, not know how to make it a seventh, or making it augmented or diminished or a fourth. Those things are important.
Well, so I used to look at magic the same way too, right? It's very easy to compare that aspect of it. Learn this and then you learn, right? However, I've changed my opinion on that. And the reason why I changed my opinion on it is because of somebody who came to a lecture once and happened to be ex-military, very bad PTSD. And he wanted to do magic because it just helped get his mind off of shit. He wasn't trying to be a magic theorist or performer or anything like that. He just enjoyed doing cool shit. And I think sometimes we put our passion into, and we try to force it onto other people. Now, I'm not saying it's not your right to not teach people the way you want to teach them, but I think it's okay when people don't necessarily want to go too deep into it too.
That's actually a really good outlook on it. I've never thought of it that way. Wow. I appreciate you opening up my eyes a little bit.
I've always looked at learning, like, especially if it's something you want to learn, I've always looked at it as there's that fun period where you're like kind of learning whatever.
Sure.
There's that grind period. And if you get through that grind period, you're going to have so much of a better time later. But then there's those people that fall off in that, like when I was learning Rubik's Cube, you want to get faster, that's the grind area. Once you learn it, you'll either fall off or
Right.
you're...
But there's even with that, right? You have people who just want to solve it. Then you have people who want to solve it faster, and then you have people who want to be the best at solving it, right? Different groups of people.
Definitely.
And the people who just want to solve it don't want to sit there and figure out algorithms that everybody else figures out. They just want that thing, right? And that is okay.
Yeah, you can't push people to learn something that they don't want to learn.
Yeah, like there's a funny statement that Ramsey told me once. He goes, kids put their kids into karate so that they can become strong enough to tell their parents they don't want to do karate.
Oh, parents put their kids in karate.
Yeah, parents put their kids in karate so that... Yeah, parents put their kids in karate so that the kids can become strong enough to tell their parents they don't want to be in karate.
Yeah, they want to be real men to fight MMA. That's why.
Whatever.
I think the best bit of advice I ever got about was someone told me, this older guy, he said, like, don't rush the trick. He's like, why run when you're not being chased?
Well, that's just a segment of it. But what most of this is what we're talking about right now is that teaching process, right? So, like,
oh yeah,
if you want to teach somebody how to make cake, do you start by telling them the ingredients, or do you first start by telling them flavor theory?
I'm gonna go with ingredients over flavor theory because fundamentals is the base to everything.
But fundamentals, you should know flavor theory.
Got his ass.
Yeah, I mean, you are correct
Right?
there. I just,
but some people just want to make a cake.
So I just said that too. What if they only just want to make the cake?
Yeah, some people just want to they just want to do something cool. And you know, sometimes people want to learn the guitar because they just want to play that one song.
Yeah.
And maybe they'll go back later and learn more. Maybe they won't.
It's like it's like the way you explain it to me, it's almost like I've got a point I want to get to, and I'm not at this point. I don't really care how I get there. I just want to get there.
No, it's not. It's not that. It's like I enjoy this, but I don't want this to be my life.
Okay, I got you.
Get what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, absolutely. Makes a little more. I don't know. I guess I'm just used to tradition and certain things.
Listen, man, you have over 300 games on your computer, right?
Yeah, I played every single one.
But how many of them are you professional in?
Absolutely.
Yeah, okay.
Right?
Okay.
You just like playing games.
Yeah, absolutely. Just
some people are like that with guitar. Some people are like that with magic. Some people are like that with cooking.
Okay. That makes a whole lot more sense.
Guys, why'd you have to amp it up? Damn.
Because I'm extra. We know this, bro. I'm extra.
To me,
I mean, are you
example,
surprised?
you can always learn from other people, and being able to learn in a way where you can expand your mind instead of having to agree with someone to learn from them is much more valuable to me.
That's right. Roast his ass. Tell Xavier.
Me too.
There's this thing though, like, imagine like if you try to learn the past for a while,
But you
or
shouldn't.
anything really.
Yeah, I agree.
and you do it on the like Chris Ramsey said this thing about like you walk on a broken foot for so long you didn't realize it was broken.
Yep.
So like, what if by some chance you got more invested in the art, and you've been doing it wrong all this time?
Hindsight is 20/20. But that's your decision to make, not mine.
You got his ass.
It's fair.
Like, I think that's kind of like the way I was about, like when I was learning double lifts, and I got to the point where I was like really good at just like, you know, picking up doubles. And I go there and I'm doing double lifts for like everybody and stuff like that, you know, and people are not catching it. And then when someone catches it at one time, you just basically like shatter it. Like my entire thing.
Yeah. That happened with me.
It's not perfect. I was like, it's not perfect. It's not perfect after all.
Listen, there's a difference between knowing how to cook and being a chef, right? There's a difference between knowing how to do a trick and being a magician. There's a difference between knowing how to play a couple of tunes and being a musician. And the difference between all of them is understanding. That's it. How much are you willing to understand? How much are you willing to learn and go through? I know for me, and like video gaming, I like video games. I don't necessarily want to be a pro. I want to be proficient. I want to be good at the games that I enjoy, but I'm not trying to be a pro. So like with Overwatch, there was this guy we used to play with, and he was so into the theory behind the game and the metas and all this and that. And I'm like, bro, we're in fucking silver and gold, bro. Like, we're nowhere near that shit. And that shit that they're talking about is for the pros. Like, they're talking about such intricate things that I still don't understand as concepts right now, right? So, would I like to be a pro? No. Do I want to be better? Yeah, I want to be better. And I know some of those things I will learn along the way, but I'm just not there yet. Right now, this is a game for me. If one day that changes, I don't think it will. I'm almost 40. You know? Like,
don't lie, bro. You're about to be 70, dude. Come on, bro. Don't lie.
No. I only said the last 2 digits. There might be more digits in front of that.
I'm weak as fuck.
My bad.
If you didn't know, I'm immortal.
You are.
At what point do you think that at one point do you think people need to understand magic that they could be a magician?
Whenever they want.
Pretty much.
No, I mean like at that understanding. So does it stop at magic theory, or like
No,
where's the line?
There is no line.
Like I can tell you right now.
It's more of a process, I would say. It's not a point. Like it's not that at this point you become a magician. It's always a process. You're always learning.
Yeah.
Like there was a kid that I watched online that fooled the living crap out with a
What just happened?
sandwich trick, but it was kind of like a dual sandwich trick where he was doing this thing with 4 queens that he was just like, I don't know what the hell was going on with it, but I was just there like, okay, I know, so I don't know what the hell this kid is doing, and
listen, so I think the real question you're trying to ask is, at what point does somebody claim they're a magician? Right? Is that what you're really trying to ask?
Yeah.
Okay. So here's the simple answer. The simple answer is whenever you want, because there is no bottom line. So with magic, you can walk into a magic shop, buy a trick, and call yourself a magician. Just the way it is, right? Very funny, Caramel.
I didn't realize you were turning the video on.
I just did it because I saw the little symbol. The real answer is whenever you want it to be, because you'll start to do certain things. You'll start to care a little more. You'll start to think a little bit more. You start to conceptualize. You start to look at yourself more. You'll talk with other people. You'll find other people. And that process of doing that makes you more of a magician than just claiming you are, right? So it's like, you know, there's that old saying, right? The loudest person in the room is the weakest person in the room. The people who have to claim they're magicians the most usually aren't.
And ain't that the truth? Hashtag Orlando's #1 best magician. Stefan, you know what I'm talking about? Oh, Xavier, you know what I'm talking about too? No. Orlando's #1 magician.
Oh yeah, I know.
Yeah, I will.
His name
The
rhymes
name.
with Reeve.
Yeah. There you go. Yep.
But you know, like I don't walk around claiming I'm a magician. I'm not saying now that I'm a magician or that I'm better or worse than anybody else. I just do what I do, and I do it the way I want to do it, and I do things the way I want it to look, and that's it. I don't try to claim anything.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Who's saying hello?
Hi.
Hello.
Goodbye.
All right.
He just left.
What?
He's been doing that the whole stream.
Hello.
Hello.
Oh,
Hello?
I've been like trying to tell people for a while, like why magic was meaningful to me, and a lot of people like, oh, Raiden, like he's a magician and stuff, and I was like, oh, kind of aspiring, you know, trying to go there. I'm kind of into the community, you know, meeting a lot of people in my country, and
What country are
it's
you in?
surprising how big magic could be.
What country? You sound not to be a
I'm
dick.
from
You
the
sound
Philippines.
Filipino. Yeah. I wasn't trying to be a dick, but you did sound Filipino.
Hello.
Hello.
I know it's our tongues, man. We don't really. I don't know. I guess Filipinos sound.
We can
Just
hear you.
so.
It's all right. Filipinos
I
are
know.
like you guys are like the Asian Puerto Ricans. It's all right. We understand. We know you. We get you.
So
We get you.
what I found about like Filipinos is they mess up F's and P's,
Oh yes.
Yeah, they do.
right?
Oh, yeah.
So go fuck yourself
Yes.
and go get the sleepers. Right?
Yeah, it took me a while to say teeth. Like, a lot of my friends are struggling with the th.
Yeah. And then I noticed that the accent too is very much like Thai. That right? Like it's very much.
Yeah.
Hello.
So that's
Hello?
why I knew you were Filipino. Hello.
I have a question.
Yes.
So when do you think you would consider yourself an advanced magician?
Oh, is somebody
Well,
from England?
Okay. Yeah. So here's a simple answer. When do you consider yourself a beginner magician?
When you just start out?
So when do you stop?
I don't know.
Got it.
There's no levels in magic, dude.
I have a theory.
I don't know where shit limit is like level 80 warlock.
No,
You will disagree with me.
that's a that's
guys,
a really good example because for the longest, so I Razor Eyes is one of my favorite things to perform, but I still can barely overhand shuffle, and a lot of people consider overhand shuffling a basic shuffle, I guess, in beginner magic. I can't do that, but I can do Razor Eyes.
So like if you look at some of the great magicians, and that's hard to quantify also because some of those magicians could only do what they did, right? But let's just stick with sleight of hand guys. So you take a guy like Bill Malone, right? If you don't know who Bill Malone is, look him up, right? Bill Malone can take a deck of cards at any point and do some crazy stuff. He can also do some crazy coin stuff. He could do crazy sleight of hand stuff. But there are a lot of things he doesn't know too. There are things that I can do, and there are things that I can't do. Do I think I'm more advanced than some magicians? Yeah, I think I do. I am. But at the same time, I'm not the greatest, and I'll never be the fucking greatest either, right? You determine your greatness, but they define your greatness. So you can work really hard at something and be the best at it that you can be, but other people will determine how great you are at that based on other people. So here's the way I look at it, man. You want to be an advanced magician?
Yeah.
Be better than everybody else.
Okay. Also, another question.
Mm-hmm.
What is your favorite deck?
I don't have one. Cards, this is gonna be fucked up to say because I want to put out a deck of cards, but cards really don't have any meaning to me anymore because I have so many of them. Every waking moment there are cards showing up at my house, and I have over 10,000 decks. I will never use them. I haven't bought a deck of cards in almost 10 years because everybody that you know that puts out cards are friends of mine, and they just send them to me. So they don't have any real meaning anymore.
Yeah, I can see that. Kind of like I used to work. I used to cut grass in order to like buy Magic like kits and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And now that I have like a paying job and it's like buy it, it doesn't really like it doesn't have that same factor. Like I worked hard to like get this, and now I have to work hard to learn this trick.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah. So it's pretty much like, oh, I'm just gonna buy this trick and I'll buy it, and I'm like, oh, that's a good trick. But I wouldn't like dedicate my time to it as if, I spent like hours out there like cutting grass every day to get like $80 in order to buy like,
Yeah. And like, if you ever see my videos, I always have cards in the background, right? Those cards are decks that my closest friends have made. And actually, anybody that I know that's a friend of mine that releases something, I always buy one or two of them, and I never touch them. They're just like they're in different places in my house, and it's just me showing off my friend's work. That's all that is.
Oh, nice.
Okay. So just to make sure that you kind of have that kind of appreciation for them, that they have made something, and
I'm proud of them doing something that they're proud of, even though that thing actually doesn't mean anything to me. I'm proud of them.
okay. Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Actually, I was learning one of your card trick just before I came on here.
Mhm.
Yeah, it was a card trick, so.
That's mostly what I've taught on my channel, so.
Yeah, you made me open your card tricks, so. Right.
But, yeah, well, I hope you enjoy the trick, and I hope I answered your question.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, no problem, man. Where are you from? Australia?
UK.
UK? You sound very Australian.
No, he doesn't.
Yeah, he does.
No, he doesn't. He has
He sounds like he's from Perth.
Like he hasn't hit puberty yet. Like
I'm not talking about his age, you fucking.
Wow! Jesus Christ!
Nah, I'm talking about like he has to get that deep voice in order to be like
where? So you're in the UK. Who's your favorite magician?
It's a hard one.
Chris Ramsey.
Jabrizi.
If you say Jabrizi, I am banning you.
You're getting drug out. I'm prepared to drag you
You
out.
can say anybody else. You could even say Rick Lax. I won't ban you because actually, you want to know something? No. Here's a fact. Rick Lax is actually a good magician.
In what sense?
No, you can laugh. You can laugh if you want to.
On Fool Us.
I don't care about his
It's
performance.
pretty good.
I don't care about his performance on Fool Us. Rick Lax knows some good shit. The stuff he does on Facebook is stupid, but Rick Lax knows some shit. So anyway, who's your favorite magician?
It's kind of hard.
Top 5.
Sage Jabrizi.
Tough.
If you even stutter and say Jabrizi, I'm banning you.
I'm dragging him out of Discord. I'm ready, dude. He's
No.
hovering in this channel right
All
now.
right, so who's somebody you like a lot of tricks from?
Pig cake.
Okay.
Pig cake?
I don't subscribe from him.
Okay. So let me explain something about Pig Cake, right? No. I'm serious. I'm gonna explain something about Pig Cake. Pig Cake reached out to me, right, a while before we became friends, and I started looking. Yo, hold on, Stefan, whatever your mic is doing, bro, I can hear the air transfer in your fucking lungs, dog.
There's a fucking oxygen exchange system going on in your alveoli.
He's just sitting there going.
it too close?
Bro,
It's ASMR,
it
dude.
sounds like you haven't figured out how to use the toilet yet.
Bro.
Oh, my bad, bro. Hold on.
That boy got that stomach mic.
Oh, he does.
So
He does.
so I started looking up Pig Cake stuff, right? And I was like, yo, who is this guy that is just trolling the internet right now with all this crap? But then I started really watching his tutorials and what he was saying. And if you take away all the homophobic jokes and the sexual jokes and all this other stuff, this guy's dropping knowledge, bro. Like legit. He knows history. He knows routines. He knows books. He knows where they came from. He knows all this stuff. Pig Cake surprised the hell out of me because he was one of those guys that I didn't think was legit. And he's very legit. So Pig Cake is nothing to be embarrassed about. What I worry about is you being too young to be listening to Pig Cake's banter, though.
I watched one video and unsubbed.
No, don't lie. Don't lie.
He's lying, dude.
Pull up your list.
Yep.
Pull up your list.
Go through your history. I want to see a
Pull up your
screenshot
list.
of your YouTube history.
Yeah.
He signed up to his card academy.
His Patreon and shit. Yeah, he's a member of his Patreon.
But
he steals money out of his mom's wallet every week.
So give me somebody who's not a YouTuber. If you know any.
Jabrisi, say it. Bet.
No, seriously. Ace of Spades. Give me a magician that you like that's not a YouTuber.
I like how we are all just eagerly waiting for his answer.
Please, please.
You what?
I don't want to answer, please. I haven't made up my mind.
No, I'm not saying I'm not saying no. I'm not saying your favorite. I'm not saying your favorite. I'm saying just name one.
Name one.
Yeah.
Adam Wilbur.
Okay.
Yeah, he's a pretty good magician. Actually, because I was watching some tutorials on this trick, they were pretty fun. I think they were pretty fun to perform, and
Cool.
yeah,
But-
I like them. I just like the tricks.
Yeah, you don't have to justify it, dude.
No, do I?
No, you don't, man. It's fine. If you like Adam Wilbur stuff, you like Adam Wilbur stuff. Cool, man. I'm glad you do. That's fine. You don't be ashamed.
I actually like a few people's stuff.
Ha! We got him, boys. Fuck Adam Wilbur. No, I'm just playing.
I like you know Danny Da Ortiz?
Very well.
Oh god, I love that guy.
Yep. His tricks are pretty amazing.
Yeah, this is how much I know Danny Ortiz. It's your live. Ooh,
That's so spot on.
I don't care.
You can take the card or you cannot.
Lift up your shirt.
You can take the card or you don't have to. It's your life. You can shuffle to the deck. You can shuffle to the deck or you don't have to. It's your life. Ooh.
I do nothing.
Look my face. I don't care. I don't look my face.
I do nothing.
It's your life.
Yeah.
I am fat. I do
So
nothing.
so Danny D. Ortiz is dope. Do you know Woody Aragon?
Pardon?
Huh?
Pardon?
Do you know Woody Aragon?
I can't hear you. Sorry.
Do you know who Woody Aragon is?
No.
You should look him up.
Okay.
Yeah.
Woody Aragon.
Spanish guy. Search
Yeah.
up any Spanish guy, honestly.
Okay.
No, there's a few ones that are kind of.
Okay, I actually came on this. Oh, well, something happened. I actually came on this server maybe a few hours ago when the stream was going on, and I heard you were talking about George Floyd.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So, actually, we are in England. If you have, have you been watching the news? The news?
Have I been watching the news?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I started talking about everything.
Yeah. Have they been mentioning England whatsoever? UK, England?
Yeah.
Yeah. So here, the police officers are like hailed as heroes,
Mhm.
or like in America, they're like the mafia.
Yep.
So, do you think that their attitudes like should change, or do you think that
Whose attitude should change?
like the police's attitude?
Okay. So I spoke about this before, but I'll tell you right now, right? So the problem with the police here is two things. Number one, they have unlimited power and they're backed by the law. And the reason why they have unlimited power is because of the law. So there's something called qualified immunity out here where a police officer can do something and then it's the judges, they have to bring it to court, and that court case has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt based off of case law that has already happened that what that person did is wrong. So even if what they did is wrong, if there's no case law, meaning there were no other court cases that decided on that, they get off. So what happens is police officers do stuff, they go to court, if they even make it to fucking court, because the first thing they do is they bring it to internal investigations where the police decide if the police did anything wrong. And then if it goes past that, then it goes to court, and then they have to go through that qualified immunity case. So the process of a police officer getting in trouble for doing something wrong is so long and drawn out that it usually doesn't even happen, and the cop gets off scot-free. So why do people hate cops out here? Because cops are assholes. And cops are assholes because they have power to be assholes, and no one is going to stop them from being assholes because the law says they can. So, how do you fix the problem? The first thing you do is you fix qualified immunity. Now, I'm not saying that cops don't have to do things that are questionable sometimes, but sitting on someone's neck for 7 minutes while they're handcuffed and 4 other cops watching is not okay.
Yes.
If the guy was unhandcuffed, fighting, had a weapon, now it makes sense. To restrain them, then you let go of the restraint and you move on with your position. Not sit on them for fucking minutes at a time till they die. So the first thing you do is you fix qualified immunity and you make the police accountable for their actions, and then everything changes.
Yeah, because even though the police officer in Minneapolis.
Oh, okay, bye. He just left.
Yeah, he was like, nope, I don't want to hear this shit. He was like, I don't want to hear this shit.
I'm back, by the way.
I'm just shocked that that is actually a method of restraint. Like, who sanctioned that?
No, it's not. It's not.
Okay.
So the thing is, can they do that legally? Yes, for a short period of time to control a situation. If somebody's being unruly, they may do certain things. Now, the things that they do, I think, are wrong to begin with, because what it is a bunch of a team of people crowding on one person. Nobody's going to be able to survive that, right? There are better ways to restrain people, and they always talk about training. Training doesn't help. What you do is you make people accountable. If you knew if you killed somebody, you were going to jail, you'd be more careful about holding somebody down.
I think it was strange seeing. I think it was strange seeing like the people talk about, oh, they survive like having a knee on their necks for like 10 minutes or whatever, and it's like they're demonstrating it and stuff. What the hell?
Yeah, it's fucked, dude. And like I said before, like, do I think a lot of shit should be going on now? No. But what else are people supposed to do? This is desperation, you know? These people are fucking desperate.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we were talking about this earlier tonight. His hands were in his pocket because he had no fear. He knew for damn sure nothing was going to happen to him. And he was very comfortable with his power. He was very comfortable.
It's just ridiculous that it's like Killer Mike said when he was saying, he was like, he took like he's like, who's the oldest person in the crowd? Who's the youngest? And he was like, this old guy is mad about, racial inequality, and he's 61. And he was like, me, he's like, I'm like 44. He's like, this kid here, he's only 16. Mm-hmm. And he's like, what does that tell you?
Yep.
And I was like, man, it's deep.
Yeah, it is. And it's only going to get worse unless something happens.
Exactly.
So your problem with police are the power that they hold rather than
My problem? That is the problem. That is the problem with police. It's not my problem. That is the problem with police.
Because I'm hearing a whole bunch of arguments about how the police system or the system that they say is mostly just systematic racist or
No, it's not. It's systematic in the sense that the people who they police the hardest happen to be low income. But like I was saying earlier, there are black police officers that will do the same shit because they don't look at people who aren't police officers the same way. If you're not a police officer, you're a criminal. And we're going to do whatever we're going to do to you because we have the right to, and we're told to, and it's just our jobs. That is the problem. The white officer was on the guy's neck. An Asian officer was in the front stopping anybody from helping that black guy.
Yeah.
It's the sheer blindness of power that dude, how many times, I don't know who lives where, but I live in the hood, and there are black cops that act just as fucking stupid and racist as white cops because they're like, well, if you just followed the law, like, bro.
It's true. It's true.
Yeah, it's just stupid cops, though.
It's not, is there racism? For sure there is racism. But the racism isn't a white police officer. The racism is the police.
So you're saying that the police system or just police overall is racist?
It's not, but here's the thing, right? Is it racist to black people? Yes. Is it racist to Spanish people? Yes. Is it racist to white people? No. Why? Because the distribution of money just happens to be that way.
I disagree with that. There's no evidence to prove that. How many?
There's no evidence to prove it. Let me ask you this. Where do they invest more police in? White areas with lots of money or broke white areas with lots of money?
Broke white areas.
Okay. So where do they invest more money? Rich black areas or poor black areas?
Poor black areas.
So is it about racism or money?
No, because the studies show that low-income communities, especially black communities, have 60% of the crime rate, regardless if they're
most low-income communities are black.
That's correct.
So what are you thinking?
Except for the realism that most of the country is broke white people. So your argument, you proved yourself wrong, and I caught you.
No, you gotta elaborate on that. Okay.
Here's the thing. So you go to Trailer Park, Kentucky.
Right.
Are they arresting a lot of black people out there?
Probably not, because it's majority not black.
They are, but they're also arresting a lot of crackhead white people.
True.
It's not about black versus white. It's about how much money do you have.
Well, I mean, if you commit a crime, you commit a crime. Like,
you're right. If you commit a crime, you commit a crime. However, if you commit a crime and you're from a rich area, you're going to be much better off than if you commit a crime in a poor area.
Yeah, and here's the thing. You can't necessarily trust statistics because let's say they've reported to 100 crimes or whatever in a black neighborhood, and they only responded to 12 crimes in a white neighborhood. Then statistically, yeah, there's more crime happening in community than there is happening in a white community because
population density.
They responded to more things in a black community than a white community. And
again, I'm not saying that there isn't racism. There absolutely is racism.
Well, yeah, there is.
But the overall problem with the police is not white versus black. It's about power versus non-power. That's the problem.
So what do you think needs to change then?
I said what needs to change. They need to get rid of qualified immunity. They get rid of qualified immunity, and they take away the right for police officers to do everything without without cause, and you make them accountable. They will change.
but cops are still held accountable for
No,
it,
they're
even
not.
if someone gets murdered.
No,
Yes,
they're
they
not.
do.
No, they're not.
Yes, they,
No, they're
No,
not.
they're not.
No, they're not.
No,
No, they're not. Let me ask you this: how many people are police officers in your family?
I don't think I have any police officers in my family now.
Okay. How many friends of yours are police officers?
I have one police officer friend.
Okay. How long has he been on the force?
I'm not sure, but I could probably just ask him.
Okay.
Roughly, we'll just say 9-10 years.
10 years. Okay. How many times has he stopped a bad officer from doing something?
He told me he has done that before. Yes.
And he's still on the force?
I don't know the specifics of the story. But
yeah.
we'll just,
Here's the reality. He never did. That's the reality.
See, but that's so anecdotal though. You can't take that one case and apply it to the all
You're
cases.
right, I can't. So let's talk about you're right. So let's talk about one of the officers, a officer who decided to, before all of this happened, make a video on YouTube saying that we need to start thinking about what we're doing as police officers, and we don't have the right to take away people's rights, and we have to consider people's rights when doing certain things. And a week later, he was fired from the force. Then we'll take another officer from another precinct in another part of the country who backed that officer who got fired for opening his mouth against the bullshit that's going on, and he gets fired. Then we'll take a lesbian officer who stopped a cop from beating somebody up and tasing him when he was on the ground handcuffed and got fired for insubordination. So you tell me what's anecdotal.
I'd say all those stories are like
All of those stories are anecdotal.
Let me give you an example.
Come on, bro. Come on, bro.
No, let me give an example, bro. Because like this is, I don't think this is a fair argument. Because saying that cops don't or they get off the hook all for doing something, like they always have to go through a process, whether it be court, and at the end of the day,
No, they don't.
some of them get
No,
fired.
they don't, bro. No, they don't. You ever heard of it? Do you know what internal investigation is?
That is when they investigate into the cops' actions.
Who?
No.
Okay. Who investigates internal? Who are they?
Who said who investigates internal affairs?
No. Who investigates the police in IA? Who are they?
It's the police investigate the police.
The police investigate the police. So here's problem number one. Okay, Stefan, you're at home, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you live with family?
Yes.
Okay. You go out and you steal someone's car.
Okay.
And your family says, we'll look into it. Then what? Should we just take for granted that your family, who is on your side because they're your family and they love you, is going to do what's actually right and look into this investigation?
Well, hold on. You just made the assumption that saying the family is on my side or the police being on my side.
Oh, they are. You know why? It's called the union. Because the union is what backs all of them. And every time they've gone after a police officer who's done something wrong, a fucking police officer union rep gets on television and he goes, how do you expect us to do our jobs when you're handcuffing us and arresting us for us risking our lives? That's not anecdotal, bro. You can Google this.
I will. But look, I'm saying that my problem is this, right? People are saying cops are getting off the hook, which you can make an argument about, but most of the time,
I don't have to make an argument about it. It's a fact.
It's a fact.
No, but you didn't let me finish. I'm saying that when people are saying when cops are getting off the hook, majority of these cases, when a cop does fuck up, he gets fired.
No, he does not.
Still getting over.
No, he does not.
Okay, let me ask you this question: with Trayvon Martin, with George Zimmerman, do you think he got off the hook?
Yes, he was proved in a court of law that he got off the hook.
You really believe that?
Yes, I looked into the story. Look,
you stand behind that 100%.
Look, if you want me to get into the specifics about the Trayvon Martin case, I can get into specifics.
That's fine. You can.
Yeah,
I mean,
but let me ask you this.
Anything you can pull up on the internet, I can pull up on the internet too, man.
No. Here. Forget about that. Let's talk about this one case right here, right?
Mm-hmm.
Hi.
What's up? So let's talk about this one case right here. An officer sat on someone's neck on video and killed him with 3 friends. Okay?
Okay.
Did that not happen?
That did happen. That's correct.
Okay. It was on video the same day it happened, right?
Okay. Yes.
How long did it take them to arrest that officer?
It took them, I believe it was 3 days.
Why?
Well, to have to get the sufficient evidence to gather for it.
Okay. So okay. Wait. Now, I sit on someone's neck for 10 minutes until he dies with 3 friends. How long does it take them to arrest me?
Immediately.
Probably right on the spot.
Why? Why? Don't they need to wait till they get sufficient evidence?
Well, they put you in jail, and then they.
Oh, they put you in jail.
Let me ask you
They
a question.
hold on. They put you in jail, and then they build a case, huh? But for this officer, they let him walk until they had sufficient evidence. Now, what really happened is riots started. Okay? Government uprising caused them to take action. That's just what happened. Let's take this other one where this guy was running down the street and 2 white guys shotgunned this poor guy in the fucking stomach. On video of them killing him because they thought that he was robbing someone's house. Right?
Okay.
How long did it take for them to get arrested?
That I don't know.
A week?
Yeah, you know.
A week?
It was more than a week.
2 weeks?
Because it was more than 2 weeks. Because that event happened in what? That event happened in February. And
why did they even shut us?
Yeah, that happened in February, man. And they actually closed the case. They closed it. And then what ended up happening was the video came out.
Yep.
And that's how that came about. They reopened it again.
And wasn't one of the guys an ex-officer?
Yeah, he was an ex-officer.
Oh, wow. Ex-officer shoots a black guy, doesn't get arrested. They dismiss the fucking case. Then the video comes out. All of a sudden, they arrest him. Listen, man. Stefan, I'm going to say this, and I don't mean this in any malicious way, because I think you're a good guy. But there is a reality you have to face. And the reality is, you're black.
Yep.
And the blackness that you have is what police are taught is bad. Okay? That is just a fact. And I don't know if you live in a hood. I don't know if you live in a good neighborhood, but I live in a hood. And I have other black friends that have kids. And they have to talk, and they come to me and they tell me, how am I going to have this talk with my son or my daughter about this shit? Or I just had this talk with my son or daughter on.
Oh, trust me. Yeah, I've gotten that talk before.
Okay.
I've gotten that.
So the reality is, in fact, you know what? I should pull up this video on Facebook. There was a video on Facebook I just saw. Okay. Cops go up to a black guy who's just sitting down. Okay. And they're like, you look like you fit the description. And the guy's like, well, who are you looking for? They're like, you're coming with us. And they're going off. And the cop is literally going, you're coming with me, you're under arrest. And the guy goes, what am I under arrest for? I haven't done anything. Blah, 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 blah. And he's like, well, I think you're this person. He goes, well, I'm not. He goes, well, I think you are. And they put him in handcuffs. Okay?
Okay.
And then they find out he's an FBI agent. Cuffs come immediately off. Now, if that cop still thought that he was that guy, they should have still taken him in, right?
I mean, sure, but
why didn't they?
I mean, he may have not. I mean, there could have been numerous issues, but
You're right. There could have been numerous issues, but the real issue was the cop didn't do what he was supposed to do. He didn't find out who they had to get. He didn't confirm that it was the right person, and he tried to lock somebody up because he didn't want to fucking talk to him, which was his right to do.
Yeah, I'd blame that on the cop too.
That's right, because the cop overstepped his bounds because he has no fear of repercussion.
You can't prove that though. That's a large leap of logic to me. Like I
All
disagree
right, bro.
with that.
I know you disagree with that. I know you disagree with that, and you disagree with it, and so do all the other officers that say the same shit, and all the other people who protect the police officers disagree with it. But the fact of the matter is, when you live in a low-income area and you're ethnic, and police are on your ass all the time, just because you're there, there's a reason. And the reason why is because they know that people don't have enough money to fucking fight the system. That's why they're in low income areas, because cops are money collectors with guns. And the minute that they made the money collectors with guns, it became about my position. It's power and it's money. That's the fucking problem.
Can I ask something?
Sure.
I'm clearly not from the US, and here I'm from Germany. And here in the media, almost every day we hear something about some cop shot somebody or used a gun at gunpoint or something like that. And I always question, why is that? Why is there no repercussions for the police person to just fire a whole magazine at someone and doesn't have to fear anything? Here in Germany, if the police uses the gun and even fire one bullet, they have to defend this shot in front of the law. And if they don't have a really justified reason for it, they can lose their job immediately.
Yeah, so out here what happens is they shoot, they say I feared for my life, and if there's no video evidence for it, they get off.
Yeah,
but that's messed up.
That's just the way it is.
That's what we're.
And that's why there are cities burning down, because people are fed up with it.
I can explain it in the best way, because I also grew up in a low income neighborhood. If I were let's say black person, white person, right? If a white person were to call the cops and the cops arrive on the scene, they would see them as a witness. If I call the cops, being a black person, they would see me as a suspect. When you think about that,
okay, hold on. I just want to respond to somebody. So somebody said, I agree with pretty much everything Xavier's saying, but to say cops are trained to view black people as the enemy is just ignorant. So I didn't say, maybe I did say that, and if I did say that, I'm wrong. But what they are trained to do is say that everyone is a criminal. And we have a quota, and we have to keep our quota, or you will be sent to some place you don't like, or get a tour you don't like, or some kind of punishment. Okay. So the pressure that police officers are under by upper management, their captains and chiefs, to get certain numbers in certain areas with high density are much greater, right? So take an area like New York City. And I have friends who work as New York City police officers. And in fact, one of them eventually became, they brought him into IA, right? And this is why I know all this shit, okay? This isn't just coming off of nothing. I have friends who do this shit. I have a friend who was in the military. He used to work anti-terrorism, and now he's in IA. They investigate officers the way they're taught to investigate them. But that doesn't mean that they're held to the same law that we are, because they're officers. They have to do certain things that are above the law in some ways, right? And I understand that. But the things that are tossed out are things that literally go against what their job is. And when that happens, they're still not held accountable. And that's the problem. If somebody does something wrong, arrest them. They fight, arrest them, right? I get it, use of force. But the argument is always, stop resisting, and I feared for my life. Whenever you watch a video, or if you've ever seen an officer arresting somebody, the first words out of their mouth are stop resisting. That is the first words out of their mouth.
And it clearly, in some cases, don't care if you do absolutely nothing. They still slam you on the ground.
No,
from what I've seen.
Sometimes they say it before they're even touching you. Stop resisting. Stop resisting. And then they put you in handcuffs. Stop resisting. And then they hit you. Stop resisting. And then they punch you. Stop resisting. Then they slam you on the ground. Stop resisting. And then they choke you. Stop resisting. There was a case of a guy who got pulled over. Okay? Cop pulled him over. The officer went up to the car, hands drawn, goes, "What the fuck are you doing?" Another car came from another direction. They broke his window, pulled him out of the car. The guy's hands were up, and the cop said, "Stop resisting. Why are you reaching for my gun? Stop resisting." The guy's hands are up. and he
I
got.
did see that video.
They brought him to the car
Yeah.
before they. Now he's in handcuffs. They're walking him to the car. Before he gets in, they punch him in the head, and they bring him to jail. The cops lied about the cop car that came from the front that showed his hands were up the entire time. If it wasn't for that video, those cops would have gotten away with everything. Okay? That's not anecdotal. That is trained. That is learned. You don't walk in your first day on the job saying, stop resisting. You are taught that.
And the police officers are taught the wrong thing, basically.
They teach each other how to stay safe and keep their job safe. That's what it is.
So it's not to keep the citizens safe, it's to keep themselves safe.
There's nothing in the law that says a police officer has to protect you. They are there to enforce the law.
Well, that's messed up.
Nah, even in the military, I kid you not, even in the military, our thing that says if any of assets vital to national security were to get seized, we, and say, for example, there's like a building full of people being held hostage, and we need to get to the resource before, you know, they do it. We are ordered, by all means, and with no regards to human life, to take out every single person within that place in order to retrieve the asset. I don't care if it's your granny, your auntie, your girlfriend, your daughter. We're going in and we're probably going to have to like kill everybody.
Listen,
we'll wait it out and see how long. Like,
why do you think now that everybody has a cell phone and cops have to wear body cameras are so many things coming out? Why is it all of a sudden when everybody can see things, all of a sudden there's a fucking problem?
Because it's public now.
Because it's always been happening.
Yeah, but the government can't deny it anymore.
That's right.
They have,
and
they have
also
to react to it.
There can see it now.
And sorry for saying that, but Trump clearly doesn't react to it.
You don't have to say sorry. Fuck Trump.
He's fueling the fire. From what I've with the tweet he posted, if they're looting and we start shooting, that's clearly not the right way to de-escalate a situation.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah.
And that's another thing. Officers don't de-escalate. They escalate so that then they can incriminate. That is what they do. You watch a police officer interacting with somebody and that person starts getting loud, they start going, you better calm down. You better calm down or I'm going to lock you up. I'm going to take you in for public, what's the word? What's the charge?
Is it public indecency?
No. For disturbing the peace.
That's right.
If you don't lower your voice, I'm going to take you in for disturbing the peace. Stop resisting. That is trained. That is not what people graduate from the academy learning. That is not what kids grow up thinking when they want to become cops. They don't grow up saying, I'm going to grow up and say, stop resisting. Kids grow up, they say, I want to become a police officer and help my community. I want to stop criminals. That's what they say. But then they grow up and they become fucking cops, and the first things out of their mouth is stop resisting. How is it that everybody, every one of them, in fact, let's take this away from black and white and let's make it about some white people. There was a guy in a hotel with his girlfriend who was a exterminator, and in his room he had a BB gun for killing rodents, and somebody got wind of it and said that he had a gun, and the police officers in SWAT gear went to the hotel, took him out of his room. He's on the floor laying down. They're barking commands at him. All he does is try to figure out what they're saying, and an officer shoots him 4 times with an AK.
Yeah.
Guess what happened? Guess what happened? Did the cop get arrested?
No.
Did the cop lose his job?
So Xavier, can you do me a favor?
Sure.
Can you send me these stories of these instances of cops not doing their jobs, and I'll look into it and I'll validate my. Here's
what you do. You turn on you go on just go on Facebook right now and just scroll, and whenever you see a police officer and a person, watch it. That's all you have to do. It's happening all over the place right now.
There's so many cases of it that You don't need to.
I don't know how you think otherwise. I don't know where you've been living that you don't know about this shit.
Because there's numerous cases where cops were used deadly force, and most of it has been justified. There's a whole bunch of black.
Yeah. Yes. They have. Yeah. Hold on. No. He's not wrong. He's not wrong. But just because the cops said it was justified, was it? That's the question you have to ask, Stefan. You can't blindly go on thinking that because police said it was okay, then it was okay.
Well, I mean, I don't. No, wait, Stefan. Let me ask you this question. Did you ever hear about the case of the police officer who went into the wrong apartment thinking that it was her own and shot the guy and killed him inside?
I'm aware of that case. Yes.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
She got time though.
Yeah, and even though they were talking about, she's innocent, do you think that if it was a black person that walks into a white person's home, you know what? Let's take race out.
Yeah, anybody else.
Let's do that. Yeah, if anybody else were to do that, do you think that they would have had a whole trial thing that lasted for weeks and weeks and weeks? Say if I walked into your home and shot you when you're in your home, do you think that it's going to take 4 weeks to put me in jail?
I can't really answer that question honestly.
You can't really answer that question.
Because,
Yeah,
like,
it,
here's the thing,
it
right?
depends on not somebody noticing if you are dead or not.
All right, let me ask you this, Stefan. Why is it that every other country agrees with why the fucking things are happening, except for people here?
Wait, agreeing with the rioters or agreeing with?
With the uprising.
Oh, so agreeing with the uprising.
Same country and they know this, dude.
Why is it in every other country? But it's not even about the US, bro. This is a fucking problem. Listen, when you were a kid, right? And you got in trouble, you knew it was bad when your friends down the block knew about it?
Oh, yeah.
Well, guess what? Our friends down the block know that we're fucked up.
Like, look, I'm gonna say this, right?
Sure.
So everyone knows power can corrupt. We all know that. It's a fact.
Mhm.
Like, they've done studies on it. Like,
Sure.
it's just a fucking thing, right? But you do have some cops out there who want to do the right thing. Just because there's bad cops out there, or just because. All right, so I'm just saying.
No. Keep going. Say what you're saying, because I already got you on this. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah, no. Like there are some fucking shitty cops out. Like the one that, like the fucking George Floyd one. Like we all agree that what that cop did was fucking stupid. Like me personally.
No. It wasn't stupid. It was fucking murder. It was fucking murder. That's not stupid.
It was murder.
Yeah.
No, it was flat out fucking murder.
He definitely know what he was doing.
But yeah, no, that was flat out fucking murder.
Mhm.
And that cop is getting served, third degree murder for that.
Third degree?
Third degree.
Third degree?
Yes.
Why not first?
Mm-hmm. Why not first?
I mean, according to the media, from what I'm reading, he's getting charged with
It's
third.
technically classified as first-degree murder because it was premeditated, because he knew what he was doing and he did it elongated.
No, I can't. No, that
Yeah,
I don't know.
but hey,
Okay, no. Hold on, guys. Let him finish.
But like again, I don't know if it's first degree. If it's premeditated, there's got to be evidence for that. I don't know about that. From my information, from what I'm getting, it's third degree.
Sure. Whatever.
So the cop's getting third degree murder charges. My point is,
Let him finish.
there are some cops out there who fucking abuse their power. We know this. Like, it's just a fact. Like, it's just a fucking fact.
Sure.
Right? But my argument is that the majority of cops who are on the force are out there to do good. They're just out there to help the communities.
Okay,
out.
so now let me ask you this: do you think all of the cops in the third precinct where that officer worked, that stood on this gentleman's neck for 10 minutes, were crooked?
All of them? That's tough to say. I'm not sure.
Why is it tough to say? You just said there's good cops. So do you think all of those cops are bad in that precinct that they burned down?
Oh, you mean the 4 cops that were in that?
No, all of the cops in that precinct that they burnt down. Do you think they were all bad?
No.
Okay. Do you think all 4 of the cops who were on that scene were bad?
Yes.
Why is it 4 fucking cops out of a precinct of maybe 20 on duty at that time happen to all be on one fucking black guy?
Those are the 4 cops. Yes, those cops.
So they
represent
team them
the
up.
precinct.
So they team them up. So they go. You're fucked up. You're fucked up. You're fucked up. You're fucked up. You're a team. That's what you're telling me?
Well, no, I'm saying that all those cops are bad at their job. Like that's what I'm saying. Those cops are just fucking terrible.
Why are they terrible? They're just doing their job.
They're just shitty cops. Like you got people shitty at
And
their
you know
job.
what?
They're
But do you know why they're
Why
shitty?
they
Do you know why they're shitty? Because they won't open their fucking mouth when one of their own does something bad. That's why all cops are bad. Because every single one of them will usually 9 times out of fucking 10 say, I was just doing what I was told. I was just doing my job. I feared for my life.
Yep. And shitty
I hate that
cops.
cop.
And every other cop that's with them on the scene will fucking pick up the slack for them. It's been proven over and over. There are court cases after court cases. There's court cases of people pulling over people, planting drugs, and the other cops are in on it, and it's on their fucking body cams. Their reports are lies, and they get called out because of Freedom of Information Act. If it wasn't for the fucking point that they had a camera, those cops would have gotten away with it too. But guess what? They're all fucking bad.
But let me just say this quickly. That's not always better in every different country. I mean, for example, right here, we have sometimes also some news about police brutality,
Sure.
and they most of the times go in front of the law, and then basically what happens is the next cop says, yeah, well, it was justified because he resisted whatever.
Sure.
And then nothing happens. And I think it's a major problem in almost every country in the world.
Okay, let me ask you guys a question, right? So I know a lot about Black Lives Matter. I've done a whole bunch of research on Black Lives Matter and the cases that they try and argue, saying that police rather step in their boundaries, right? So let me ask you a question. I don't know if y'all know about the Michael Brown case. Do y'all?
Mm-hmm.
So y'all do know about the Michael Brown case.
Mhm.
In your opinion, do you think that Michael Brown case was justified in what the officer had to do? Or do you think Michael Brown had every right to be alive? Or I'm sorry, let me rephrase that. Do you think Michael Brown did the right thing?
Wait, sorry, I haven't heard
Okay.
of the case.
So
Can you do it?
Michael Brown is the one that supposedly attacked the officer and he shot him.
Yes.
And they were
The-
saying that
the
he had
one-
his hands up.
The one for freaking, yes, the hands up, don't shoot.
Okay. Here's what I'm gonna say. Okay. Do you remember the person who shot up the church down south?
Yes. Yes, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. At what point after arresting him did they put a bulletproof vest on him to protect him?
Wait, can you say that again?
At what point after arresting him did they put a bulletproof vest on him to protect him? Was it before or after they brought him to McDonald's?
Oh, okay, that's the case. I don't know about that story. All right, but can you elaborate me on that story? Because
Okay.
I don't know.
White guy goes to a southern church and shoots it up. Cops arrest the guy, put him in a bulletproof vest, bring him to McDonald's, feed him, hand him a cigarette, and then bring him to jail. Guy just finished shooting a church. Why is he still alive?
I'm not sure.
Mm.
Well, I can get this. I can say this, right?
How about in the UK, where there was a guy with a sword, and there was fucking 10 police officers calming him down to get that sword with no guns, and they arrested him. But here, if you run the other direction and it's on video and you shoot him with a full fucking clip, that's justified.
I mean, all cops are different, bro.
All cops are different. Listen, okay, Chris Rock said it best, man. There are some jobs where you just can't get it wrong. Okay, imagine if there was an airline that said, "Hey, most of our pilots like to land on the runway, but some of the bad apples like to crash into mountains." Would you fly on that airline?
Probably not.
Why? Everybody's different. Some pilots just like to crash into shit.
I don't think that's really a.
Oh, no, my friend. It is very fair. It is very fucking fair. Because you're not going to tell me somebody who's in charge of hundreds of lives in every flight can just fuck off and make their own decision.
Well, no, I'm not
So
saying.
why is it that an officer on the street can?
Stefan, let me ask you a question. Do you have any kids?
No.
Do you have younger sister, younger brother, somebody you care about? And I mean, like, really.
I have a brother that's younger than me by 11 months.
Okay, you care about your brother.
Yeah.
You do anything.
Sure.
Would you kiss him?
So
Oh.
so if you think of it this way, imagine instead of those police officers, it's you and your brother as those police officers, okay? Because you have the authority, right?
Okay.
Your brother's doing that. You gonna stand there and let him do it?
Sorry, what was the question? So,
the situation with Floyd. Imagine it's you and your brother, okay? Except your brother has got his knee into the guy's neck on the ground, nonchalantly acting like nothing's wrong. You gonna stop him, or are you gonna let him do it?
I'm not sure. I'd probably tell him to stop, but I mean.
Whoa. Your first thing,
hesitated.
Freudian slip, bro.
How are you not sure, bro?
This is how this works, all right?
Well,
let me explain it to you.
Like, what are you talking about?
I've got kids. Okay, I've got kids. I got a wife. I got a family. I got siblings out the ass. I come from a big family. I promise you, anytime I see one of my siblings, family, children doing some shit like that, I'm gonna pull them down, and I'm going to turn them in.
I'm good, John. I really am. And believe it or not,
accountable for their actions.
I'm glad that we're talking about this. We
Why
need
are
to talk about
assuming
this.
That I think what the cop did to George Floyd is right.
When did I say that?
No, because you're saying that if my brother was in this situation, like what would I do? Like whether it be whether stop him or not. Like I'm gonna say this right now.
Well, the fact of the matter is that you sat there unsure.
It's not about saying it was okay what the officer did. It's about separating everybody and saying that, well, there's some good cops, there's some bad cops. The reason I threw you and your brother into the mix of that, because you like to think yourself a good person, right? I don't know you. So let's say, you're probably a good person. Your brother's probably a good person, Right. So, let's just say you guys like to think yourself you're a good person. That's cool, whatever. I mean, hey. But then some stupid shit happens, even though in your eyes he's a good person and he couldn't be possibly capable of doing something like that or whatever the case may be. He does it anyway. The purpose of it is, are you going to stand there and let it happen? Or are you going to stand up, get a voice, get out there, and fight against it?
That's hard for me to say. That's hard.
It shouldn't be.
That's the problem. That's the problem.
I'm not saying you're a bad person for it. I'm not at all. It should be, to me, I'm a very black and white person. It should be very simple. You did wrong. You have to be accountable for what you did. Period. End of story. Doesn't matter who you are. Doesn't matter what you do. How much money you have. How much money you don't have.
I'm as logical as they fucking come, man. Like almost every woman who's dated me has said the same thing. You are so logical. You almost have no emotion, right? I am super fucking logical when it comes to things. There is nothing in my head that can say if somebody's killing somebody else that it is okay if that person can't defend themselves. Now, here's the situation. Man is in handcuffs. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what they did before they were in handcuffs. They are now in handcuffs. They are now restrained. You do not need to sit on their fucking neck for 10 minutes.
I agree.
Why didn't anybody else? Why didn't anybody else try to stop it? That was there in authority. Why? Because they're all fucked. That is why. Because for all the shit that you're saying and trying to defend, the fact of the matter is they will defend each other to the end. They will lie and kill to make it happen, and they have the right to do it because of all the shit that we let them have and we let them get away with. Now we're not. Now people are standing up because for years they've been saying this shit has been going on. For years people have been dying from it. For years people have been arrested for shit like that over and over and over. And nobody said a fucking thing because they didn't want to believe it. They didn't have the proof. I can't say that. Blah, blah, blah. All this shit. For years. And the minute that they had car cameras and body cameras and cell phone cameras, now people are seeing it. And now it's fucking real. And now they're being held accountable. And people aren't having it no more. So they're burning down police stations. They're burning down buildings because nobody was fucking listening. And the minute they started doing that, they turned around and they arrest the guy who fucking sat on his neck days after he did it because they were burning shit down. Not because he did the wrong thing and they had to investigate, because they're fucking scared.
Well, I mean, they did the same thing with Officer Darren Wilson when it came to the Michael Brown case. It took him days before they arrested him.
Yeah, but there wasn't a riot, was there?
I thought there was. The Ferguson riots?
Oh, yeah? Is it as bad as it is now?
No, I don't know. I don't know about that. I can't really
okay.
much about.
Yeah, these riots are worldwide right now.
Mm-hmm.
Stefan, I can tell you this, man. Did you see the picture of the officers who were defending his home from protesters?
Yeah, I think I saw the videos.
Why didn't any of those officers arrest him?
The protesters?
No.
The guy who was protecting his home.
Yeah.
Probably because they weren't given an order to arrest him.
Why not? Why do you need an order? Why do you need an order to arrest me?
Yeah.
If a cop sees,
By that
listen,
time they already seen the videos.
Listen,
I mean,
no, there isn't a process. As a peace officer, you have a duty to act. If you see something illegal, you're supposed to manage it. That is your fucking job. That is the job of a peace officer. They don't need an order to arrest somebody for doing something illegal. You're full of shit. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about, and you're protecting the wrong fucking thing right now.
I mean,
yeah, you seen a video. There's 80 fucking officers out there surrounding. Why didn't any of them arrest him?
like I said, the officers have a process. The officers had a process.
Okay. What is an officer's primary duty? Let me ask you.
To serve and protect.
Nope.
No.
Nope.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
What is it?
To enforce the law.
That is correct. An officer. It has been proven in what's the highest court?
The Supreme Court.
The Supreme Court has ruled that an officer does not have a duty to protect an individual, only enforce the law. That has been proven.
Okay.
So back to my original question. Why didn't any of the officers arrest him?
In that case, I'm not sure.
Why aren't you sure?
Well, like I said, from what I know,
I mean, you were saying that all the cops were good.
Well,
they do their job, and now you're saying you're unsure
because what
why
I
the
know,
officers didn't act.
From what I know, there is a process for a police officer to be put on trial
Where is
for
it?
an action that he did.
No. There is a process, but the process is the problem.
Yeah, why is there a process for a police officer?
Right.
You can take
If
them
he kills somebody, why needs there to be a process for the police officer to go in front of the law and not for every other person? Every other person, there is no process. They will straight up go to jail. But a police officer needs to go through a process. Why? If he
No,
kills
no,
someone.
no. Listen. Yes, there is a process. Do I believe the process exists for a reason? Yes. Do I believe the process is completely fucked? Yes. The police have a duty to do certain things. I get that. But once they break that, then that should be the end of the situation. Once they find that the officer acted maliciously or without reason or whatever, there should be no more conversation. There should be no more investigation internally, right to criminal court. But that's not what happens. If internal investigation says, if my friends say that I didn't do anything wrong, I'm good.
Yeah,
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
In this case,
and kind of relating to this process, in this country, no person who is arrested is deemed guilty until proved otherwise. Innocent until proven guilty.
Yeah, right. If it was really, think about this. If it's innocent until proven guilty, why are you arrested?
Exactly. But I'm also saying, then why are these cops taking their own liberty to kill someone before that person is ever proved guilty for what they're doing, right? That's the problem. These cops are taking away a person's right to ever be judged by a jury because they think they just deserve to die outright.
Yep.
That right there is circumventing the whole purpose of their existence.
Do you want to know the morbid truth behind something like that? Not necessarily exactly like that, but something. So if someone breaks into your house, okay, and there's proof of breaking and entering, and they come into your house and you kill them in your house, as long as they land in your house, you do not attack them from behind. Did you know you can get away on self-defense for protecting your house? It
depends on where though. Depends on where.
Well, yes, every city, county, state does have certain regulations under that. But the reason that is because there are no witnesses.
Hold on, guys.
Who is going to defend that?
Hold on, bro. Before y'all, I gotta take. I have a call real quick. I'll be back. Y'all can keep talking. I'll hop back.
Right.
And can I just add a funny thing? Here in Germany, it's almost like this. If someone breaks into your house, you are there and you attack them, break the knee or something like this, and then call the police, you can get arrested for breaking that guy's knee.
Yeah, so there was actually a court case out here. Guy broke into somebody's house, got cut on glass after breaking the window, sued the homeowner, and won.
You gotta be fucking kidding.
Nope.
That's insane.
Nope.
Wow. See, going to what Stefan was saying, there's a certain system they have to go by for that arrest stuff. What I was going to say in a comment was that you've got rules of engagement when you work in a capacity of that manner, and you get your rules of engagement before you are sent on duty. You have your your meeting, your powwow, whatever the hell you want to call it.
Sure.
And you get your rules of engagement. And where I think that he's not wrapping his head around is there's a process, but it's not quite like he thinks it is when it comes to arrest or taking out a hostile or things of that nature. It's you're on a hair trigger and you got to make that decision quickly. Yep. And it's you assess the situation. These are my rules of engagement. This is what's going on. Okay, I have to do this now. You don't sit and wait, and that's the problem.
Listen, for all the things people say about, I know sometimes cops shoot people because they have to or whatever, but not all the time, not a lot of the times, and I watched a guy in the UK run around with a sword swinging at cops left and right. And the cops got that guy, put him in handcuffs, and brought him to jail without killing him, without standing on his neck. And this is a guy who was swinging a fucking sword at them.
Exactly.
I remember hearing this.
I've seen a similar video from New York where a white man came out of his house saying he was going to kill an officer and was swinging an axe at the officer, and the officer backed down and held his hand out to try and calm down the man. And he controlled the situation and eventually arrested the man without feeling threatened enough to pull out his weapon and shoot him.
That's the way it should be. That is the way it should be. I mean,
it's fucked up it's fucked up that's amazing to hear. It's fucked up that's amazing to hear.
I think that's normal. I would assume that should be normal because where I live, it is normal to not immediately pull out the gun.
Out here, when I hear somebody else has been killed by a cop, I just go, yep. Like that's normal.
Yeah, and that's messed up. That's really messed up. Why is that?
It's crazy. It's no different than hearing. It's no different than hearing, somewhere there was a flood or something. You're like, oh, again.
For an outsider like me, it's just the same thing as why need every American have a gun? There's some things like that I really can't understand.
That's not entirely true, but.
Yeah, but mostly there's no gun regulation in America. Mostly no gun regulation in America, from what I've heard.
Okay, so in New York, guns are not allowed, pretty much.
That's great. I didn't know that. That's great to hear.
California is the same.
All right.
Texas has lots of guns, and a lot of a lot of other states have gun laws vary from state to state out here.
Okay.
I will add though that
they're not as regulated as in other countries.
Well,
100%.
Here's the way I look at it, man. Everybody has guns or nobody has guns.
Yeah, right. It's not particularly difficult to get a gun.
And I think this kind of stems with the issue that we have with the police here in the United States versus in Europe is because we as civilians have the right to own a firearm. That means police officers now go into situations expecting every single person to potentially have a firearm, and they will be more likely to try and kill a person. Yeah. Whereas if the civilians cannot own guns because it's so restricted, and then police don't own or carry firearms themselves except for extreme situations like terrorist attacks, then people are less likely to be killed unjustly by the police.
So do you want to know? You want to know the facts? The facts are just the opposite. They found that in places where guns are and open carry is legal, cops shoot less people.
Wow.
You sure about that?
Yep.
Because here in Germany, pretty much every police always carries a gun around, and so rarely we hear about that someone was killed in an accident. They mostly diffuse the situation by calming the other person down or doing whatever and taking to jail.
Yeah, same in Canada.
So that's what I don't understand, because yeah, sure, we have a lot of people who own illegal armor. From the black market or somewhere like that, we rarely have not just another thing. We rarely have suicidal persons who go to schools and shoot a bunch of people. I just forgot the English word for that.
No, you said it right.
Mass shooting. Yeah, right. Yeah. And we rarely have that. Sure, we had the last time we had something like this happened was 3 years ago, I guess. I think. If I could remember correctly, and I just wonder.
Hold on, Stefan, you gotta pull that mic away, bro.
Why is this?
My bad.
Why does it work in countries like Germany, UK, Spain, Italy, and why doesn't it work in America? Why?
That is a very good question.
So many persons who just think they're above the law and shoot a bunch of people and just don't care. It seems.
That's a good question.
Yeah, I wish I knew the answer to that one.
Well, like I said, right? So, do I think that there's some people above the law? Yes. Like, there's this,
They call police officers.
And your president.
Yeah.
He thinks also he's above the law.
So true.
So let's be honest about this. Trump thinks he's above the law. I mean, look at what he's trying to do now. He's trying to restrict Twitter from correcting.
Okay, so this is the only thing I will back Trump on. This is the only thing I will back Trump on.
Because Twitter hasn't done it in the last.
No. So here's the reality of what Trump's stupidity has uncovered. So there are laws. Okay, whoever is shuffling needs to chill for a bit.
My bad.
So there are laws for social media companies that will keep, it's liability laws, right? So because they're not making the content, they won't be liable for the content, right?
All right. Then why don't they block it?
Hold on. That being the case, when it comes to those laws, that means that they have certain restrictions, like they cannot inhibit free speech within a certain thing. So Trump got pissed off because Twitter put a fact check on his thing, right?
Yeah.
But what he uncovered was that social media companies are in fact silencing different political parties based on the swing of that company.
So it would be better if Twitter just blocked Trump's account.
I don't disagree with you, but
because no, Trump. We can make a whole argument about. I have so many questions about Trump, which I really don't understand. But for example, let me say this: Trump said in a press conference that they should look into injecting what is this? The stuff which
cleaners?
Disinfection stuff. Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't. Why?
The what?
But that wasn't a tweet. That's something he said in an actual video thing.
But why did nobody just go to the police and filed a law enforcement against Trump for suggesting suicide? Because that's what he basically does. If you check yourself with,
I don't disagree. I don't disagree with you, but that
you really kill yourself.
That's a bit much, though. You know, people say all the time, "I'm going to drink bleach," right? Like,
yeah, but yeah, from what I've seen, Trump is just an egotistical asshole.
Oh no, dude, you're 100% correct. You are 1,000% correct.
I really don't understand the American vote system.
Yeah, we haven't figured it out either.
I don't understand it at all. So I really don't understand why he got even president. Because from what I've heard, he had really, really not the most of the voters for him. But yeah, that's another thing.
So that's the Electoral College. Yeah, so basically what happens is, and I don't know why people say otherwise, but the vote falls down to the Electoral College. And here's how it works: if the population, which is called the popular vote, if the popular vote votes one way and the Electoral College votes another way, the Electoral College vote wins. When they both line up, then they both line up. But otherwise, the Electoral College wins. So realistically, our vote doesn't matter.
Yeah, then why is it called the democratic system?
That's a good question.
I mean, we have something similar. We where I live, we have another different kind of voting system. But basically, it goes like we go to vote, then we select persons who represent us from the party we want to, and they then get seats in the it's called Bundestag, the Senate. I think that's the equivalent. I'm not sure, but what's the Senate and what's the
Congress?
The Congress. Yeah, I'm not sure about this. Sorry, I'm not that into American politics. And then they form from the government, and then they select the president.
Right.
In this case, Angela Merkel.
Right.
And I think that's pretty much
what we have.
How the popular vote is. Yeah, but in our case, it's like every vote matters, and every vote can change the whole thing. That's not predefined. Like if most of the people vote the party. The social party, then the social party can form the government, and that's what I don't understand. That doesn't seem the case to be in America.
Yeah, dude, I'm not even gonna begin to try to understand the political system out here.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Right.
All I could say is, we're fucked, and we're not getting any better.
Yeah, but yeah. Let's be honest for a minute. You're not the only country who is fucked.
Yeah, sure.
Let's be clear about this. In other countries, we have also different problems. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
here in Germany, we have a party who is pretty much wants the same thing Hitler wanted, and it's about 50% from
Jesus Christ.
in the whole thing. And I think that's really fucked up. And the problem is, more and more people are starting to agree with them, and that's so messed up, and I can't even understand why. And I know the reason why this party got so big, and that's because of the refugee crisis. Because Germany was one of the countries in Europe who said, "Yeah, we take the refugees because we have to. They have nobody else to go, so we take them." And the most weird thing about this, which I really don't understand, Germany is separated to 16 smaller units, like the America, like California, etc.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah, right. And the states who has the least amount of refugees from this crisis are the ones who are the strongest against those refugees.
That sounds kind of similar to the U.S.
Yeah, but I can't understand how this goes. I'm from one of the big states in Germany which make the most amount of monies, and we have gotten so many refugees. I don't know the exact tell, but it was way above 1 million. And I have a lot to do with some of these refugees, and I never had a problem with them.
Yeah.
So I can't understand how people can say they're taking our jobs, which they don't.
Yeah, it's the same shit here.
Yeah,
they are bad for us, which they kind of are, but not really. And
They're the ones that are doing all the jobs that people won't do.
Yeah, right. But
Same here.
and the problem is they don't even know the people. But yeah, we hear, yeah, all right, they are Muslims. So they destroy our Christian our civilization because they immediately think their only plan is to come into here and make the Islam
Sharia law.
religion.
Yeah, Sharia
which
law.
they clearly don't.
They really
Because
don't.
They just don't care about us, right? So we don't have an official state religion.
Same here.
Most of our things are based on the Bible. We have some similar things, but everyone can have the religion they want, as long as it's not radical or terroristic.
Hold on, Georgie, can you mute your mic or something, dude? Your shuffling is kind of loud, dude.
Oh, my bad.
And I think. So I don't have a problem with any other religion. I consider myself a Christian, but I really don't have a problem with any other religion. And
like a good Christian.
Yeah, right. That's what a Christian should do. But I know. Just one question: is it true that in America the president has to, if they is introduced into the power, do they need to swear on the Bible?
No, that is a myth. A president can choose any sacred document or text that they wish to swear in on.
But
they don't have to do it on a Bible. It just most.
All right, but they have to do.
So the thing is, it's been proven that politicians who don't adhere to Christianity as their claimed religion usually don't get voted in.
Ah, okay. So yeah, I mean, we had some people who clearly said they are not religious at all.
Mhm.
And it mostly worked out. I mean, at the moment, yeah, our chancellor states she is a Christian. She's the leader of the Christian party, so that makes sense. And it works. But I think there's so many things which I really don't understand and that goes in people's head, which I can't understand because maybe I was brought up for the wrong way or something. But my parents always told me people are pretty much the same. There are some good people, there are some bad people, but only from looking at someone you can't say if the people are good or bad.
Sure,
you can't say that. You need to know. You need to know
guys,
the person.
I gotta go.
Yeah, take care,
See
man.
you guys.
All right, bye.
Actually, that's actually in the U.S. That's not true. In the U.S., you can tell someone is bad if they look like Trump or dress like a police officer.
Okay. Let me rephrase this. If we see something with a skinhead, we pretty much assume he's a Nazi.
Right.
Most of the cases are.
Oh Jesus!
Oh, if he's bald. Okay, I was like, what's a skinhead?
Yeah,
Yeah.
whoever that.
No, I know. I'm not saying everybody who looks fit like a brutal person is.
Well, there's a lot more
brutal
defining
person.
features to a skinhead besides him being bald.
No, not the bald people. I don't mean it. I mean,
okay.
I mean,
people.
the reason why they're called skinheads is obviously because they're bald. I mean, that's where they get the term from. But there's
right. So
it's a little more than just the bald, though.
I don't mean bald people. I mean people who have no hair, who dressed in clothes who make them look like tough son.
Yeah.
And sometimes you can even read on their jackets things like fuck the government and so things like that.
Sure.
Then in this case, you know they are not the person you want to talk to, right? But that's God. I hope that will continue like that. But that's not the majority at the moment. I don't hope it ever will get to that back.
No, it'll never be a majority. There's just not enough of them that support that.
Yeah. God, thanks. That's because I know from grandparents of mine what it was like even at the end of the Second World War, and gosh, that's what's so messed up here in Germany. But I don't want to go into that too deep. But wait, that's another problem. Why these parties are getting so popular at the moment? Because every year, pretty much all around the year, we hear that the World War and we killed a bunch of Jews, over 26 million, from what I've heard in the Second World War.
I thought it was 6 million Jews.
I'm not sure about this.
It was too many people.
Yeah.
Way too many Jews.
Like 6 million, but
yeah, and we always hear about this, and I think that's a great thing. We need to remember this. So that's never happened again. It never should happen anywhere again, right? We can all agree with this.
Yeah.
I think so.
100%.
And now the people always say like, yeah, we don't need to get reminded of that yet again. And I think, no, we need to get reminded of this
constantly.
Constantly. I'm not saying we are should held accountable for what happened because we didn't do this.
Right.
We are not accountable for what this asshole 70 years ago did.
Right.
I mean, I wasn't alive back then, so.
Right.
But I think that's so messed up. I think so many people are so messed up, and I just can't understand why and where this is coming from. I don't understand it. Not the slightest bit.
And this kind of comes from a quote that I've always reiterated I don't know who said it, but it's the whole idea of those who don't read history are bound to repeat it.
Yep.
Yeah, and I apologize for my bad accent.
Well,
and my
thank you. I've been
terrible
waiting for
grammar.
that. I've been waiting for that apology this whole fucking time because I was saying, man, this guy's English is bad. Man, shut up, man. You're fine.
Okay. I'm so not confident about my English.
Your English is better than most people's, bro. You're good.
Your English is better than
That's
mine.
a German thing, right? That's a German thing, right?
Yeah,
We think
yeah,
all
because
things
you
are
have you actually have good
All things are
education
better.
out there.
Just from you know more languages than most Americans do already, so don't even apologize.
Yeah,
Yeah, right,
when you told me what your parliament is called, I almost fucking shut down, bro.
Like the saying goes, right? What do you call a person who speaks three languages? Trilingual. What do you think? What do you call a person who speaks two languages? Bilingual. What do you call a person who speaks one language?
American.
American. Or in our case, or in my case, French.
French.
Or
Because
or in my case, Puerto Rican. So
yeah, right. But yeah, that's such a huge problem, and I think and it's spreading all around the world.
Mhm.
I mean, I know about more. I think I know more about what's happening in Europe right now than what's happening in America. But I think I'm not the worst at knowing stuff that happens
listen,
in America.
you take any INR, I guess it's Indian rupees. Joshua De Silva, thank you so much for the dono, brother. Stay safe, take care, and thanks for stopping by. So you know more about most of the world because of your education than most like specialists out here.
Yeah, but sorry, there's a few reasons for that. First, I talk with my parents about this pretty much all the time because I think being educated in politics at least a bit is very important to make up even your own mind. And I try to find out about these things because I'm interested in them.
Right.
So for example, look at what's the English word for that country? Wait, let me search for it. Hungary, I think it's called in English. I'm not sure.
Yeah, Hungary sounds right. Yeah.
Yeah, and from what I've heard is pretty much they overthrow now the democratic system because they have now it's hard to explain. It's pretty much the same thing Hitler did before he got all the power. So he
communism.
No, that's not what I mean. He basically the same thing that happens in Turkey. So when Erdogan said, I will overthrow the parliament, I take all the power. It seems to be a democracy, but it really isn't.
A republic?
Yeah, I'm really not sure how to explain it. But basically, it's like a dictatorship right now. So it's obviously not exactly like it, but you could see it like that.
Right.
I think that it's on the best way to become a dictatorship at the moment. And
country are we talking about?
Hungary.
Oh, okay.
Well, I know what you're referencing. You're talking about how Hungary, the leader was trying to use a crisis, it might have been coronavirus, to enact laws that would allow him to go above the law essentially and like take control.
Exactly.
Yeah, I know what you're talking.
Yeah, exactly. He tried to overthrow and make himself the most powerful man without going through all the paper thing and getting the getting the agreement from the parliament to enforce the law and something like this. But the problem is we have the EU, and and normally in the EU we don't allow people, we don't allow states to be in there who are not have a democracy.
Right.
But the problem is that's so messed up, because sometimes we allow them because we need the state in the EU. So and that's also a thing, because most people from the parties who are against pretty much everything, I think it's good. The right party, the Nazi party, if you want to call it like that, which I think is okay to call it. They are pretty much against the EU because they say we only pay and we get nothing back in return, which isn't the case. But yeah, and stuff like that. And again, the worst thing about this is the leaders of these parties are basically from the media always calls them the mild people. I mean, the
Kyle, still here.
leader
Man.
of
Hey,
the,
have a good night, Kyle. Thanks for stopping by,
the
bro.
party is called Alternative for Germany, AfD, and basically the leader said about what happened in with killing the Jews in the Second World War was like a bird shit.
Jesus.
He basically used. Yeah, and then he said after it blows up after it blew up in his face, yeah, he said, yeah, we interpret, we did not get the right message from it. He was trying to say it was not right. What he said was it was no big deal, but obviously.
Yeah, people have felt like that for decades.
Yeah, right. So and then the media called people like them the mild people, like the people who aren't even the worst in this party.
The moderates.
Yeah, right. And I think, yeah, then how do the people who are the worst in this party, how do they think? I don't even want to know what they think, right? And I really don't want him on power.
Yeah.
And
the ones who
I
are
think,
worse than that, they're probably smarter because they don't go public.
Yeah, right. Another case, we have they have another high-ranked person in there who was a history teacher. He should know the stuff, right? he really should know the stuff, because when I was in school, we went through the First World War and the Second World War in great detail 3 times of my school history. So I'm pretty confident I know something about what happened there. And the problem is, I think he should know this too, but he clearly doesn't.
Or
Or
doesn't want to.
Yeah, but maybe he doesn't want to. And then he writes in a Nazi magazine, which got taken down a few years ago. But before that, he wrote articles, but not with his real name, with a synonym. Synonym?
Pseudonym. Yeah.
Yeah. Right. You know, and
you say your English isn't good. Shut the fuck up.
And now it came out that he wrote those articles, but he's still in the party, because that's not a problem. And that only shows how this party is really thinking.
But that's
party wants.
That's politics everywhere, man.
Yes,
that
right.
is...
and that's why I never want to go into politics, because I don't want to get my moral code and my character fucked up by politics.
Yeah. Well.
But I also think it's very important to vote so people like this don't get the power.
Take care, Timothy. Thanks for stopping by, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. But all right, so here's what I'm gonna say, because this has been going on a long time, and I need to get some food and stuff.
Sorry.
No. You have nothing to apologize for, man. So look, everybody who's here, I appreciate you stopping by, hanging out. I'm glad we had this little talk. We were able to get some stuff going. But what's more important is that there are you guys out there that have this community. So I have my Discord that everybody can use at any time to talk about and do whatever you want. It is your Discord. Use it. Get in touch with people. Talk with people. Hang out. Do stuff. You know, I only do this once in a while because I'm doing a bunch of other things. And I wanted to do this today because I wanted to actually film a video, and my head was so fucked up I couldn't do it. And I said, you know what? If I'm fucked up, other people might be also. So why not just fucking lay it out there, right? So, yeah. What's up, dude?
Can I ask you a quick question?
Sure.
Because it's okay if you don't wanna show whatever. Because I was practicing the rise raise, and I can't get the card, like, because it keeps like hitting my thumb when I try to get it out, like when I try to push it out.
Did you actually get the project?
Well, I saw a couple of videos on it because I have a friend that has it.
That's why. Well, go to your friend and watch it, because I literally explain how to do it there.
But I have a question about Raise Rise too, right?
Sure.
You explained it for Ace Production, right?
Sure. Yep.
But I have the problem that every time I try to do the Ace Production, the top and the second from the top Ace always come out together and take all the cards between them with them.
Yeah,
If you know what I mean.
yeah. Okay, so I'll go over that
And how
briefly.
can I fix that? Because that
So
sucks.
I realized later there was something that I was doing that I wasn't mentioning. So
Oh, okay.
I can't show it on Discord, so you have to watch it in the stream.
Yeah.
Okay, so basically what's happening is my thumb and my hands rock the packet back and forth. So this is what allows me to create different friction on the
Can
deck.
you just wait a second, because the stream for me it's
Yeah,
very,
it's gonna lag.
time diluted.
Yeah.
All right. Okay.
What I suggest you do is mute this and watch the stream.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm going to do this now.
No.
All right, I'm gonna catch y'all later. Trump 2020. Sleepy Uncle Joe needs to go to prison. See y'all later.
Take care. That's awesome. So, basically, this thumb is gonna roll, right? It's gonna roll like this, just a little bit up and down, and I'm gonna move the packet around a little bit to get the cards. So, by doing that, I can create different pressures at different parts of the pack, or no pressure at different parts of the pack. So what you need to do, let's do 4 cards. This is an old deck too, so this one is kind of sticky. Is you don't want too many cards too close together, because that just won't work. You need to have a little space in between them. And now you're going to roll out, so you see how it's beveled out. And now you can rise those cards up. And that's pretty much it. It's just playing with that pressure thing.
That's really, really good.
That was weird.
Like, I look at stuff like that, I'm just like, yep, I can't do that.
You can, man. You can. It just takes practice, you know? But like I was saying before, man, I really appreciate all you guys, but I want you guys to remember that you guys also have each other. You know, the fact that everybody came in here and we all talked, we didn't know each other, and we're just talking and we're just, you know, joking around and having fun. You guys, I want you guys to do this also. I want you guys to use the Discord for this, you know, plan meetups, plan video chats, do all that stuff. Use it, man. It doesn't just have to be for Magic. You know, it could just be when you just want to talk. That's okay too.
Appreciate it.
So I
really appreciate that, and thank you for listening to me.
Of course, man.
Appreciate the argument.
Yeah, yeah, it's okay. Listen,
call it
Stefan,
an argument. I would've-
it's okay. What's important, Stefan, is that you realize that it's okay to be wrong, and that myself, I may never. I'm not always right, but I am never wrong.
Oh yeah, I come from.
That's like some stuff your parents would tell you.
I know.
Yeah, I copy that sentence, right?
I'm coining that phrase. I'll make sure I cite you.
Next time I argue with my brother, I use the sentence.
Yeah, use it, man. Use it. Whatever I put out there, I want people to use, even if it's just a stupid phrase.
Well,
So, guys,
I can honestly say that I learned something from X today multiple times throughout my day, so I'm grateful.
well, I'm flattered, man. I really am. I'm flattered that I was able to do that. But guys, be safe out there. Shit is crazy out there. Wash your hands. That shit ain't go away yet.
If you protest, wear protection.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yep.
You know, stand up for what you believe, but believe in what you stand up for too.
Pineapple doesn't go on pizza.
Well said.
And
Right. Be safe out there.
yeah, you too, man.
I hope the situation in America will get better. I really hope that.
I appreciate it.
It will one way or another.
Yeah.
Right. But as soon as this is all done, I hope to run into you guys at some point in the new world.
Probably not.
In the new
Absolutely.
world. I mean, probably not. I've been to Germany. I got friends out in Germany.
Go to New York when there isn't a bunch of corona, right?
Yeah, New York is still in fucking lockdown.
Law protests going on. Y'all are crazy up there.
Yeah, but why though? We
I'll head
pretty
out.
much opened everything back.
Yeah, you guys opened everything, and we're still
responded too late.
Yeah, so New York City was one of the hot spots, and I live in New York City, so most of the rest of New York is open except for New York City.
And then I
Jesus.
hope that it will back up pretty soon.
Me too,
I mean,
brother. Me
Yeah,
too.
New York has over almost 60,000 cases, which is like 4 times more than the amount of cases in Japan as a whole.
100,000 in the U.S., 60,000 in New York.
I mean, Germany has about 100,000 cases, and 60,000. Way over half of them are already cured.
No. We're not talking cases. Deaths.
Oh,
yeah. We have millions of cases.
Millions of cases. 100,000 deaths. 60,000 in New York.
Almost 2 million confirmed cases.
That's the other crazy thing. Where did Trump get the 2 million number from?
I don't know, man.
Where
He
did
just
Trump get
made
his
it up,
brain?
right?
Bro, I can't handle any more Trump talk, man. I need to get some food.
Sorry about that.
But-
then.
But
have
like I
a
said,
great rest of the day.
I do appreciate you guys, and I do want you to come use the Discord. So I'm gonna post the link one more time for everybody. Please join the Discord, and you guys are more than welcome to stay and talk and do all that stuff. I encourage you to. But I'm gonna go grab some food because I've been doing this for hours.
Yeah, you've been at this for about
Go get
6
some food.
hours.
So take care, guys. Appreciate all of you,
Take it
and I'll
easy,
see you guys soon.
Appreciate it.
Have a great rest of the day.
You too, man.
I don't know
Take care.
what time you have over there.
It is